Chapter 151. When compatriots meet, stab in the back. Uncle Ning, is Qian Runshui a person of rebirth? Tang San asked hurriedly. If Qian Runshui was a person of rebirth and had already become a god early in this life, then even with the support of the Clear Sky sect, his speed of becoming a god would not be able to catch up. In that case, he would only have to try submitting to Qian Runshui first, play along with her, and buy time to find an opportunity for a comeback. After all, in his past life, he was the one Qian Runshui had set her heart on. Probably not. Ning Fengji shook his head. If Qian Runshui were a person of rebirth, she wouldn't be surrendering to Qian Xunji. He would immediately have the 7 treasure glazed tile school go into seclusion, hide in some remote corner of the continent, and only emerge several hundred years later. After all, at the end of Jialing Pass, Qian Runshui and Bibi Dong had reconciled, and the mother and daughter had acknowledged each other. If Qian Runshui had learned of Bibi Dong's plight, being thrown into the Heaven Do auction house by the Clear Sky sect, how could she not have gone to save Bibi Dong? If the reborn Qian Runshui had learned of what the 7 treasure glazed tile school had done to Bibi Dong, she would inevitably have destroyed the 7 treasure glazed tile school just like Tang San. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Falsely submitting to his enemy and playing along with them was a huge humiliation for him. Uncle Ning, let's go and take a look. Senior Bo Saishi has always loved my great-grandfather. She was insulted by that beast Qian Xunji, just like Bibi Dong in the past life. I think Senior Bo Saishi must be biding her time, forced to pretend to submit to Qian Xunji first, while looking for a chance to deal a fatal blow to Qian Xunji. We will acknowledge Senior Bo Saishi and win her over. When the time comes, we will work from the inside and out, seizing the opportunity to kill either Qian Xunji or Qian Douluo, and severely damage the spirit hall. This new Qian Runshui will also have her state of mind greatly affected by this. No matter how strong her talent is, her path to becoming a god will suffer huge obstacles, and it is even possible that she will be unable to become a god because of it. Ning Fengji nodded, inwardly noting that he would notify Qian Xunji afterward. 7 treasure glazed tile school. Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi, Qian Runshui, and Qian Renchuan were strolling around the 7 treasure glazed tile school as if they were tourists, with an elder of the 7 treasure glazed tile school acting as their guide. As the wealthiest sect on the continent, the 7 treasure glazed tile school was rich enough to rival a nation. The construction of the sect could be said to reveal an aura of luxury, magnificence, and grandeur everywhere. Every path was paved with blue bricks, and all the blue bricks were laid out very neatly, without a single one showing any damage. The surrounding buildings were made of bungalows, feeling more like a fortress. The outer courtyard walls were 5 meters high, bright yellow throughout, and looked extremely beautiful and exquisite. Even the tops of the courtyard walls were covered with glazed tiles. Besides the bungalows, at every certain distance, one could see a 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda made of blue crystal. Artificial hills, strange rocks, waterfalls, lakes, flower beds, shrubs, all kinds of scenery were available. Compared to the ancient and magnificent Spirit City, the scenery was of 2 completely different styles. Wherever the 4 of them passed, one could not count how many male spirit masters gathered their gazes on Bo Saishi and Qian Runshui. Countless young spirit masters simply wanted to rush in front of Qian Xunji and kneel down to call him father-in-law. Among these young spirit masters, whose hearts were just beginning to stir with romance, there were 2 exceptions. One of them was naturally the returned God King, Tang San. Tang San used his purple demon eye to look at the blue gold-haired woman whose face was 6 parts similar to Bo Saixi's, though more perfect. Her name was Qian Runshui. He also looked at the golden-haired little boy of a similar age to him whom Bo Saishi was holding. His heart was filled with boiling killing intent and chilling coldness. Qian the thief, treacherous thief, evil thief. To actually snatch away his great-grandmother, forcibly occupy his great-grandmother, and make his great-grandmother give birth to children, and 2 of them at that, giving his great-grandfather a huge green hat. This was simply a path to death. Besides killing intent and coldness, Tang San also felt somewhat nervous looking at Bo Saishi, who was holding the golden-haired little boy. He wanted to acknowledge Bo Saishi as soon as possible to stir up the hatred for Qian Xunji within her heart, hoping she would never submit to Qian Xunji. As a generation of God King, having governed the God realm for decades and observed many planes in the lower realm, there was nothing Tang San hadn't seen. He was no longer the novice who understood nothing. He had seen too many women who were abused and eventually fell in love with their abuser. Some of them were even in the god realm, such as the wife of the god of destruction, Zhou Weiqing. He had also seen many who eventually compromised because of their children. If Bo Saishi also became one of them, then inciting Bo Saishi to rebel and slowing down Qian Runshui's speed of becoming a god would mean his plan would go bankrupt before it even began. The other person was Yu Tianzhao. Yu Tianzhao fixed his gaze on Qian Runshui. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. Was that his future main wife, Qian Runshui? When there are many wives, the palace intrigues are exceptionally fierce and can be overwhelming. Do you know the saying about 3 women forming a group of 8? To prevent his backyard from catching fire, Yu Tianzhao had to make a beautiful woman who was formidable enough to keep the others in check his main wife. At first, he had thought of Bibi Dong, the stunning supreme pontiff and future Rakshasa god. With her aura, talent, charm, and capability, she was absolutely the most suitable main wife and mistress of the harem. However, since Bibi Dong loved his father, he couldn't compete with his father for a woman, so he had to painfully give her up and switch to someone else. Qian Runshui, who also had the potential to become a god and whose talent and beauty completely surpassed his other target wives, was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to be his main wife and mistress of the harem. Yu Tianzhao didn't have many questions about why Qian Runshui had blue gold hair instead of bright gold. Qian Runshui's perfect face and tall, proud figure had already destroyed more than half of his brain's ability to think, causing a surge of lustful excitement. His gaze fell on the white-haired Qian Xunji and the other woman who also had white hair, a rare beauty exuding a noble, elegant, and calm temperament whom he mistook for Bibi Dong, but was actually Bo Saishi, as well as the golden-haired little boy of about 2 or 3 years old whom Bo Saishi was holding. His heart boiled with murderous intent. That beast Qian Xunji, who was worse than an animal, how many times had he committed those nightmare-like bestial secret room acts against Bibi Dong, making her give birth to not just 1, but 2 children? What kind of miserable torture had Bibi Dong endured to have her hair turned white? How many times had Qian Xunji indulged in his lust upon Bibi Dong to make her hair turn completely white? At this moment, in Yu Tianzhao's heart, Qian Xunji and that golden-haired little boy of unknown name were already on his must-kill list. There was no need to speak of scum like Qian Xunji, but since he wanted to pursue Qian Runshui in the future, Qian Xunji would eventually be his father-in-law, so he would just have someone else do the deed. He couldn't commit such an unfilial act. As for that golden-haired little boy, don't blame him for being cruel. Any man should know the story of Dorgan. Other people's children cannot be raised to be loyal, and it's not a gamble worth taking. Who told you not to be a cute girl, but a boy instead? Bibi Dong was his future stepmother, Qian Runshui was his future main wife, and he planned to kill Qian Xunji in the future. Could he leave this little boy, Qian Xunji's son, as a potential disaster? Chapter 152. The feeling of smacking someone without using a spirit is just great. Greetings, Supreme Pontiff. A burly man, who looked about 17 or 18 years old, with an average appearance and wearing a clear sky sect leather trench coat, walked out. He cupped his hands in greeting toward Qian Xunji, his etiquette flawless. Qian Xunji nodded slightly. Clear Sky Sect Jr., speak, what is the matter? Supreme Pontiff, this junior is named Tang Hu, the top disciple of the Clear Sky Sect's 3rd generation. This junior wishes to spar with your daughter, the holy maiden of your esteemed hall. Could you grant me an opportunity? Tang Hu had been taught by the Clear Sky Sect elders that the Clear Sky Hammer was invincible in the world, unmatched in the Spirit Master's world. The old sect master's defeat to Qian Xunji was only because Qian Xunji had won using extremely despicable tactics, and because Qian Xunji had specifically acquired spirit abilities to counter the old sect master. As long as the battlefield was moved to a small to medium arena, with the Clear Sky Hammer's unparalleled destructive power on land, the angel martial soul would only be smashed by the Clear Sky Hammer. Qian Renchuan couldn't help but laugh. He knew exactly how powerful his sister was. Her strength could even rival some of the lower-ranked titled Douluo elders in the Elder Palace. How could anyone of her generation be her opponent? However, Qian Renchuan didn't warn Tang Hu. Under his father's tutelage, and based on how the Clear Sky Sect group wantonly slaughtered spirit beasts, cursed Qian Douluo as a coward behind his back while not daring to say a word to his face, and hypocritically used the Heaven Do auction house as a shield to throw Bibi Dong into it. To Qian Renchuan, the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect, from the 6 elders down to the newborns, were selfish, bully the weak and fear the strong, petty, extremely egoistic, and devoid of morals. Their bloodline was inherently dirty. Simply put, they were wolf-taken wearing human skin. For them, regardless of gender, the best outcome would be to become slaves, building this world, and if they worked well in the summer, they would be rewarded with a few pieces of watermelon. Bo Saishi was prepared to refuse. Because of Bibi Dong, her rose-tinted glasses regarding the Clear Sky sect had diminished significantly, but there were still some lingering feelings. To spar with her daughter, it had to be at least a Clear Sky sect elder, anyone else would just be asking for abuse. Qian Xunji said, "Xiaoshui, go have some fun, but mind your measure." "Yes, father." Qian Runshui had no favorable impression of the inherently evil Tang clan members. It was just right to bully them for fun and add some amusement to this sightseeing trip. Ning Fengji, Bone Douluo, Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and the second elder of the Clear Sky sect, all wanted to see the talent and potential of Qian Runshui, who possessed twin spirits. Yu Tianzhao, on the other hand, became extremely excited, feeling that the opportunity to curry favor with Qian Runshui had arrived. Generation after generation, the Clear Sky Hammer versus the Angel was the consensus of every Douluo fan. With Qian Runshui's pride, if she were hammered down by Tang Hu, she would be sad, unwilling, and angry in her heart. Wasn't this the best opportunity for him to take advantage of her vulnerability and build favor? The 7 treasure glazed tile school had a circular arena specifically for disciples to spar, with a radius of 40 meters. On the circular arena, Qian Runshui and Tang Hu stood 20 meters apart. Around the circular arena, large crowds of spirit masters gathered, their gazes focused on this match. Ning Rongrong asked, "Third brother, do you think Tang Hu will win this match?" "That is natural." Tang San nodded extremely confidently. So what if this Qian Runshui had twin spirits? Without the second spirit being cultivated, the spirit ring configuration wouldn't change. A mere seraphim, his father hammered Qian Xunji, and his Heaven Do Palace coup hammered Qian Runshui. At that time, his Clear Sky Hammer didn't even have a single spirit ring. Ning Fengji didn't speak. In his eyes, Tang Hu was bound to lose. He was very clear that the weaknesses of the Clear Sky Hammer had already been completely cracked by the Spirit Hall. A somewhat clumsy, extreme-style spirit like the Clear Sky Hammer could no longer pose a threat to the Seraphim. Clear Sky Sect, Tang Hu, Level 38 Attack System Battle Spirit Elder, please. He made a gesture of invitation toward Qian Runshui. In terms of etiquette, Tang Hu had the demeanor of a great family. Qian Runshui smiled faintly. "Spirit Hall, Qian Runshui. If you can force me to use my spirit, I will inform you of my spirit power. Even if you've changed, you are still as arrogant as ever, Qian Runshui. Is this the ridiculous pride that the Seraphim spirit has brought to your Qian family?" Tang San sneered inwardly. With innate full spirit power at level 20, even if Qian Runshui hadn't gone to the Heaven Do Empire to act as an undercover agent, at this age, she would at most reach Spirit King. For a Spirit King to want to defeat Tang Hu without using a spirit is daydreaming. Tang Hu's face was as calm as water, and his aura suddenly became heavy. Amidst the rich black light, a black Clear Sky Hammer with a handle about 3 meters long and a hammer head as large as a bucket appeared in his right hand, carrying a thick black glow. 2 yellow and 1 purple, 3 spirit rings were arranged neatly and orderly on the Clear Sky Hammer. 16 years later, Tang Hu already had a daughter who looked about 13 or 14 years old, with 2 cute braids on her head. Therefore, Tang Hu was already married and had started having children. It must be admitted that for the Tang clan members who inherited the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, the higher their innate spirit power, the more severe their love brain was. Tang Hu, who already had a wife, had no intention of showing any mercy to Qian Runshui, whose beauty left his wife miles behind. He attacked with full force, preparing to smash Qian Runshui and repay the humiliation that the Spirit Hall had inflicted upon the Clear Sky sect. He wanted to tell the Spirit Masters world that although the Clear Sky sect was currently at the bottom of the upper 3 sects, the only ones who could defeat the Spirit Hall were them, the Clear Sky sect. The title of the number one sect in the world would sooner or later be in the pocket of the Clear Sky sect. Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer Method. Tang Hu's first spirit ring lit up at his feet. He ran a few heavy steps, leapt into the air, and activated the Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer method. A layer of dark light surged over the body of the Clear Sky Hammer. The bucket-sized Clear Sky Hammer radiated astonishing pressure as it smashed down toward Qian Runshui's head. A layer of purple covered Qian Runshui's pupils. It was the purple demon eye, and it was the purple demon eye at the peak of the microscopic realm. Facing the Clear Sky Hammer that Tang Hu smashed over, she saw through Tang Hu's exertion of force and the execution trajectory of the Clear Sky Hammer at a glance, and she stepped back several paces. Boom! The Clear Sky Hammer smashed down. The arena, built from special materials, was struck with a crater 2 inches deep, the size of the Clear Sky Hammer's head. The astonishing destructive power shocked the spirit elders and spirit ancestors of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. As Tang Hu prepared to swing the second hammer and stack the Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer method, he felt he couldn't lift the Clear Sky Hammer. He raised his gaze and saw Qian Runshui stepping on the Clear Sky Hammer with 1 foot. That long, straight foot wearing a golden high heel felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies. He couldn't move it even an inch. However, the Clear Sky sect was not a sect that didn't know how to improve. At that time, Tang Chen was still alive, and Tang Chen had long since invented a way to break it if the opponent controlled his spirit, channel spirit power to make the Clear Sky Hammer change size, or retract the spirit and release it again. Tang Hu let go of the Clear Sky Hammer and retreated rapidly. The Clear Sky Hammer was embedded in the arena, changing size wouldn't work, and since Qian Runshui wasn't grabbing it with her hand but stepping on it with her foot, he could only retract it and release it again. However, retracting and re-releasing a spirit took some time. The Clear Sky Hammer, which was being stepped on by Qian Runshui, turned into a stream of light and entered Tang Hu's body. Just as Tang Hu gathered spirit power in his palm to summon the Clear Sky Hammer spirit again, Qian Runshui had already arrived in front of him, raised her right arm, and swung her fair and delicate fist. Bang, 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 6 punches in 1 second, every punch to the face. Tang Hu was beaten until he saw stars, his skin bruised and face swollen, his head tilting backward. Qian Runshui raised her foot and kicked out fiercely with her high-heeled shoe. The heel of the shoe pressed into Tang Hu's chest, and the bone-piercing pain made Tang Hu scream in agony as he flew backward, flying out of the arena. Qian Runshui shook her hand. The feeling of smacking someone without using a spirit was indeed the most satisfying. Chapter 153. Tang San complains about Bo Saishi. The scene fell silent, and almost everyone's expression became sluggish. The Clear Sky sect's number 1 of the 3rd generation had been completely defeated in just 1 round, and the opponent truly hadn't even used her spirit, yet she had resolved it so easily. The smile on Tang San's lips vanished, and his expression turned somewhat gloomy. What realm was Qian Runshui actually at now? Without spirit manifestation, she could casually suppress the strength of Tang Hu's arms with just the power of 1 leg. Even a spirit king from the Strength clan couldn't do that. Could it be that she had already achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Emperor? But even if she were a Spirit Emperor, there was no way she could do it so casually and effortlessly. As expected, Ning Fengji revealed an expression that showed it was within his expectations. He felt that if things continued like this, the Spirit Master's world would become increasingly competitive. Various families were starting to study the weaknesses of other families' spirits, and the living space for extreme-style Spirit Masters with single spirit abilities would be significantly suppressed. In the past, there was no such thing as studying spirit weaknesses or spirit flaws, it was all about head-on collisions and clashing waves. Tang Hu clutched his chest and glared fiercely at Qian Runshui. The feeling of being stomped by a high heel was a sour sensation that no one could understand. That kick just now made him feel like his pectoral muscles were about to be pierced by the heel, and his ribs were displaced. Qian Runshui revealed a playful look in her eyes and said, "What, you still don't seem convinced?" Tang Hu said coldly, "That's right. A spirit master duel is a collision between spirits, a clash between spirit power and spirit power. You merely used a despicable method to catch me off guard. You simply dare not face my Clear Sky Hammer spirit. I did indeed lose this round. But the Clear Sky Hammer did not lose." Qian Runshui chuckled, her charming smile causing the hearts of many present to sway. It seems you really can't afford to lose. Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you another chance. This time, even if you use the clear sky hammer spirit, I will still make you lose thoroughly. Tang Hu climbed up, rubbed his chest, and walked back onto the stage. Just after taking a few steps, Qian Runshui added, "By the way, do you want me to give you some time to recover and treat that bruised and swollen face of yours? Otherwise, if you lose again next, you'll have to say it was because your injuries affected your performance and that you didn't actually lose." When the people present heard Qian Runshui's words and saw Tang Hu's stiffened pace as he seemed to be pondering, many couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking that this clear sky sect's number one of the third generation was truly foolish. Bo Saishi also couldn't help but smile. How had her daughter learned to be a bit naughty? Tang Hu's face turned alternating shades of green and white. He strode out and shouted, "No need, because I will not lose again." Tang Hu summoned his clear sky hammer again. This time he showed no courtesy whatsoever. His entire being was like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Qian Runshui still did not summon her spirit. Golden light surged in her jade-white palms, and a 3-foot-long golden sword was condensed and held in her hand. The sacred aura she had been radiating quietly faded, replaced by an extremely sharp aura. Ning Fengji and Bone Douluo's pupils widened, because from the aura Qian Runshui was radiating, they saw the shadow of Sword Lord Chen. Tang San opened his eyes, using his purple demon eye, and his heart was filled with shock. The golden light Qian Runshui had just radiated had perfectly merged with her own mental force, merging extremely harmoniously. Every bit of her spirit power was accompanied by mental force, giving her spirit power an additional attribute. The fusion of spirit power and mental force was Bo Saixi's skill. This meant that Qian Runshui had learned this skill under Bo Saixi's guidance, which further indicated that Bo Saishi was not like Bibi Dong. She had already acknowledged and accepted this daughter and had even passed on her own skills to Qian Runshui. This Qian Runshui would far surpass the Qian Runshui he had faced in his previous life in every aspect. "Senior Bo Saishi, is your love for my great-grandfather this fragile?" Under immense pressure, Tang San, based on the comparison between Bibi Dong and Bo Saishi, began to mentally accuse Bo Saishi. In his view, Bo Saishi had encountered the same thing as Bibi Dong, so her attitude towards her daughter should have been the same. Even if her attitude was a little better, that would be acceptable. After all, that crazy woman Bibi Dong was incomparable, but how could she pass on her skills to make Qian Runshui stronger? Shouldn't she be like Bibi Dong, wishing that Qian Runshui would become as useless as possible? Did she still want to take revenge on Qian Xunji, and take revenge on Spirit Hall? Did she want to destroy Spirit Hall in the future? Come on. After the previous battle, Tang Hu had learned a little and let Qian Runshui make the first move, so he could block, swing his hammer, and go head-to-head. The destructive power of the clear sky hammer was unrivaled in the world. Qian Runshui attacked, slashing out streaks of sharp sword chi infused with mental force. The sword chi targeted Tang Hu's shoulders, knees, and lower abdomen. None of these attack locations were the same. Tang Hu was clearly no ordinary person. His status as the number one of the third generation had been earned by his own strength. Holding the clear sky hammer, his body rotated at high speed, like a black tornado, shattering all the sword chi. Without stopping, he moved toward Qian Runshui, rotating and swinging his hammer. In the past, Qian Runshui would definitely have jumped back to dodge, watching the opponent spin quietly, maintaining an appropriate distance, and waiting for them to stop before immediately taking action. However, she had previously said she would make them lose thoroughly, to prevent the Tang family members from making excuses about not being able to accept defeat. She seized the opportunity to strike, slashing sideways, following the force of Tang Hu's swinging clear sky hammer, and applying an upward force. Watching this scene, Qian Xunji nodded gently. Qian Dalu and Sword Lord Chen were both masters of swordsmanship. Qian Dalu had truly used a sword to go head-to-head with Tang Chen's clear sky hammer, having faced it directly, so he was incredibly experienced in neutralizing the overbearing and heavy power of the clear sky hammer. Qian Runshui not only had their guidance, but over these years, Qian Xunji had also arranged for various tool spirit masters to spar with her, accumulating combat experience. Facing a tool spirit, the Seraphim only needed to kite and bomb from a distance to win without any pressure. However, accumulating rich combat experience and having ways to deal with any situation would never be a bad thing. After all, there was a term in this world called a sneak attack. The two clashed for several more moves, sparks flying in the air. Facing Qian Runshui's sharp sword techniques, Tang Hu parried somewhat wearily. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. The combined attack of spirit power and mental force, specifically the mental force within it, was making him increasingly dizzy and giving him a headache. Bang! With a crisp sound, golden sparks appeared, and the long sword Qian Runshui had condensed with spirit power shattered. Tang Hu was overjoyed and was about to turn his hammerhead to continue the attack when his movements stopped abruptly. He dared not move at all. Another golden long sword was held against Tang Hu's neck. It was one Qian Runshui had recondensed with spirit power. The golden long sword that had just shattered was merely a flaw Qian Runshui had casually feigned, leaving Tang Hu with no time to defend. Condensing a long sword with spirit power, for a spirit master of Qian Runshui's level and given her mastery of spirit power, could be done in the blink of an eye or two. Chapter 154. What kind of spirit ring configuration is this? How is it? Do you admit defeat? Qian Runshui was already over 1.8 meters tall, and with the 8 centimeter high heels she was wearing, her height was very close to Tang Hu's. Her indifferent gaze leveled at Tang Hu. Tang Hu gritted his teeth. No matter how unwilling he was, he knew he had to admit defeat. If he continued to be stubborn, the Clear Sky sect's Clear Sky Hammer would truly become a laughingstock. However, as a Tang family member who was born evil and couldn't afford to lose, Tang Hu still came up with an excuse to save some face for the Clear Sky Hammer. He said in a deep voice, "This competition and the Clear Sky Hammer have indeed lost. I am convinced of the loss. However, I haven't truly unleashed the real power of the Clear Sky Hammer. My cultivation is not yet qualified to learn the sect's ultimate techniques, the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes, and I have only mastered 49 of the 81 hammers of the disorder-splitting wind hammer method. As long as I learn all these ultimate techniques, I will never lose then. It seems you still can't afford to lose. At the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, you used this excuse when you lost to the Thunder Douluo, and now you use it again. Are all you Tang family members like this?" A shocking surge of spirit power was released from Qian Runshui's body. As the massive spirit power descended, Tang Hu was pressed firmly to the ground with a loud boom. Little Hu, the Clear Sky sect elder, was about to jump onto the arena, but just as he was about to move, he stopped. His eyes were wide open, staring at Qian Runshui, his face filled with shock and dullness. Except for Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi, and Qian Renchuan, all the spirit masters at the scene had the same expression as the Clear Sky sect elder. They stared intently at Qian Runshui, and saw circles of spirit rings appearing on her body. Black, 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 red, 5 black and 1 red, 6 spirit rings appeared. The lowest spirit ring was a 10,000-year spirit ring. Spirit Emperor level spirit power was released, and the intensity of her spirit power was not inferior to that of a spirit Douluo. Tang San's mentality was somewhat exploding. How on earth was this possible? Had Qian Runshui started to cultivate her twin spirits and added spirit rings to her second spirit? Or had Qian Xunji already become a god and upgraded the age of Qian Runshui's spirit rings? You must know that even for his daughter, the precious little 7, a true goddess coming to the lower realm for training, her first spirit ring could only be a 100-year spirit ring, and only her second spirit ring could be a 1,000-year spirit ring. It was only after he unsealed little 7's memories and upgraded all spirit ring ages by 50,000 years that her previous spirit ring configuration became all black. Qian Runshui looked down at Tang Hu, whose body was pressed tightly against the ground, and said with extreme disdain, "If this were a real battle, you would have already died twice. When your spirit has weaknesses or problems, you should try every means to make up for those weaknesses, enrich yourself, and climb to a higher position, rather than begging others for kindness to bring them down to the same level as you." After speaking, Qian Runshui retracted her spirit power, didn't bother to look at Tang Hu, and returned to Qian Xunji and Bo Saixi's side, revealing a sunny, lovely smile again. Because the filter was constantly fading and the favoritism was concentrated on Qian Runshui, Bo Saishi had previously felt shameful and despicable about the way Qian Xunji and Qian Dalu fought against Tang Chen and targeted Qian Runshui. Now she felt that what Qian Runshui said made a lot of sense, and she felt ashamed of the way the Tang family members couldn't afford to lose and used moral kidnapping to drag their opponents to the same level as them. As for the Tang family members, except for Tang San, of course, none of them listened. Their eyes were red, they were panting like oxen, and they secretly cursed Spirit Hall for being despicable and shameless, knowing only how to use dirty tactics to target their Clear Sky sect, not daring to face them head-on. This is troublesome. Spirit Hall has started targeting the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San's expression was extremely grave, and his mentality was about to completely explode. As a generation of God King, although he lacked innovative thinking, the height of his thoughts was naturally incomparable to this group of people from the Clear Sky sect. Clearly, in the lower realm, the Clear Sky Hammer was invincible, known as the #1 tool spirit in the world, restraining all tool spirits, especially when the Clear Sky Hammer was paired with Ring Explosion. Tang Hao, at level 97, could detonate 9 rings to unleash a strike close to the divine rank. When he was at level 96 and faced the Deep Sea Demon Whale King, he detonated 5 spirit rings, 3 of which were 100,000-year spirit rings, and was able to unleash a true divine rank attack. This was something that even the Sea God Trident, a divine artifact, couldn't do, and the Clear Sky Hammer only weighed 18,000 caddies at its peak, while the Sea God Trident weighed 108,000 caddies. The weight ratio was 1 to 10. But after he went to the God Realm, why did he abandon the Clear Sky Hammer? It stands to reason that if the Clear Sky Hammer were upgraded to a divine artifact, the power of a single hammer strike would definitely surpass the Sea God Trident. If it could be upgraded to a super divine artifact, then even the Asura Demon Sword would have to avoid its edge. It was just that he discovered that in the lower realm, Spirit Master duels didn't even know how to write the word dodge. It was all hard clashes, spirit power collisions, and ultimate move exchanges, with no tactics at all. In the God realm, no divinity would be so stupid as to foolishly clash head-on when they knew your frontal combat capability was strong. Only that brainless idiot, the Golden Dragon, would do that. When the space-time turbulence arrived, he used the speed advantage brought by the super divine artifact Sea God's 8 wings to kite the Golden Dragon and circle it several times in the God realm, waiting for the God of Goodness and the God of Evil to return to launch the Judgment Sword of the 3 realms. Facing the Abyss Sage, he also used the boundless sea tide to control him, so Tang Hao could hit him with 1 hammer and settle the matter with 1 strike. Precisely because he discovered these things, Tang San shelved the Clear Sky Hammer. When fighting the God of Destruction, he had even used the Blue Silver Emperor, but the Clear Sky Hammer was like it didn't exist. If Spirit Hall started targeting the Clear Sky Hammer, then honestly, the Clear Sky Hammer was no different from being scrapped. Third brother, what should we do? Ning Rongrong asked Tang San with a trembling voice. Seeing Qian Runshui's 5 black and 1 red spirit ring configuration, and that she had cultivated to become a spirit emperor so quickly, her mind went completely blank. She didn't know what to do at all and could only turn to Tang San, the strongest and most solid backbone of her past and present lives, for help. We must pull Senior Bo Saishi over, let Senior Bo Saishi become our inside agent, and coordinate from the inside and outside to kill one of Qian Xunji and Qian Douluo, severely damage Qian Runshui's state of mind, and slow down her progress to godhood. Uncle Ning. Tang San's voice was resolute. He still didn't believe that this waste Qian Xunji had inherited a god position and personally helped Qian Runshui upgrade her spirit ring configuration. He believed that Qian Runshui must have cultivated her second spirit, otherwise, how could Qian Runshui have achieved a breakthrough to Spirit Emperor at 12 years old? You must know that in his past life, Qian Runshui was almost 30 years old and still just a spirit saint. He looked at Ning Fengji. When smart people communicate, there is no need to say everything. Ning Fengji nodded and said in a deep voice, I will invite Qian Xunji for a reception in a while. Little San, take this opportunity to recognize Bo Saishi quickly. Chapter 155 Qian Xunji, time to write a script and have some fun. 7 Treasures Hall, Meeting Room. Qian Xunji, Ning Fengji, and Bone Douluo sat opposite each other, with steaming high-quality tea in front of them. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, Fengji is willing to lead the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to join the Spirit Hall and serve the Spirit Hall with all our might. Ning Fengji got straight to the point, stood up, and cupped his hands at Qian Xunji. Bone Douluo also bowed to Qian Xunji. Although he was reluctant in his heart, everything was for the 7 treasure glazed tile school, his home. He wanted the 7 treasure glazed tile school to continue to be strong. The current situation of the 7 treasure glazed tile school was truly dire. They had offended the Heaven Do imperial family, and in the future, Tang San would certainly destroy the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, Qian Xunji was a level 99 limit Douluo, the strongest on the continent. Bowing to such a powerhouse was nothing to be ashamed of. Qian Xunji sipped his tea and asked with great interest, "Sect Master Ning, I have a slight doubt. Since Ning Rongrong is a rebirth, you should be clear about the future. Your 7 treasure glazed tile school was supposed to be the winning side. Ning Rongrong and Tang San are brothers and sisters of the Shrek 7 Devils, and she is one of the people closest to Tang San. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. With such a bright future ahead, why did you directly choose to join my spirit hall and go from being independent to living under someone else's roof? This doesn't quite fit a businessman's mindset. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, not only is Rongrong a rebirth, but Fengji is also a rebirth. In the Battle of Jialing Pass in the future, Bone Uncle and Sword Uncle died in battle. My daughter, the future successor of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, and my future son-in-law, Oscar, obtained the qualifications for the 9-colored goddess and food god position legacies." Ning Fengji smiled bitterly. In a businessman's eyes, there is only profit. To outsiders, they are like unrighteous actors and heartless celebrities. So, he confessed everything, showing his sincerity. Fengji originally thought that in the future, our 7 treasure glazed tile school, possessing 2 divinities, would be like your spirit hall, passed down for 10,000 years, enduring and remaining one of the top powers on the continent. But, Ning Fengji clenched his fists, extremely resentful. Ning Rongrong did not leave any God-given spirit for the 7 treasure glazed tile school at all. She only had eyes for the few people in Shrek Academy and gave no return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. She just ascended to the God realm with Oscar. I was blind to cultivate her as the successor of the sect. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was already failing at that time, and we had lost Sword Uncle and Bone Uncle. After they became gods and immediately ascended to the God realm, the 7 treasure glazed tile school had no powerhouses to sit in charge. I think Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff knows very well what the outcome was. A sect is like a forest, and every member is like a tree in the forest. Old trees extend their branches to shelter new saplings from wind and rain. When the new trees grow into towering trees, the old trees will fall and become nutrients in the soil, nourishing the land and breeding new trees. People will always die, and the heaven and earth will not remember us. But the new trees will be the witness that the old trees once existed. In such continuous witnessing, the forest of the sect will become more vast, moving towards prosperity and flourishing. The sect cultivated Ning Rongrong, giving more nutrients to her, hoping that the talented Ning Rongrong would succeed as the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future and lead the 7 treasure glazed tile school to grow more lush. Just like parents raising their children with all their heart, when the children grow up, they naturally have to fulfill their filial duties and support their parents. As a result, what did Ning Rongrong do? After absorbing the nutrients and growing into a lush, towering tree, she directly left the sect soil that provided for her growth. As for sheltering this forest or leading it to grow stronger, she didn't know about it. Such behavior, Ning Rongrong was not a sapling at all, but a giant parasite disguised as a sapling, lurking in this forest. Qian Xunji said lightly, "Look on the bright side, Sect Master Ning. If it weren't for the 2 gods, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, having lost Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, would probably have become an ATM for various major families." Although this was not their subjective intention, to some extent, they did allow the 7 treasure glazed tile school to continue. Actually, you and Bone Douluo also bear some responsibility for this. As the saying goes, only women and petty people are difficult to raise. Your excessive pampering and favoritism towards her led to Ning Rongrong's contempt for the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Of course, it is also possible that Ning Rongrong was born with a rebellious bone. What Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff says is true. Ning Fengji now finally understood why Qian Xunji did not want Bibi Dong. If he had known that Ning Rongrong would ignore the 7 treasure glazed tile school in the future, he would have treated her like those mediocre, useless sons and would never have let his wife give birth to her. Qian Xunji flicked his hand, and an elder token landed steadily on the table in front of Ning Fengji, saying, "Since you have joined my spirit hall, this elder token belongs to you. Fengji, although you are only a spirit saint, you are the #1 support system spirit master on the continent, and you are qualified to be an elder of the spirit hall. Thank you for your kindness, Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff. Fengji will definitely lead the 7 treasure glazed tile school to fully support the spirit hall." Ning Fengji put away the elder token, feeling much more relaxed. This meant that he had successfully joined the spirit hall. As long as he did not freeload or betray them, the spirit hall would treat him as one of their own. Continent titled Douluo. After coming to Douluo Hall to obtain a title, become honorary elders of the spirit hall and possess an elder token. Bone Douluo did not need a second one. Your Holiness the Supreme Pontiff, besides Rongrong, Tang San has also been reborn. Fengji guesses that he is the son of Bibi Dong. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has also given birth to a genius with innate full spirit power named Yu Tianzhao. Tang San plans to recognize Bo Saishi, incite Bo Saishi to rebel, and work from the inside and outside to attack you and the High Priest, so as to strike at the Spirit Hall, severely damage the Holy Maiden's heart nature, and make it difficult for the Holy Maiden to become a god. Ning Fengji told Qian Xunji everything to further gain Qian Xunji's trust and put Qian Xunji at ease regarding the 7 treasure glazed tile school that had just joined the Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji nodded. He had already known this. As the Asura god, the ancestor of killing intent, how could he not perceive Tang San and Yu Tianzhao releasing astonishing killing intent towards him? Because when Qian Runshui was toying with Tang Hu, he had specifically observed the memories of Tang San and Yu Tianzhao. After learning about Ning Rongrong's rebirth, Tang San's rebirth was within his expectations. What really surprised him was Yu Tianzhao, who actually had a fellow countryman come here, transmigrating to become the son of Yu Shaogang. This fellow countryman even wanted to put him and Qian Renchuan to death and enjoy the mother-daughter combo. He was simply tired of living. Sure enough, when fellow countrymen meet, they stab each other in the back. This is not just talk. Fellow countrymen like Huo are truly too rare. Since that is the case, he, Qian Xunji, will grant this fellow countryman's wish, write a script, and have some fun. Chapter 156, Tang San, Bo Saishi. Qian Xunji tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Elder Ning, since you are a person of rebirth, you must be very clear about the Heaven Do Palace coup plan from your previous life. This plan will proceed in this life as well, scheduled for 3 years from now. Everything remains unchanged, but Shui Qing is still Shui Qing, and you shall once again take Shui Qing as your disciple. Shui Qing is still Shui Qing." Ning Fengji guessed some of Qian Xunji's thoughts, and a sense of mischievousness arose in his heart. Clear Sky Sect, Tang San, in this life, just wait to be schemed against to death by my 7 treasure glazed tile school. Let this Qiluo tulip serve as the reward for the mission. Qian Xunji took out the Qiluo tulip he had casually cultivated at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well and gave it to Ning Fengji, saying, "This flower must not be swallowed. You need to gently inhale the essence from the flower stamen, slowly absorbing it into your body, and then cultivate your spirit power to slowly circulate it, allowing the medicinal effect to spread throughout your limbs and bones." Supreme Pontiff, are you just giving the Qiluo tulip to me? Ning Fengji swallowed his saliva, his burning gaze fixed on the Qiluo tulip. This was the opportunity for the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda to evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. In this life, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would also be renamed the 9 treasure glazed tile school, and his 9 treasure glazed tile school's legacy spirit would also be the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Trust those you employ, and do not employ those you distrust. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji felt a sense of admiration for Qian Xunji and cupped his hands, saying, "Many thanks, Supreme Pontiff. The 7 treasure glazed tile school will certainly do its utmost to assist Spirit Hall in unifying the continent." Qian Xunji shook his head. "No, Spirit Hall does not need to unify the continent. The reason Spirit Hall has been able to pass down to this day and remain at the apex of the continent is because of divinity, and divinity requires faith." As these words fell, Ning Fengji suddenly looked up, bloodshot eyes appearing, and his breathing became rapid. He had bet correctly. He had bet correctly. He, Ning Fengji, had bet correctly. The Heaven Dou Empire should change its surname to Ning. Bone Douluo also looked at Ning Fengji with admiration. He was truly worthy of being Fengji. This foresight was still as astonishing as ever. The 7 treasure glazed tile school was truly going to take off in this life. On the other side, in a somewhat remote location of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Tang San recognized Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi was a limit Douluo, and her perception was incredibly sharp. Tang San, taking advantage of Ning Fengji attracting Qian Xunji's attention, walked by and whispered, "Senior Bo Saishi," which was enough. "Senior Bo Saishi. X2. Bo Saishi smiled slightly. "Tang San, wrong, I really didn't expect that you two had also experienced rebirth." Although Bo Saixi's favorability towards the Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect was close to zero, her favorability towards Tang San was still very high. Tang San participated in the Sea God 9 trials, and his indomitable and unyielding spirit, his pure and unwavering love for Xiao Wu, his quick-witted and incredibly intelligent mind, and his loyal and steadfast friendship with his companions, any one of these points would be enough to make her feel admiration, and Tang San possessed them all. "Senior Bo Saishi, I know your pain. The atrocities Spirit Hall committed against you, this evil force, I, Tang San, swear that I will spare no cost, even if I have to risk my life, to destroy Spirit Hall." Tang San knew that time was very limited, so he didn't use much pleasantry and expressed his purpose, while also comforting Bo Saishi. Bo Saishi felt somewhat awkward and sighed, not knowing how to answer Tang San. She did not want to destroy Spirit Hall. That was the home of her little Shui and little Qian. Little Shui was the successor to the sea god she believed in. Moreover, she had no ability to destroy Spirit Hall. This was no different from seeking death because Qian Xunji had already become a god, and she had no ability to retaliate. "Tang San, give up. Do not try to destroy Spirit Hall. You will not be a match for Spirit Hall." Bo Saishi sighed, thinking of a reply that would save her some face. Tang San's tone became somewhat agitated. "Why, Senior Bo Saishi? Spirit Hall's Qian Xunji committed such wicked deeds against you. Do you not want to take revenge on Spirit Hall? As long as we join forces, we will surely be able to kill either Qian Xunji or Qian Douluo and severely damage Spirit Hall. I know you are concerned about your daughter and son, Senior Bo Saishi. Rest assured, since you do not wish for them to be harmed, I will not lay a hand on them." Bo Saishi shook her head and said, "Tang San, it is not that I am unwilling to take revenge on Spirit Hall, but that I have no ability to retaliate against Spirit Hall. My daughter is the successor to the Sea God, personally appointed by the Sea God himself. Barring any accidents, little Qian will be the successor to the Angel God. Tang Chen has already left. It is impossible for you to be a match for Spirit Hall." For some reason, Bo Saishi did not reveal that Qian Xunji had already become the Asura God. Tang San's expression was somewhat dull. His Sea God position was gone, taken away by Qian Runshui. Without the Sea God position, without going through the series of tribulations during the Sea God 9 trials to obtain God-bestowed spirit rings, the fusion of the vast sea cosmic shroud with the head spirit bone, and the 100,000-year evil spirit Orca King spirit ring, which had caused his body and cultivation to soar rapidly, even if he could inherit the Asura God position in the future, what could he use to inherit it quickly? Tang San, wrong, live out this life well, and do not think about going against Spirit Hall. Tang San, with your talent, even without the Sea God position, you might encounter other God positions in the future and successfully inherit one." Having said this, Bo Saishi left the place, not intending to continue chatting with Tang San and Ning Rongrong, especially Tang San. "Brother San, what should we do? Bo Saishi is unwilling to take revenge on Spirit Hall. Qian Xunji has become the high priest of the Asura God. To obtain the Asura God position, one must kill Qian Xunji. Without the Sea God position, do we have any way to have the strength to kill Qian Xunji before Qian Runshui inherits the Sea God position and becomes a divinity?" Ning Rongrong was not at all as desperate as Tang San. She did not have any grand ambitions. She did not necessarily need to take revenge on Spirit Hall, destroy Spirit Hall, or become a god. If they could not defeat Spirit Hall, just as Bo Saishi said, living out this life honestly would also be fine. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, his expression incomparably firm. The flames of revenge burned fiercely in his heart. Live out this life honestly and not destroy Spirit Hall. How could that be possible? Qian Xunji had severed his great-grandfather's arm and leg, and snatched away his mother, the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor Yin. Barring any accidents, Yin had definitely already been killed by Spirit Hall. That sixth spirit ring of Qian Runshui's must be his mother's. His hatred for Spirit Hall was irreconcilable, one of the two must be destroyed. Even if he were willing to live out his life honestly, would Spirit Hall let the Clear Sky sect go? Wrong. Let's hurry to the Moon Pavilion, meet with Ant, and move the harp to the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Tang San's knowledge was incredibly rich. The Douluo plane was full of love-obsessed people. Everywhere. In his previous life, he was able to destroy Spirit Hall, and those 3 love-obsessed people in Spirit Hall deserve the greatest credit. During the tens of thousands of years he observed the lower realm, love-obsessed people, elopements, and running away together were everywhere on the continent. For the sake of love, they squandered their family fortunes, and even turned around to stab their families in the back. Examples from the 10,000 years were numerous. All sorts of events were simply constantly shattering people's perceptions. Chapter 157. Let this continent feel the way of certain death. It was precisely because of this that Tang San kept a tight grip on his precious daughter, Little Qi, to prevent her from squandering the entire Tang clan hegemony he had built with his own hands by handing it all over to Dai Yuhao. He didn't want her to become just another piece of hot weapon in Dai Yuhao's harem, or as Dai Mubai had put it, no longer a person but merely a resource. He feared she would become obsessed with Brother Yuhao and end up stabbing her own father in the back. Tang San wanted to try, just like in his previous life, to manipulate the love-struck brain of this Qian Runshui. Bo Saishi had loved his great-grandfather so deeply, living in solitude for over 40 years. After his great-grandfather died, she stopped using her spirit power to maintain her youthful appearance, turning into an elderly grandmother on the verge of death. Having lost the desire to live, she waited single-mindedly for him to return to Sea God Island to participate in the Sea God 9 trials and sacrifice herself to die. It was quite obvious that Bo Saishi was also a love-struck fool. He wasn't sure if Qian Xunji was a love-struck fool, but he was certain about Bo Saishi. As the saying goes, a love-struck brain can breed another love-struck brain. As long as he imitated Yu Shaogang by joining Spirit Hall and falling in love with Bibi Dong, he could turn Spirit Hall upside down and sow the seeds for its destruction. That would give him a much better chance of turning the tables in this life. As for these methods being despicable, Tang San believed that kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Why talk about morality with enemies? Especially when dealing with the bunch from Spirit Hall, who were heinous, riddled with crimes, and whose misdeeds were too numerous to record. Any method used against them was an act of justice. In any case, he had already used Juliana once in his previous life, so one more time in this life wouldn't hurt. Tang San immediately headed for the Moon Pavilion. He hadn't played a tune in over 60 years, so his skills might be a bit rusty. He needed to practice thoroughly. 7 Treasures Hall, Conference Room. Qian Xunji nodded. Then go ahead and do it. I, Qian Xunji, will not mistreat anyone who is loyal to me and contributes to my Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall, I, Qian Xunji, will always stand behind your 7 treasure glazed tile school. Do it boldly, as you command, Your Eminence the Supreme Pontiff. Ning Fengji bowed at a 90-degree angle. What he and Qian Xunji had just discussed was changing the Heaven Do imperial family's surname from Shui to Ning. For a businessman like Ning Fengji, creating faith was simply too easy. The accumulation of capital was always sinful. The world could tolerate honest, conscientious business, but at most, it could only be tolerated in a small area and could never spread to the entire continent. Its assets would, at most, only be considered at the level of a wealthy merchant. Yet the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was the wealthiest sect in the world, with assets rivaling a nation. Not only that, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had an extremely good reputation among the common people, leaving even Spirit Hall trailing behind them by several streets. However, among those who knew him well, Ning Fengji was called an old fox. This showed just how ingenious Ning Fengji's methods truly were. These methods were entirely the result of his life experience and the insight gained from the knowledge and assets passed down by his ancestors. Several hundred years ago, when the 7-treasure glazed tile school was first established and needed to spread its good name, attract civilian spirit masters to join, and strengthen the sect, the Ning family ancestors realized that mindless charity was inadvisable. In that era, the Ning family ancestors provided a few steamed buns every morning to several slums to aid the poor. But as time passed, one day, a poor person who had found work and often received buns said, "I don't want your buns anymore. Can you exchange them for money for me instead?" Once these words were spoken, they prompted several other poor people to respond. Not a single civilian stood up to object, those who did only signaled with their eyes. Besides this slum, there were other slums where the Ning family ancestors often did charity. Although the approaches were not identical, the essence was exactly the same: pick up the bowl to eat, put down the bowl to curse the mother. From then on, except in the event of natural disasters or man-made calamities, the 7-treasure glazed tile school was never seen in any charitable endeavors again. In this world, if there were no demon gods, no misfortune, and no disasters, why would people burn incense or pray to the gods? Xunji got up and left the 7 treasures hall. He did not threaten Ning Fengji at all, because there was no need. Ning Fengji was a reincarnated person. He was no longer the naive fool from his previous life who thought the 7-treasure glazed tile school was invincible because it had 2 titled Douluo and the support of the world's #1 support spirit, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Having already realized the terror of top-tier titled Douluo, he knew that if he didn't behave, Spirit Hall could send someone to carry out a decapitation strike, and the Heaven Do Ning family would vanish. As for causing the Heaven Do Empire to descend into chaos due to power struggles, that would only suit Spirit Hall's intentions and create conditions for the birth of faith. Returning to the residence arranged by the 7-treasure glazed tile school for Spirit Hall, Bo Saishi saw Xunji return and pretended that nothing had happened. She did not tell Xunji about Tang San's return through rebirth, to prevent Xunji from going to slap Tang San to death and eliminating future trouble. As for Tang San, she had done all she could. If Tang San remained obsessed and refused to come to his senses, and was killed in the future while trying to take revenge on Spirit Hall, she would only be able to pretend she didn't see it. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Qian Runshui took Qian Renchuan, accompanied by a few spirit masters from the Heaven Do Spirit Hall, and continued to stroll around the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Xunji did not follow. With a single sweep of his divine thought, he could see the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. There was nothing worth looking at. He was constantly pondering how to properly deal with Tang Littlesan and his fellow countrymen who had also transmigrated. Yu Tianzhao, after seeing Qian Runshui's 6 spirit rings, 5 black and 1 red, realized that the Douluo continent he had transmigrated to was indeed different from the Douluo continent he knew. He was constantly probing to find out what exactly was going on with the Douluo continent in this world. Tang San headed for the Moon Pavilion, knowing that the situation was very passive. Since Bo Saishi was unwilling to assist him, he revealed his status as a person who had undergone rebirth to the Tang family members. He planned to initially deal with Qian Runshui before heading to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well to obtain the immortal herb in advance. In this generation of the Clear Sky sect, the most talented were only Tang Long and Tang Hu. Even if these two consumed the immortal herb, without him actively going to the God realm to pull strings, it would be difficult for them to become a divinity. For ordinary children, the immortal herb could only be refined after they reached the age of 6, awakened their spirit, and began learning meditation techniques. But Tang San was different. He possessed the mysterious heaven skill and had started to cultivate from a young age, so he didn't need to wait until he was 6 to awaken his spirit before consuming the immortal herb. Except for not telling Tang San who his biological mother was in this life and who it was that deceived Tang Hao's feelings, Tang Yuehua naturally cooperated actively with Tang San in all other matters. The rock zone was a place created by the 7-treasure glazed tile school with many strangely shaped rocks. A few dozen meters away was a 20-meter-long waterfall with a beautiful, gentle flow. The combination of the two revealed a unique sense of beauty. This place could basically be said to be a must-visit spot for all disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Even Ning Fengji would often come here when taking a walk. Today, the foot traffic in this location was more than 10 times higher than usual. As soon as Qian Runshui arrived here holding Qian Renchuan's hand, she saw a dense crowd gathered in front, their gazes focused on one spot. Strangely, with so many people gathered together, it was extremely quiet. An elegant, pure, crystal clear tone like jade, and as limpid as morning dew, flowed out from within. The zither music was moving, so intoxicating to the heart. Listening to this moving music that seemed capable of cleansing the soul, both Qian Runshui and Qian Renchuan revealed curious expressions and walked toward the crowd. The crowd behind saw the two arrive and automatically cleared a path. Not to mention that Qian Runshui and Qian Renchuan were the daughter and son of the Supreme Pontiff, just the 5 black and 1 red spirit rings Qian Runshui had revealed, and her terrifying strength, out of respect for the strong, who among the spirit masters present, not even a spirit Douluo, would dare not make way. Chapter 158. Qian Renchuan. This naturally evil Tang family member dares to seduce my sister, a path to death. Before the cluster of strange rocks, there were 6 people, 5 young women and 1 young boy. The 5 young women were beautiful with superior temperaments, all dressed in silver palace gowns. The gowns were made of fine silk, with slits reaching up to the thighs, revealing their long, fair legs. Some even had black stockings on. Young spirit masters who had some worldly experience upon arriving here were extremely surprised to see the attire of these 5 young women, because these 5 young women were students of the Moon Pavilion. What was the Moon Pavilion? It was the most prestigious etiquette school in the Heaven Dou Empire. The Moon Pavilion only accepted 100 students each year. For these 100 spots, nobles across the entire Heaven Dou Empire would almost break their heads trying to get in. Successfully graduating from the Moon Pavilion was equivalent to being gilded. Only graduates who walked out of here could be called true nobles. Marriage among true nobles didn't look at who your parents were, because there were plenty of lovers and illegitimate children among the nobles. One's father couldn't prove anything. What mattered was whether you had a graduation certificate from the Moon Pavilion. Undoubtedly, these 5 young noble women with superior temperaments would be top-tier noble women of the Heaven Dou Empire after graduation, true socialites who would marry top-tier noble men of the Heaven Dou Empire and live a prosperous life. Yet, these 5 noble women were merely foils to a 3-year-old boy. He had slightly purplish hair, was dressed in a white robe, and looked very cute. Growing up, he would certainly be a graceful and handsome young man. The little boy placed his hands on an exquisite and beautiful golden harp, his eyes closed. An elegant, pure, crystal clear tone like pearls and jade, as clear as morning dew, constantly flowed from it. The spirit masters at the scene, listening to this sound, all had peaceful expressions, eyes closed, showing an appearance of enjoyment. Ning Rongrong's beautiful, sapphire-like eyes stared straight at Tang San, her heart dazed. She hadn't expected that besides his unprecedented talent for cultivation, third brother also had such an extraordinary talent for music. No wonder third brother was like a succubus, who knew how many women had been captivated by his charm. Not to mention the countless mortal women in the lower realm who were captivated by third brother's charm and fell in love with him. In the god realm, among the 7 divinity, the goddess of light and the water goddess, the 2 highest-ranking goddesses among the 7 divinity, had a very good relationship with third brother and were very close friends. Even the goddess of life was captivated by third brother's charm. During the power struggle between Shrek and the god of destruction, she didn't help her own husband, the god of destruction, but instead helped third brother. Third brother was simply a human succubus. If it weren't for third brother being pure and chaste, devoted only to Xiao Wu, who knows how many people would be fighting to throw themselves into third brother's arms and become his woman. As the song ended, most of the spirit masters present hadn't yet snapped out of it. Tang San opened his eyes and looked at Qian Runshui, who seemed to be intoxicated by his music. He felt a surge of pride in his heart, slowly stood up, and performed a salute. Every movement was elegant and relaxed, so perfect, without any unnecessary actions. Clap, 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 clap. Thunderous applause rang out continuously in the surroundings. Tang San slowly stood up, came before Qian Runshui, and said, "Beautiful sister, I wonder how I played." Qian Runshui nodded, revealing a complimentary smile. "You played very well. You have great musical talent. If you continue like this, you will surely become a master of music in the future. Beautiful sister, would you like to learn music? I can teach you." Tang San stretched out his small hand, revealing a gentle and elegant smile. Qian Runshui tilted her head, looking at this little boy who wasn't even as tall as her leg. She felt this little rascal was quite interesting, covered her mouth and laughed, saying, "Little rascal, what is your name? You're so young yet so precocious, knowing how to please girls at such a young age." "My name is Tang Yin. Tang Dong, from the Clear Sky sect." Tang San quickly changed his words. Of course, he couldn't say his name was Tang San. Spirit Hall had those who experienced rebirth. Even if Qian Xunji died early and didn't know what happened later, others in Spirit Hall could inform them. Originally, he wanted to call himself Tang Yin, but he didn't know if Juliana had experienced rebirth. Regardless of whether Juliana was an enemy or friend after rebirth, his meticulous mind wouldn't allow a single flaw to show. Thus, he changed his name again. Tang Shui was a girl's name, so that wouldn't do. He keenly thought of Qian Runshui's mother, Bibi Dong, in his previous life, so he changed his name to Tang Dong. Revealing his identity as part of the Clear Sky sect was also to buy time, increase the favorability of the Clear Sky sect in Qian Runshui's mind, and reduce the possibility of the ambitious Spirit Hall taking action against the Clear Sky sect. As for Bo Saishi, he saw that it wasn't that Bo Saishi didn't want to take revenge on Spirit Hall, but that she didn't have the ability to do so. Coupled with the two children, she ultimately chose to compromise. Given his image in Bo Saixi's mind and his undying love for Xiao Wu, even if Bo Saishi found out about his actions, she would turn a blind eye and pretend not to see it as a way to protect the Clear Sky sect. Tang San's plan was indeed well thought out, only he missed one point. By Qian Runshui's side was someone who had -100 favorability towards the Clear Sky sect, and who, under the influence of Qian Xunji, believed that the bloodline of the Tang family members of the Clear Sky sect was dirty and lowly, and that they had a path to death from the moment they existed as a zygote, Qian Renchuan. Qian Renchuan was furious. This naturally evil Tang family member, who deserved to die from birth, wanted to snatch his noble, beautiful, and elegant sister. He truly had a path to death. To appear sincere, Tang San didn't notice a fist the size of an egg swinging towards him, and by the time he noticed and wanted to dodge, it was too late. Qian Renchuan, as a child born from absorbing countless vitality, had mastered the Tang sect's unique skills. Having been bullied by Qian Runshui in women's clothing since childhood, his practice of Tang sect unique skills like the mysterious heaven skill, purple demon eye, and ghost shadow perplexing track could be said to be extremely diligent. Even if it were Tu Yu Shaogang, 3-year-old him could beat them with his bare hands easily. Bang! Tang San's small body flew out several meters, his chest feeling stuffy. Fortunately, he cultivated the mysterious heaven skill, and his body was not that of an ordinary 3-year-old child, otherwise, he would have definitely fainted from this punch. Qian Runshui said with some reproach, "Xiaochuan, how can you hit people indiscriminately?" Qian Renchuan gave a light hum, holding his head high. "Someone wants to snatch my sister, of course I have to hit him." Several question marks appeared over Qian Runshui's head. How could she possibly take a fancy to a little rascal around the same age as her brother? At this moment, Tang San had already climbed up from the ground, rubbing his chest. A murderous intent emerged in his heart. That bastard child of Qian Xunji actually ruined the plan he had formulated by setting aside his pride and being duplicitous. He truly had a path to death. Seeing that, Tang San didn't faint after taking his punch and was still able to stand up, Qian Renchuan was a bit surprised. His tone was very rude. "Tang family member, go stay wherever it's cool. If you want to seduce my sister, you have to get past me first." Chapter 159. Qian Renchuan beats up Tang San. "Are you called Qian Chuan or Qian Renchuan?" Tang San stared at Qian Renchuan, his face cold as he asked. Qian Renchuan frowned and said, "Qian Renchuan. What's the matter?" Alias for Tang San. "Do you want to get beaten again? We are of similar age, and I know a thing or two about martial arts. How about we have a match?" Tang San made a gesture of invitation, his posture even more natural than Tang Hu's, leaving no room for any flaws. Tang San had spent an afternoon relearning harp techniques, but he had always kept the etiquette and manners Tang Yuehua taught him in his heart, integrating them into every aspect of his life and interactions. Otherwise, how could the goddesses of the god realm have become such good friends with him so easily? Qian Renchuan was interested. Among the brothers and sisters in Spirit Hall, he was the youngest. His siblings had already undergone awakening, possessed spirit power, and had all absorbed their first god-bestowed spirit ring, officially becoming spirit masters. Except for Yu Mei, who followed the path of a defensive spirit master, he was no match for them. This naturally evil Tang family member was the perfect person for him to practice on. Yu Mei followed the path of a defensive and support system spirit master. Relying on the ethereal chrysanthemum, consuming it channeled luck to her limbs and cleared her 8 extraordinary meridians, allowing her to train the attribute of an indestructible body. The first spirit ring she absorbed granted her the first spirit ability, ethereal golden body. Once the spirit ability was activated, Yu Mei would become a little golden figure. Any spirit ability attack that hit the golden body could not break her defense unless the opponent's spirit power was twice that of Yu Mei's, exhausting her spirit power so she had no spirit power left to maintain the first spirit ability. Her support system training came from the petals of Yu Mei's ethereal chrysanthemum spirit. Plucking and consuming a few petals was very helpful for a spirit master's cultivate, no less than dragon whisker leaf, and it had full potential to develop into a support system spirit master. Chrysanthemum Douluo's third spirit ability, Breath Barrier, was equivalent to Zhao Wuji's Gravity Squeeze spirit ability. This spirit ability was a support-type spirit ability, and Breath Barrier was clearly more useful than Gravity Squeeze. In the original work, when the Shrek 6 devils consumed the immortal herb, Tang San encountered the Breath Barrier and immediately had his companions rely on it to refine the medicinal power of the immortal herb faster, never thinking of having Zhao Wuji use Gravity Squeeze to refine the immortal herb more quickly. Qian Renshui instructed, Shaochuan, mind your strength. I will, sister. Qian Renshuan despised Tang family members, but he understood the basic need to save face. He couldn't tarnish the image of Spirit Hall. A fight between 3-year-old children was less than child's play compared to spirit masters, but the spirit masters present all showed interest. Not a single person left, as they wanted to know how the son of the Supreme Pontiff and this junior of the Clear Sky sect were being trained. This junior of the Clear Sky sect named Alias for Tang San played the harp and was able to have 5 young noblewomen of the Moon Pavilion serve as accompaniment. It was clear that his status in the Clear Sky sect was quite extraordinary. Qian Renshuan made the first move, striding forward and slapping his palm towards Tang San. Each move had some foundation in physical techniques, but in the eyes of those spirit masters who had experienced many battles and accumulated vast combat experience, it was still somewhat immature. Tang San used his elbow to meet the attack and block the palm. He secretly sighed that the strength of this palm was even greater than the punch before. He was truly the child born. After that beast Qian Xunji gave his great-grandfather a hat as green as it could possibly be. Qian Renshuan threw a flurry of punches and kicks, but Tang San maintained a defensive stance, steadily blocking Qian Renshuan's attacks. He prepared to end the fight by acting like the victim of a bullying, aggressive playboy, retreating and enduring repeatedly, before instantly defeating his opponent to gain the satisfaction of praise. After blocking 2 moves in a row, Tang San noticed something wrong. Qian Renshuan's strength was terrifyingly immense. That was simply not a power a normal person could possess, and even spirit masters were no better. Seeing that Tang San could steadily block his 2 moves, Qian Renshuan no longer worried about beating Tang San until he was bedridden, and increased the strength he was using from 30% to 60%. With a whip kick, Tang San was sent flying. Tang San performed a backflip to dissipate the force, shook his somewhat numb arm, and his eyes became serious. Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Qian Renshuan laughed out loud, pressed his advantage, and threw a straight punch aimed at Tang San's face. Tang San sneered in his heart. He was one of the slaughter gods of Slaughter City, a dignified god king. If he couldn't even defeat a 3-year-old child, it would be laughable. When the fist was less than half a foot from his face, Tang San reached out, grabbed Qian Renshuan's arm, and using the technique of borrowing force to strike, performed a shoulder throw, flinging Qian Renshuan away and slamming him onto the ground. This minor impact injury meant nothing to Qian Renshuan. Qian Renshuan climbed up, looking stunned, not understanding how he could be thrown by Tang San when his strength was clearly far greater. Turning around, he saw Tang San with one hand behind his back and the other making an inviting gesture, a confident smile curling on his lips. With flames of determination rising in his heart, he charged. Again, Tang San still wore a faint smile, again using the stance of using 1,000 pounds of force to deflect 4 ounces, borrowing force to strike. He pressed his palm onto Qian Renshuan's shoulder joint, tripped Qian Renshuan's feet, and threw him down. The spirit masters on the scene were in a flurry of panic, somewhat surprised that this junior of the Clear Sky sect was so rich in combat experience at such a young age, and actually knew techniques to use 1,000 pounds of force to deflect 4 ounces, and used them so skillfully. Tang San said indifferently, having strength but no technique just makes you a brute. Qian Renchuan, you cannot beat me. If this continues, you will only keep suffering physical pain. The few throws just now will serve as compensation for that punch you gave me. Let this sparring match end here. Who said I've lost? Qian Renchuan climbed up again. After experiencing the few painless throws just now, he had some ideas, but being only 3 years old, he didn't have the good language skills of Tang San, who had lived for over 100 years. Qian Renchuan charged again. Tang San looked bored, preparing to use the same trick again. Just as he was about to throw Qian Renchuan out, he suddenly felt his waist tighten and discovered that Qian Renchuan had somehow reached out and wrapped his arms around his back. The two of them flew out together and made intimate contact with the ground. Bang! Given Qian Renchuan's physical fitness, this fall was not a problem, but Tang San felt quite dizzy and disoriented. He didn't expect this brat Qian Renchuan to come up with such a suicidal fighting style that hurts the enemy 1,000 times while damaging himself 800. This time it's my turn. Qian Renchuan scrambled up quickly, grabbed the back and seat of Tang San's clothes with both hands, and lifted Tang San above his head. What do you want to do? Tang San yelled, his heart in a panic. In this suspended state, none of his techniques, including the unique skills of the Tang sect, could be put to use. What do you think? Didn't you say I only have strength and no technique? Then let me show you how this brute beats you. Qian Renchuan smiled playfully. As he spoke, he slammed his hands downward, throwing Tang San onto the ground as hard as a ragdoll. A muffled sound came from Tang San's mouth, and a feeling of dizziness rushed to his brain. Qian Renchuan did not give Tang San any chance to counterattack. Taking advantage of Tang San being dizzy and disoriented, he lifted him up again and slammed him down hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. After the recent battle, Qian Renchuan had roughly figured out Tang San's physical fitness, so the strength he used would not cause Tang San any major injuries, though Tang San would certainly be in a lot of pain. Chapter 160 Tang Xiao. Little San, the one who deceived Brother Hao's feelings as Bibi Dong. Bang, 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 bang. Qian Renchuan slammed Tang San onto the ground repeatedly. Tang San was thrown about until he was dizzy and disoriented, his mind spinning, and the qian blood in his body churned. His elegant silver-white robe was covered in dust. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but run out, shouting, "Hey, Qian Renchuan, that's enough. Third brother only slammed you 4 or 5 times, but you've already slammed him 7 or 8 times. Isn't that enough?" Qian Renchuan, holding Tang San up and preparing to slam him for the 9th time, paused slightly upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a look of contemplation appearing on his face. Tang San, whose head was spinning while being held by Qian Renchuan, sobered up a bit upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. He inwardly cursed Ning Rongrong for being an idiot. Why call him third brother? She should be calling him Brother Dong. If Qian Xunji found out, wouldn't he be dead? Qian Runshui's voice, sounding like music to the ears, rang out, "Xiaochuan, that's enough. Put him down." As the saying goes, children prefer older sisters. The questioning from Ning Rongrong, an extremely cute little girl around his age, did not elicit any reaction from Qian Renchuan. Just as Qian Renchuan was about to put Tang San down, his gaze caught the waterfall nearby and the clear, shallow little lake below. A mischievous smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Come, come, come. I've made you so dirty, let me wash you off." Qian Renchuan tossed his arms, throwing Tang San over 10 meters away. He flew over the railing and crashed into the flowing stream, splashing up water. Third brother. Ning Rongrong glared fiercely at Qian Renchuan and ran toward the railing to have someone fish Tang San out. After dealing with Tang San, Qian Runshui used her spirit power to help Qian Renchuan remove the dust from his body. She continued to stroll around the 7 treasure glazed tile school with him, lecturing Qian Renchuan for a while and instructing him not to be so aggressive in front of so many people in the future, before finally throwing Tang Dong into the little lake. As for Ning Rongrong calling Tang Dong third brother, it didn't cause any strange thoughts in the minds of Qian Runshui and Qian Renchuan. They assumed Tang Dong was simply third in birth order, hence the name, third brother. Otherwise, it couldn't possibly be Tang San, right? Such an ambiguous name. No matter how much the Tang family members swung their hammers or how muscle-headed they couldn't possibly be so tacky as to choose such a name. On the other side, in the residence arranged by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for the Clear Sky sect, Tang San had changed into a new set of clothes, but his hair was still dripping wet. His eyes were nearly bloodshot, and he was panting like a bull. He, a dignified god king, had actually been humiliated like this by a 3-year-old brat. Like a little chick, he had been repeatedly slammed onto the ground and then thrown into the lake, becoming a drowned rat. Most importantly, he knew that his plan for the ingrate Qian Runshui had completely failed. Given the arrogance brought to the Qian family by the six-winged angel Martial Soul, and seeing him in such a wretched state, how could Qian Runshui develop any affection for him? The goodwill he had built up from playing the harp and crushing Qian Renchuan was likely completely wiped out to zero. Little San. A familiar, deep, and resonant voice rang out. A middle-aged man over 2 meters tall, with a majestic stature, a sturdy build, a face as if carved by a knife and axe, short brown hair like steel needles, and wearing a clear sky sect leather trench coat, appeared in the room. This middle-aged man was Tang San's father in this life, Tang Xiao. After learning from Tang Yuehua that Tang San was a reincarnated person, Tang Xiao immediately left the Clear Sky sect and came to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Tang San said, "Dad, why are you here?" Tang Xiao scolded him slightly. "Little San, why didn't you tell Dad about your rebirth?" Tang San immediately guessed that it must have been Tang Yuehua who told Tang Xiao about his rebirth. Regarding the scolding from his father in this life, Tang Xiao, he showed an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Dad. You know that in the previous life you were, but in this life, you are my father. So many things have changed that I wanted to figure some things out before telling you. Dad doesn't blame you. The changes in events are indeed difficult for you to accept." A complex look flashed in Tang Xiao's eyes, but it quickly turned into wild joy. He knew that in his previous life, he had been single his whole life, loving Yin all his life without ever marrying or having offspring. He had treated Tang San, the nephew born from the union of Tang Hao and Yin, as his own son. In this life, Tang San had become his biological son. If you round it up, didn't that mean he had united with Yin to give birth to Tang San? Ning Rongrong said obediently, "Hello, Uncle Tang Xiao. I am Ning Rongrong. I have also been reborn." Tang Xiao nodded gently. He was dissatisfied with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for making their Clear Sky sect the third-ranked sect in the world, but he still had a lot of goodwill toward Ning Rongrong. She was one of Tang San's companions in the previous life, had contributed greatly to fighting against the Spirit Empire, and had even saved his son Tang San's life. Tang San clenched his fists. "Dad, I already know most of the things from Rongrong and Uncle Ning. Can you tell me, who exactly is the woman who deceived second uncle's feelings and angered my grandfather to death?" Tang Xiao's expression froze. After hesitating for a moment, he said slowly, "That woman is Bibi Dong." Ah, Tang San looked as if he had misheard. Was there some mistake? How could Bibi Dong and Tang Hao be related? Tang Xiao wasn't too worried about telling Tang San these things. After all, in Tang San's understanding, his mother had died in childbirth. As long as no one told him, Tang San would never know who his biological mother was in this life. It wasn't as if Tang San could awaken Bibi Dong's Spider Emperor spirit when he underwent his spirit awakening at age 6. Stop joking. The Clear Sky Hammer was the #1 tool spirit in the world, the most powerful tool spirit. How could Bibi Dong's 2 spider spirits ever surpass the Clear Sky Hammer? Ning Rongrong was also stunned. Bibi Dong deceived Tang Hao's feelings. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't the person Bibi Dong loved Grandmaster Yu Shaogang? At the final moment at Jialing Pass, Bibi Dong had tearfully told Yu Shaogang the truth about what happened, her tragic experiences, and expressed her almost pathological, crazy love for him, saying that anyone who hurt Yu Shaogang must die, and hoping that Yu Shaogang would forgive her. Bibi Dong's love for Yu Shaogang was deep. It seemed no less than Xiao Wu's love for Tang San. How could Bibi Dong possibly have deceived Tang Hao's feelings? Tang San's lips trembled. Even he, a god king reborn, couldn't understand such a thing. He said, Dad, this can't be right. Wasn't the person Bibi Dong loved my teacher from my previous life, Yu Shaogang? That is the fact. Bibi Dong, like you, was also reborn. She did not go to the spirit hall. Because Brother Hao was not reborn, through a twist of fate, he fell in love with Bibi Dong. This woman, Bibi Dong, who is a natural rebel, prepared to abandon Brother Hao on their wedding night. In the end, grandfather was angered to death, and Brother Hao became like this. There were some things Tang Xiao did not say completely, such as the fact that Yu Shaogang was a total waste. After all, in his previous life, Tang San had regarded Yu Shaogang as a father figure, just like Tang Hao. Chapter 161. Tang Xiao and Tang San head to the ice and fire yin-yang well. Although Tang San was still extremely bewildered, he understood a little. Tang Hao had fallen in love with Ah Yin at first sight, loving her the moment he saw her. He had also seen Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong, whose temperament was not inferior to Tang Yuehua's, that near-perfect appearance, stunning beauty, noble, elegant, and serene, all sorts of wonderful words seemed applicable to that woman. If Bibi Dong had truly returned via rebirth while Tang Hao had not, Tang Hao falling in love with Bibi Dong at first sight was completely understandable. Dad, what happened to Bibi Dong? We absolutely cannot let this Bibi Dong go. Her talent is not at all inferior to mine. To deal with Bibi Dong, we must strike a fatal blow and leave no future trouble. Tang San's voice was cold enough to drop ice shards. This damned woman, he had felt a slight pity for her in his past life when he heard about her tragic secret room encounter, but in this life, she had deceived Tang Hao's feelings and angered his grandfather to death. She was simply courting death. An unnatural look appeared on Tang Xiao's face as he said, "Rest assured, we have dealt with Bibi Dong according to the Clear Sky sect's rules, and we have also crippled her spirit. She is not qualified to pose a threat to our Clear Sky sect." Hearing that Bibi Dong's spirit had been crippled, Tang San felt much more at ease. His principle had always been to leave no future trouble. After he returned to the Clear Sky sect, he would inquire about Bibi Dong's whereabouts. After all, Bibi Dong was ultimately a divinity with rebirth, so he had to be on guard. Dad, I need you to take me to obtain an immortal herb. The plan to gain Qian Runshui's favor had already failed. The upper three sects gathering ended after lunch, and Tang San no longer had time to formulate a new plan to gain Qian Runshui's favor. Moreover, with Qian Renshuan's existence, his plans would only fail. Tang San would not do useless things. It was better to hurry to the ice and fire yin-yang well to obtain the immortal herb. An immortal herb. Tang Xiao was somewhat puzzled, not understanding what this was. Ning Rongrong smiled and explained, "Uncle Tang, immortal herbs are reputed to be things that should only exist in the heavens, rarely heard of in the human world. They are super treasures that are impossible to find in the world. Ordinary spirit masters can become geniuses after consuming them, and geniuses can become super geniuses. My 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit broke its restrictions and evolved into a 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda after I consumed the immortal herb, the Qiluo tulip." Ning Rongrong hugged Tang San's arm, shaking it a little, and acted coquettishly, "Third brother, you cannot leave me out for my Qiluo tulip." Tang San chuckled and said, "Of course. When you come to my Clear Sky sect at the next sect gathering, I will give you the Qiluo tulip. Do you still remember how to consume the Qiluo tulip?" Ning Rongrong nodded and said, "Of course I remember. How could I forget such an important matter?" Tang Xiao had no dissatisfaction with giving such a top-tier resource as an immortal herb to Ning Rongrong. He had seen the power of the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in his past life, and it could be of great help to the Clear Sky sect when dealing with the Spirit Hall in the future. Most importantly, Ning Rongrong and Tang San had a very good relationship. Tang San said, "There is no time to lose, Dad, let's go." Night fell over the Heaven Do auction house. The Heaven Do auction house operated 24 hours a day without rest, but generally, precious items were only auctioned late at night, so the flow of people in the auction house was quite high. Following Qian Xunji's instructions, Platinum Bishop Solace led the 4 of them, Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi, Qian Runshui, and Qian Renshuan, toward box number 1. It was Qian Renshuan's first time coming to a place like an auction house, and he looked around with curiosity. There were indeed many things in the auction house. The surrounding walls were decorated with various reliefs. the colors on the reliefs were sparse, looking simple, bright, and extremely elegant. In addition to the reliefs, there were some wall-mounted display cases containing porcelain, armor, and other exhibits. When his gaze fell upon several welcoming waitresses, he immediately blushed. They were dressed in white and black skirts with low-cut, sleeveless bodices. The short hems of their skirts barely covered their waists by 7 inches, revealing smooth, glowing thighs, and paired with white and black high heels, they were even more seductive. The cleavage on their chests and the curves beneath their short skirts were enough to stir anyone's imagination. Coupled with their incredibly hot figures and beautiful faces, the word, stunner, was completely deserved. Where had Qian Renchuan ever seen such a scene? The spirit hall's maids were always dressed very neatly. They were good-looking, but their figures were not as good as these waitresses, and these waitresses were also wearing such seductive attire. Bo Saishi reached out to cover Qian Renchuan's eyes, her gaze sweeping toward those waitresses. Sensing that many hot and greedy gazes around her were focused on her and her precious daughter, and being richly dressed with a superior temperament and clearly not lacking money, waves of nausea and disgust rose in her heart. She looked at Qian Xunji with an angry gaze, questioning why he had brought the children to such a disgusting place. Box number 1. Bo Saishi finally could not help but transmit her voice, angrily questioning, Qian Xunji, Xiaoshui and Xiaochuan are still children. It is one thing for us adults to come here, but how could you let the children come here as well? Qian Xunji did not respond to Bo Saishi. He picked up Qian Renchuan and sat him on his lap, pointing to the waitresses wearing white, black, purple, and red styles below the floor-to-ceiling window, and said, Xiaoshui, Xiaochuan, do you know why these waitresses have to dress like this? Qian Renchuan shook his head, glanced at the waitresses, and quickly retracted his gaze, but he still could not help but glance again. Because they want money, Qian Renchuan said with some disdain. She still had some awareness. After all, in the spirit master's world, there were plenty of people who lost their virginity before the age of 12, and there were even those who had completed a 1,000-man conquest by 15. Qian Xunji smiled and shook his head, saying, the women in those places certainly do, but these waitresses are different. These young girls are all commoners bought by the auction house, subjected to inhumane torture from a young age, injected with various hormones to accelerate physical development, and screened layer by layer. Under the torture of the auction house from a young age, these waitresses have already become walking corpses, human objects. Whether in their own eyes or the eyes of these guests, these waitresses are merely objects. Since they are objects, how they dress or what others do to them is a normal matter. Not only do these guests think so, but these waitresses also think the same. Bo Saishi could not suppress the qi within her body, murderous intent crossing her eyes. The visual impact was far stronger than the auditory impact. As a woman herself, she simply could not bear the plight of these waitresses. 3 years ago, when she heard about the Clear Sky sect's actions toward Bibi Dong, she had felt extremely unbearable and hoped that Qian Xunji would give Bibi Dong a quick end. Today, seeing so many young girls who had suffered such a tragic fate and hearing what Qian Xunji said, Bo Saishi simply could not hold back. Chapter 162. Heaven Do Auction House, Meeting Bibi Dong Again. Qian Xunji said, Bo Saishi, calm down. This is the Heaven Do Auction House, the largest auction house in the Heaven Do Empire. It is backed by the top nobles of the Heaven Do Empire. Destroying this place is no different from offending the entire Heaven Do Empire. Bo Saishi shouted, so what? The mere Heaven Do Empire, do you think I fear them? I will destroy this disgusting place and rescue these children. Qian Xunji said in a deep voice, Bo Saishi, do you think I brought the children here so you could throw a tantrum and destroy the place? You should think about why these things are born. As he said this, on the auction stage, the host held a loudspeaker and said to the bidders with a smile, next, we will be auctioning a rare treasure. Interested parties, please pay attention, especially our male guests. While speaking, he signaled to the stage below, and 3 strong men pushed up a cart covered with a red cloth. As the red cloth was pulled down, after a flash of red light, it didn't reveal a box, but a huge iron cage. Inside the cage, a young girl was curled up. The girl's body was mostly naked, with only her private parts covered by shells. Because she was curled up, it was a bit hard to see her face, but her figure was nearly perfect. Her fair skin was like crystal jade, and her short, light yellow hair had a unique charm. Then, the host gently lifted the girl's short hair with a stick, revealing her ears. They were pointed, tiger-like ears, and a long tail. Her delicate face revealed a kind of wild beauty. This was a top-grade tiger girl. Under the host's introduction, the atmosphere of the entire venue became eerie, and many guests' eyes glowed with greed. For these wealthy nobles who were already bored with normal women, they always liked to play with something more stimulating. Women with animal characteristics, without a doubt, could stir their desires even more. The Tiger Girls' starting bid was 10,000 gold coins. The price soared all the way, quickly breaking through 200,000 gold coins, with no signs of slowing down. The sex trade is always one of the most profitable industries. A large portion of the profits that the auction house gains from the Tiger Girl and these waitresses, as well as from these guests, is taken away by the top nobles who support the auction house from behind. Qian Xunji turned to look at Bo Saishi, Qian Runshui, and Qian Renchuan, and asked, "Have you ever thought about why, among so many profitable industries, the sex trade is one of the most profitable?" Qian Renchuan shook his head first, and Qian Runshui also shook her head. Bo Saishi also showed a look of confusion. Although she had lived 2 lifetimes, she lived on Sea God Island. All the spirit masters on Sea God Island worshipped the sea god and were filled with thoughts of Lord Sea God. Her thinking simply couldn't keep up with these nobles on the mainland, so how could she understand such things? Bo Saishi had lived in Spirit Hall for 6 years. Spirit City was entirely populated by spirit masters, and which spirit master was short of money? As the sacred, bright place of the angel god's legacy, who would dare to open a brothel? Before the next day arrived, that person would have vanished from the world. Because of human desire. As the saying goes, never doubt the vision of the nobles, or rather, don't doubt the nobles' observation of human desire. It is precisely because these things can arouse human desire and stimulate people to consume that the nobles create these waitresses and capture these women whose spirits have undergone special mutations. If these things didn't make money, why would these nobles go through such great trouble for nothing? Qian Xunji said in a deep voice, "Therefore, the true cause of these waitresses appearing, the true evil, stems from providing profit for human desire, greed and lust." Bo Saishi, you can destroy this place, but can you change human desire? Human desire cannot be changed. Things like this will just be like leeks, cut one batch, and another grows. It is endless. Bo Saishi could still understand this. Just like spirit masters, working hard to cultivate and break through to a higher realm, isn't it just to live more comfortably, so they don't have to be polite when they see the strong? Bo Saishi didn't know why, but her heart felt a little painful. She said hoarsely, "Then we won't do anything." Qian Xunji said slowly, "Let's take care of ourselves first. If it weren't for the fact that you, I, and Xiaoshui and Xiaochuan were born on Sea God Island or in Spirit Hall, with powerful forces as our background and sufficient strength, just based on our faces, once discovered by the auction house's teams, we would only become one of these waitresses." Qian Renchuan said blankly, "Dad, we would too." Qian Xunji rubbed Qian Renchuan's head and said, "That is natural." Longyang's fondness describes the relationship between men and men. It's like when you play with a toy and get bored of it, you want to find a new toy to replace it. This applies to people as well. Nobles are not short of beautiful women. When they get bored of beautiful women, they will look for women with animal characteristics, such as tiger girls, cat girls, and even men. Just having a Longyang's fondness is actually relatively better. There is another type called Mian Shou, male concubines. Mian Shou are also like these waitresses. They are little boys bought from a young age who are thought to be very handsome when they grow up. They are injected with female hormones from a young age, dressed in women's clothing, and feminized. This is not like Xiaoshui dressing you in women's clothes since you were young, dressing you up as a girl on the outside, but actually transforming a male into a female to provide pleasure for those nobles. The fate of these male concubines is no less miserable than these waitresses, and perhaps even worse. Only strength gives one the right to speak. If you don't want to fall into that fate, then you must have strength. You are still young, and mom and dad can still protect you, but when mom and dad die of old age, you will have to protect yourselves. As the saying goes, people cannot be taught by words, but they can be taught by experience in one go. This is also the reason why Qian Xunji brought Qian Renchuan and Qian Runshui here, and pointed out where the true evil comes from. If he didn't explain this point, they would probably be like Bo Saishi, only seeing the surface phenomenon of things, which would have no effect at all, getting angry here, leaving the Heaven Do auction house, and forgetting it after a few days. Just at this moment, a knock on the door sounded. The door opened, and when Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi turned their heads to look, both of them revealed expressions of surprise. The person who arrived was a woman who looked about 30 years old, with a tall figure, perfect curves, and near-perfect proportions. She had long purple hair, a near-perfect face, a standard oval face, extremely stiff facial muscles, and a mechanical smile on the corners of her mouth. The woman held drinks in her hands and was dressed in a white cheongsam. The slit of the cheongsam was high, revealing two long, straight, snow-white legs wrapped in black silk stockings with garters. At the chest area of the cheongsam, nearly 1/7 of her snow-white, soft skin was exposed. This woman was Bibi Dong, whom they hadn't seen since Tang Hao's wedding at the Clear Sky sect. When Bibi Dong saw the 4 people in the private room, Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi, Qian Runshui, and the little blonde boy, she was also a bit dazed. Chapter 163. Qian Runshui slaps Bibi Dong away. Box number 1, as a place that only those with top status on the continent were qualified to enter, naturally had higher class waitresses. They could not be like the waitresses below, dressed so revealingly and seductively, as if completely telling you what they were there for. The waitresses in these boxes wore more fabric, but they still showed and seduced in all the right places, there was just less exposed area. Simply put, they had added a few more fig leaves, making their class seem higher, but in essence, there was no difference from the waitresses below. Qian Xunji said with some teasing, 9 years have passed, and you are as elegant as ever, Bibi Dong. Bo Saixi's compassion flared up again. Feeling the somewhat filthy aura emanating from Bibi Dong, she prepared to save her, or at the very least, slap her to death to end her painful life. Clatter. The tray fell to the floor, and drinks spilled everywhere. Bibi Dong glared at Qian Xunji, who wore a teasing smile on his lips. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked as if her eyes might burst from rage. She laughed hideously. Qian Xunji, you must be very pleased with yourself now, right? Because of you, I have fallen to this state today. Qian Xunji raised an eyebrow and asked, somewhat puzzled, because of me? What did I do? If you hadn't come to the Clear Sky sect to attend the wedding, how would I have ended up like this today? Bibi Dong screamed hoarsely, venting all the humiliation she had suffered over the years, as well as the accumulated violent, treacherous qi and killing intent. She knew Qian Xunji would absolutely not save her. 3 years ago at the Heaven Do auction house, when she was auctioned off, the Heaven Do imperial family, the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and various wealthy merchants and nobles of the continent had gathered. The Heaven Do auction house was packed, and all the boxes were lit. With such a big event, Spirit Hall must have received the news. If Qian Xunji had any intention of saving her, he would certainly have sent someone to rescue her. The 7 treasure glazed tile school would never dare to offend Spirit Hall. The fact that she ended up in the hands of the 7 treasure glazed tile school clearly showed that Qian Xunji had no intention of saving her at all. Meeting by chance today, Qian Xunji would only mock her. Bibi Dong continued to spew profanities at Qian Xunji, fully utilizing her skill of being aggressive towards those she knew. Bo Saishi frowned, anger appearing in her eyes. She had originally wanted to save Bibi Dong, to give her a hand and help her escape this dark fate, but now it seemed she was just wasting her kindness. Regarding Bibi Dong's verbal abuse of Qian Xunji and her insults towards the Angel clan, Qian Xunji and Bo Saishi had a higher tolerance, but Qian Runshui would not indulge this woman at all. She remembered now. Wasn't Bibi Dong that woman, Tang Hao's fiancé, who had wanted to join Spirit Hall at the Clear Sky sect wedding 9 years ago? Her father was the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. Her father could let whoever he wanted join Spirit Hall. Who did this woman think she was? Why did she demand that her father must let her join Spirit Hall? She couldn't join Spirit Hall, got beaten up by the Clear Sky sect, and now she was blaming her father for the pain she suffered. Qian Runshui slapped the air, aiming the strike at Bibi Dong. Slap. An extremely loud slapping sound rang out. Bibi Dong screamed as her body flew out of the box and slammed against the corridor wall. Half of her face swelled up instantly, and a smear of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. You bastard of the angel clan. How dare you hit me? Bibi Dong coughed several times, looking at Qian Runshui in disbelief with her bloodshot eyes. Apart from being trapped in a secret chamber by Qian Xunji in her past life, it had always been her hitting members of the angel clan. When had anyone from the angel clan ever dared to hit her, let alone in such a humiliating way as slapping her face? Qian Runshui frowned, her anger deepening. With a hook and a kick of her foot, the tray that Bibi Dong had brought and dropped on the floor was sent flying, aimed directly at Bibi Dong's face. Bang! A crisp, loud metallic ring echoed as the metal tray slammed hard into Bibi Dong's face. Her nose was broken, blood flowed out, and her near-perfect face became somewhat distorted. Her face was also covered in various drink liquids, making her look quite miserable. 2 consecutive loud noises attracted the manager of the Heaven Do auction house. The manager was a somewhat handsome, elegant young man with a refined temperament. The manager trotted over quickly. Seeing Bibi Dong, who had been beaten up, and the spilled drinks at the entrance of box number 1, he bowed respectfully and asked with trepidation, "Respected guests, what happened?" Upon seeing this manager, Bibi Dong showed a look of fear as if by reflex, her whole body trembling. The torture methods of the Heaven Do auction house were unimaginable. Not being given food or being whipped were just the most insignificant ones. There were also dog cages, soaking in Lao Ba's honey sauce kitchen, and so on and so forth, all meant to completely force a person to scam, no, to turn them into a mindless waitress. Qian Xunji said indifferently, "Clean this place up and send a more sensible waitress to bring the drinks." Yes, I will handle it immediately." The manager nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and carefully closed the door to box No. 1. As soon as the door to box number 1 closed, the manager's face became ferocious. His elegant, high-class aura vanished completely, and he looked at Bibi Dong with annoyance. He reached out, grabbed Bibi Dong by her purple hair, and dragged her away as roughly as if she were a piece of pork. The host on the podium held a loudspeaker and said to the bidders with a smile, "Next, we will be auctioning a rare spirit tool for storage, called the Rui Chenkin bag. Ordinary spirit tools can only store inanimate objects, but this spirit tool can store living things. It has an internal space of 10 cubic meters, enough to hold dozens of people. For spirit masters who have thoughts of storing living things, it must be of great help. The starting bid for this storage spirit tool is 100,000 gold coins." Qian Xunji reached out and pressed the bidding button. Storage spirit tools capable of storing living things were rare, even for Spirit Hall. Since he had encountered one by chance, he would just take it. On the other side, in the Sunset Forest, Tang Xiao was taking Tang San, flying all the way towards the core area of the Sunset Forest. After leaving the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they had specifically gone outside to purchase the tools needed for digging and storing immortal herbs. Those not of my kind will have different hearts, and those who are different must be exterminated. Ning Rongrong wasn't very bright, so it was no problem if she knew that Tang San was going to acquire immortal herbs, but Ning Fengji could not be allowed to know about this. Otherwise, with the mind of that old fox Ning Fengji, he would certainly have Bone Douluo hide in the shadows and secretly follow them, tracing the vines to find the melon, and eventually discover the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Heaven and earth treasures belong to those who are capable. How could Tang San possibly let the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School know the location of the ice and fire yin-yang well? Chapter 164. Ah Yin, saving Tang San's life in the future. In the core of the Sunset Forest, there was a small hill 500 meters high. Tang Xiao and Tang San arrived as a conical mountain hollow came into view. At the edge of the hollow, thick, humid steam faintly rose from the bottom. Tang San said, "Dad, it is right down there. Let us go down." Just as Tang Xiao was about to take Tang San into the mountain hollow, an extremely vast wave of spirit power surged up from below, and an aged voice containing a thick sense of threat rang out, "Humans, leave this place." Tang Xiao sensed a shocking wave of spirit power surging from below that was not inferior to his own, and even slightly stronger. His face tightened, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, suddenly rose from beneath his feet. The spirit power of a level 95 titled Douluo was released, and black light wrapped around Tang San's body to protect him. He cupped his hands and said, "May I ask which senior this is?" "This junior is Tang Xiao of the Clear Sky sect." Tang San's eyes revealed a look of confusion. At this time, shouldn't the expert in the ice and fire yin-yang well be the old freak Douluo? Douluo's strength was far inferior to his father's. The spirit power released from below actually made him feel familiar. It seemed to be the spirit power fluctuation of blue-silver grass. Ice and fire yin-yang well. Empress, shall we let Tang Xiao in? The blue-silver emperor asked. It still had an impression of Tang Xiao from the Clear Sky sect, as it was Tang Xiao who had taken Yin away back then, not long after she had transformed and before she had undergone awakening. Yin nodded. The person who had broken her heart was someone else from the Clear Sky sect, not Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao had always treated her like a brother, protecting her. The blue-silver emperor withdrew its spirit power fluctuation. Tang Xiao sensed the hostility fade away and probed his mental force down toward the heat. Seeing the huge blue-silver emperor and the blue-silver kings in the ice and fire yin-yang well, he was immediately startled. When his mental force saw that blue silhouette in the ice and fire yin-yang well, the person he had dreamt of, the only person he had loved across 2 lifetimes, his body trembled slightly, his face filled with wild joy, and he rushed into the valley with Tang San. Yin, why are you here? Tang Xiao's pupils trembled, excited to the extreme, and he almost shed tears like a tough guy. After 9 years, he had finally seen Yin again. He had learned from Tang San that Qian Runshui's spirit ring configuration was 5 black and 1 red, and that the 6th spirit ring might be Yin's. He had almost been heartbroken and crushed. Mom! Tang San immediately fell to his knees. He already knew that Yin was a rebirth, which meant Yin was still his mother in this life. When he became a god in the future and went to the netherworld to resurrect his mother from this life, he would have 2 mothers. Double the maternal love. Tang San felt delighted inside. Yin had just wanted to respond to Tang Xiao when she was instantly baffled by Tang San's actions. Anyone would be confused if a strange child suddenly knelt on the ground and called them mom. Tang San said, "Mom, it's me, little San." Tang Xiao thought of how he had betrayed his feelings for Yin and had Tang San with another woman. His expression changed slightly as he said, Yin, this is little San. Little San has also experienced rebirth. Yin's expression kept changing. Her son from her previous life had also experienced rebirth, yet he wasn't born from her. How was she supposed to treat him? Yin, that beast xunji actually treated you the same way he treated Senior Bo Saishi. Tang Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily like an ox. He had originally thought that xunji only wanted Yin to replace Bo Saishi as his daughter's foster mother. He hadn't expected that this animal, xunji, would also covet Yin's body and lay his poisonous hands on her. Yin, as if resigned to her fate, said, I consumed a large amount of life force giving birth to Xiao Chuan, so I am staying here to recuperate. Big brother, little San, yesterday was the upper 3 sects gathering. Xunji took Xiao Chuan to the 7 treasure glazed tile school to play. You must have seen Xiao Chuan, right? We have. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily like an ox, his expression ugly to the extreme. This was both the boiling killing intent and anger from his mother suffering at the hands of Xunji, as well as the complexity regarding that brother from a different father and mother who had popped up. Not only had he met Qian Renchuan, but he had also been beaten up by Qian Renchuan and thrown into the lake, as miserable as one could be. If it were his previous life, if Qian Renchuan were his biological younger or older brother, he would have been incomparably happy. As it turned out, Qian Renchuan was Xunji's son and was extremely hostile toward the Clear Sky sect. In this life, he was destined to destroy Spirit Hall. Little San, do you still intend to destroy Spirit Hall in this life? Seeing Tang San's appearance, Yin asked with great concern. Because of Qian Renchuan and Qian Runshui, she could not sit idly by and watch Tang San destroy Spirit Hall. She hoped even more for Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect to reconcile. If she really had to choose one side, the only one she would choose was Spirit Hall, because Qian Renchuan was a piece of flesh that had fallen from her own body. Tang San was her son from her previous life, but in this life, the two had no blood relationship. In Yin's heart, the importance of the children was, Qian Renchuan is greater than or equal to Qian Runshui is greater than or equal to Tang San. There were 2 children in Spirit Hall who were just as important to her as Tang San. How could Yin, Choose the Clear Sky sect. If Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect were destined to be mortal enemies in the future, then she could only plead for mercy to save Tang San and spare his life. Tang San did not answer, keeping his head lowered. It was not that he did not want to answer, but that he could not. His mother's orders could not be disobeyed. If he stated that either he or Spirit Hall had to die, and Yin did not allow him to take revenge on Spirit Hall, what should he do? Disobeying his mother was an act of unfilial impiety. He had heard the tone of Yin's question just now. She did not want him to take action against Spirit Hall. Tang San's heart was completely filled with killing intent. In his 3 lifetimes as a human, he had never wanted to kill someone so much. Qian Xunji had laid his hands on his mother. Furthermore, the immortal herbs that had grown in the surrounding ice and fire yin-yang well had disappeared without a trace, leaving only some unranked medicinal materials. The richness of the herbs was far from comparable to when he had first entered the ice and fire yin-yang well in his previous life. Yin was here because Qian Xunji had told her to stay here to recuperate. Who had taken the immortal herbs in the ice and fire yin-yang well? Did he even need to think about it? It could only be Qian Xunji. Tang San felt as if he could barely breathe. The immortal herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well had been taken by Qian Xunji. If Qian Xunji gave them to Qian Runshui and Qian Renchuan, how fast would they become gods? Without the immortal herbs, how was he supposed to catch up? Yin, I would like to obtain some medicinal materials here to build a foundation for Little San. Is that okay? Tang Xiao felt that he could not dwell on this matter any longer. He stated the true purpose of his visit here, while greeting Qian Xunji's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Yin nodded. Take whatever you want. Tang San still kept his head slightly lowered, his expression wooden, and began to select medicinal materials, while frantically marking Qian Xunji with a death sentence in his heart. In order to leave a good impression in Yin's heart, Tang San restrained his greed and only chose some medicinal materials that were relatively useful to him, not looting all the medicinal materials. Chapter 165. Yu Tianzhao, Nodding Academy, Snatching Xiao Wu. Nearly 3 years passed in a flash, at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Tianzhao. Father, what is it? Yu Xiaogang looked with extreme satisfaction at the child he had with Luer Long. He was intelligent, filial, and hardworking. At only 9 years old, he had already reached the realm of a 24th level Spirit Grandmaster. Surpassing the 12-year-old Tang San would be no problem. In the future, he would be the successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the next sect master. However, as a person who had experienced rebirth, Yu Xiaogang had the vision of a rebirth practitioner. In his past life, he had trained the Shrek 6 devils, among whom his personal disciple, Tang San, was the embodiment of both the sea god and the Asura god. Even if Yu Tianzhao had the talent to reach levels 96, 97, 98, or even 99 in the future, it was still a bit low. He had to become a god. Due to the lack of immortal herbs, Yu Xiaogang knew that it was quite difficult for Yu Tianzhao to become a god. Yu Tianzhao only possessed a single spirit. He was not like Tang San, who had twin spirits, so his talent was inferior to Tang San's. If it weren't for riding on Tang San's coattails, none of the Shrek 6 devils would have had the qualifications to become gods. In order to help Yu Tianzhao become a god, Yu Xiaogang thought hard and decided to try to have Yu Tianzhao replicate Tang San's path. Tang San was his personal disciple, and he knew Tang San's path from his past life better than anyone. Tang San and Xiao Wu's moving love story. At the moment Tang San was on the verge of death, Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for Tang San, allowing him to obtain an unprecedented 100,000-year 6th spirit ring. Tang San resurrected Xiao Wu and replaced his first 4 and 6th spirit rings, changing his spirit ring configuration to 5 black and 4 red. The configuration of his first spirit was even more astonishing than Bibi Dong's second spirit. Xiao Wu was simply a great treasure trove. As his, Yu Xiaogang's, future daughter-in-law, being with Tianzhao would be the best choice. Yu Xiaogang prepared to have Yu Tianzhao go and snatch Xiao Wu, heading to Nodding Academy. Yu Xiaogang stood with his hands behind his back, displaying the image of a senior and an experienced veteran, saying, Tianzhao, your talent is extremely outstanding. You are a genius rarely seen in our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in 100 years. In the future, you will definitely be able to break through to become a titled Douluo and become one of the top experts on the continent. But for a true expert, having strong cultivation alone is not enough, your will must also be as strong as your cultivation. There are too many geniuses in the Spirit Master's world who, due to arrogance and conceit, and flaws in their hard nature, suffer huge blows and get stuck at a certain cultivation level, unable to break through for a long time, allowing those Spirit Masters with inferior talent to surpass them. Take Tang Hao, the genius rarely seen in the Clear Sky sect in 100 years, for example. Because of emotional issues, he became completely decadent. Originally, he had the chance to challenge for the title of the youngest titled Douluo on the entire continent, but so many years have passed, and he is still just a spirit saint. Yu Tianzhao nodded seriously. As the young sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, after making inquiries, he had already learned most of the information about the continent. Qian Xunji crippled Tang Chen, snatched Bo Saishi, Tang Hao, and even Bibi Dong. When he learned of these things, he was simply stunned. Was this still the Douluo continent he knew? After some thought, Yu Tianzhao discovered that the massive changes in the Douluo continent compared to what he knew all stemmed from one person, Qian Xunji. He speculated that Qian Xunji, like himself, was a transmigration practitioner, which was why things had changed so drastically. When Yu Tianzhao guessed that Qian Xunji was a transmigration practitioner like himself, he realized that only if Qian Xunji was a transmigration practitioner, familiar with the story of the Douluo continent just like him, would it cause the Douluo continent to become the way it was now. After deducing that Qian Xunji was a transmigration practitioner, Yu Tianzhao was quite disgusted with this fellow countryman. A top beauty of the continent like Bibi Dong, with twin spirits and the potential to become a god, not taking her into his harem, but instead throwing her away to the Clear Sky sect. Rejecting her. What kind of brain-damaged move was that? Killing 2 hammers with 1 dong, angering Tang Zhen to death, and crippling Tang Hao, this record looked quite good. But Bibi Dong had the potential to become a god. In the original work, she achieved the Rakshasa god position. If trained and guided well, becoming the Asura god would certainly not be a problem. She could also become his own woman and give birth to the cute, original version of Qian Runshui who could inherit the angel god position. This cost-effectiveness, 100 Tang Zhens and Tang Haos couldn't compare. Worrying about Bibi Dong following the path of the original work, you are a transmigration practitioner who knows the future direction of events, and you can't even stop this little thing. You are simply a disgrace to transmigration practitioners. Although Yu Tianzhao was extremely disgusted with Qian Xunji, he inferred that since Qian Xunji was his fellow countryman and had not committed the evil secret room incident against Bibi Dong, even though he was still a damnable scumbag like the original Qian Xunji, for the sake of Qian Runshui, he temporarily removed Qian Xunji from his must-kill list. Although he had seen this world's Qian Runshui and her astonishing spirit ring configuration, he had not given up on the idea of making Qian Runshui his main wife. Spirit ring configuration was only useful during the Spirit Master stage. After becoming a god, it wouldn't be of much use, it mainly depended on the strength of the god position. Yu Shaogang continued. There are also many geniuses who, because they were too unyielding, perished early. Remember, a genius who does not grow up is nothing. Since you were born, you have lived in luxury in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As the young sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, you are deeply loved by the sect and have the protection of the sect's elders. You have never experienced the hardships of a spirit master. Father is preparing to take you to a junior spirit master academy to become a work-study student and undergo spiritual training for a period of time. Are you willing? Father, which junior spirit master academy is it? Yu Tianzhao hurriedly asked. Calculating the time, this year should be when Xiao Wu's spirit awakens and she becomes a work-study student at the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. If it wasn't the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy, he wouldn't go. Yu Shaogang asked, somewhat surprised. Why do you ask that? Father, I mainly want to know if this Junior Spirit Master Academy is far from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. If it's too close, I could come home at any time. Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the training? Yu Tianzhao casually found a rather lame excuse. It's a bit far. That academy is located on the border of the Heaven Do Empire and is called the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. The dean of that academy is an acquaintance of mine, a friend of mine. In this life, after reaching a certain time, Yu Xiaobing left the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Under the arrangement of Yu Luomian, he coincidentally met Lu Erlong, then went to a city near Spirit City, where he met Flender just like in his previous life. The three of them trained on the continent and formed the Golden Triangle. He met the dean of the Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy again. All go, Yu Tianzhao said excitedly, snatching Xiao Wu. Who wouldn't want a cute, lively, mischievous, obedient, and sensible pretty foster younger sister? In this life, he didn't even know if Tang San would reincarnate over. Even if he did reincarnate, he would only stay in the Clear Sky sect to cultivate and accumulate strength to take revenge on the Spirit Hall in the future. There was no need for his fellow countryman, Qian Xunji, to come and cause trouble. When fellow countrymen meet, eyes well up with tears, he had to give some face. After all, he had already removed Qian Xunji from his must-kill list. Chapter 166, Qian Renchuan's Spirit Cultivation Path. Spirit Hall, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Tomorrow is the day of Qian Renchuan's Spirit Awakening. Qian Renchuan is practicing the Tang sect's unique skills in a forest on Pope Mountain, as usual. Qian Renchuan had long since converted his spirit power into mysterious heaven skill internal energy. His body was extremely light, leaping among the branches like a monkey. With his sharp eyes, he suddenly spotted a small mouse that had run out to forage 10 meters away. He plucked a green leaf from his side, activated his purple demon eye, and infused it with mysterious heaven skill internal energy. The leaf was thrown silently from his hand, acting like a sharp weapon, and it struck the back of the small mouse's neck with precision. The small mouse died without even letting out a scream. Qian Renchuan leapt out of the forest, flipping 360 degrees in the air. Between his 10 fingers, he held 8 green leaves. His eyes, flashing with purple light, focused on 3 targets standing more than 10 meters away as he flipped. He waved his palm, and the 8 blue-silver grass leaves, like 8 sharp arrows, hit the bullseye of the targets with pinpoint accuracy. Qian Renchuan landed steadily. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause rang out. Qian Renchuan turned his head and saw his father, Qian Xunji. "Father, what spirit will I awaken tomorrow?" Qian Renchuan asked, full of curiosity. He was finally able to become a spirit master. He had seen his older brothers and sisters, whose strength had soared rapidly with their cultivation, from breaking bricks at the beginning to shattering trees and splitting stones. After reaching titled Douluo, they could even fly. He was full of anticipation for the path of a spirit master. "You will know when tomorrow comes." Qian Xunji smiled and rubbed Qian Renchuan's head. As a divinity, he could see the spirit inherited within Qian Renchuan, the Asura god, which was the same as Qian Xunji himself. After becoming a god, a spirit master's bloodline, bones, flesh, and entire body would undergo earth-shaking changes, and their life level would completely shift. Once they had descendants, they could pass down their own self as a spirit, similar to how Tang Wudong inherited the sea god Tang San spirit. The other original spirits were not necessarily lost, rather, they were completely suppressed, equivalent to dominant and recessive genes. The inheritance of a spirit would involve the shared spirits of both parents. However, spirits have life and their own consciousness, emerging from the bloodline. A powerful spirit would not allow a weak spirit to coexist with it, therefore, the weak spirit would be suppressed and devoured by the stronger one. Only when neither could do anything to the other would they exist together. The spirits inherited through Qian Renchuan's bloodline should be the Blue-Silver Emperor, the Seraphim, and the Asura god. However, the strength of the Asura god was superior to that of the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Seraphim, which meant that without external influence, the spirit awakened at the age of 6 would be the Asura god, a single spirit. With his father, Qian Xunji, behind him, and his own talent being excellent to the extreme, even with only a single Asura god spirit, there would be no problem for him to break through all the way to level 99 and then inherit a god position. In a situation where he could break through all the way to a level 99 limit Douluo and be guaranteed to inherit a god position, the twin spirits, which were a huge opportunity for ordinary spirit masters, where cultivating a second spirit and adding spirit rings could stimulate rapid improvement in a spirit master's cultivation, were actually a burden for Qian Renchuan. Qian Renchuan did not really need the spirit power stimulation from cultivating a second spirit and absorbing spirit rings to improve his cultivation. Instead, he would have to divide his attention to comprehend another spirit, leading to a lack of focus and incomplete development and exploration of his spirit's potential. Take Dai Yuhao's triple spirits, for example. What kind of spirit ring configuration did he have, and how many years did it take him to cultivate to become a god king? And that was with the god position of the god of emotions, which was already the strongest among the tier 1 gods and had the potential to achieve the status of a god king. A god position could rapidly increase a divinity's strength at the beginning, but at a certain stage, the god position would become a limitation that prevented the divinity from continuing to increase their cultivation. Although having multiple spirits was a limitation for Qian Renchuan, Qian Xunji had performed some modifications on the spirits inherited through Qian Renchuan's bloodline since his birth, keeping all the useful parts. Qian Xunji used his divine force to perform a fusion of the 2 major spirits inherited by Qian Renchuan, the Asura God Spirit and the 6-winged angel Martial Soul, giving the new spirit the name Asura Angel. Qian Xunji merged the Asura God and the Seraphim to form the Asura Angel, with the goal of obtaining the 3 pairs of wings on the back of the Seraphim. The other aspects of the Seraphim were of no use, and a fusion would only drag down the Asura God Spirit. Wings could provide a spirit master, or even a divinity, with a huge bonus in aerial combat, helping with hit-and-run tactics and kiting. In the original work, the Sea God specifically modified Tang San's 8 spider lances into the Sea God's 8 wings, greatly strengthening Tang San's aerial combat ability. As for the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, Qian Xunji also kept it without any modifications. He only nourished the Blue-Silver Emperor with Asura divine power, greatly enhancing the sharpness and lethality of Qian Renchuan's Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, with the goal of pairing it with the use of Tang Sect. Hidden weapons. As the saying goes, a martial arts expert can injure people with flying flowers and plucked leaves. The Tang Sect's unique skills could be said to be a dimensional strike when placed in the Douluo world, so naturally, one could not let these unique skills gather dust. The Blue-Silver Emperor spirit taking the path of hidden weapons could be used as an auxiliary tool when brought into the god realm. As Qian Renchuan becomes a god, the Blue-Silver Emperor will automatically advance to divine rank. With the nourishment of Qian Xunji's Asura divine power, which is full of killing intent, the hardness of each leaf will be absolutely extraordinary. Attaching divine force and using them with Tang Sect hidden weapon techniques for surprise attacks would be perfect. This is also the reason why Qian Xunji made Qian Renchuan work hard to cultivate Tang Sect hidden weapon techniques. Qian Xunji had also thought about whether he could try to let the Blue-Silver Emperor cultivate by clapping his hands together, learning from Hashirama, and following the route of summoning whatever he calls out and piloting a Gundam. But after thinking about it for a while, it seemed impossible. The goddess of life's true form is the tree of life, and she can be said to be the most powerful plant-type divinity in the god realm. In the legends of the god realm, the means displayed by the goddess of life were throwing leaves full of vitality and using life divine force to cancel out destruction divine force. He had never seen the goddess of life use any other means. Furthermore, regarding summoning whatever one calls out and piloting a Gundam, what is powerful is Hashirama, not the wood release. Yamato also possesses wood release, but in the end, Yamato's wood release only amounts to doing some landscaping or building a 3-bedroom, 1 living room wooden house. His strength is that of an elite Jonin. With stats like Hashirama's, even if switched to other Kekkei Genkei, it would still be strong. The stats of the Blue-Silver Emperor are just like that. It is impossible for it to compare to a divine artifact. If a Gundam were really researched, it would just be a pile of rotten wood. The Blue-Silver Emperor on the Sun-Moon continent had experienced a 100,000-year lightning tribulation and obtained the lightning attribute. Qian Renchuan's Blue-Silver Emperor spirit, under the nourishment of Qian Xunji's Asura divine power, obtained the killing attribute. The Blue-Silver Emperor spirit would cultivate both the life and killing attributes. The life attribute for healing and recovering his own injuries, and the killing attribute for the hidden weapon path, serving as an auxiliary for the Asura Angel. Chapter 167 TNU. White hair, oh, Qian Renchuan is mine. The next day, in Douluo Hall, beneath the angel statue, Qian Douluo, the 7 high priests, Qian Xunji, Bo Saishi, Yin, Qian Runshui, as well as the little ones, Tianyu, Kuang Shao, Qing Feng, and others, were all present. Their gazes were focused on the center of the hall, on Qian Renchuan, who had reached the age of 6 and was undergoing his spirit awakening. Douluo Hall could only be entered by titled Douluo when they were receiving their titles or holding the title conferring ceremony. After receiving a title, one had to reach level 95 or above to enter. The little ones couldn't use the main entrance, but they could use the side entrance. How could Douluo Hall not have a side entrance? Otherwise, who would handle the cleaning of Douluo Hall, and who would transport the coffins, the crystal coffins used to bury top-tier titled Douluo, into the hall? It certainly wouldn't be the Spirit Hall high priests doing that. Qian Dalu's face was filled with tenderness. His grandson was extremely filial and sensible, and since the age of 3, he had been exceptionally diligent in his usual training. Since his granddaughter was arranged to inherit the angel god position, his grandson should be inheriting the sea god position. With 3 divinities in one family, plus Qian Xunji also planning to nurture those 7 little ones into divinities, that would be 9 divinities. How prosperous would Spirit Hall be? They could even dominate and settle down in one corner of the god realm. Little Chuan, are you ready? Qian Dalu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, revealing deep majesty. I am ready, grandfather. Qian Renchuan nodded, believing he would be able to awaken a very powerful spirit, just like his sister, with fast cultivation speed, becoming a supreme powerhouse, shaking the continent, and developing Spirit Hall, so he would not end up like those pitiful waitresses at the Heaven Do auction house. Do not be nervous. Qian Dalu waved his hand gently, and vast spirit power surged out. Under the control of Qian Dalu's powerful spirit power, it automatically formed a magic array. There was no need to carve it in advance, nor was there any need for awakening stones. Golden light enveloped Qian Renchuan, and he closed his eyes involuntarily, as if entering an extremely comfortable world, much like being in his mother's arms. Extend your right hand. Qian Renchuan extended his right hand automatically. Blue light surged, and a faint blue glow appeared in his palm. In an instant, a blade of grass appeared. This blade of grass exuded an aura of life and a hint of slaughter. The grass was entirely clear blue, its surface shimmering with a special crystalline texture, and faint blood-colored light was binding around it. Immediately afterward, Qian Renchuan's left hand also raised, and a blood-colored miniature figure appeared in his palm, emitting a burst of blood light and exuding an indescribable, majestic, and domineering aura. Behind Qian Renchuan, a figure several meters tall appeared. It was entirely blood-colored, with 6 wings on its back, and 8 arms suspended behind it, resembling magma. The man's facial features were blurred, but from his physique, he looked extremely similar to Qian Xunji. Tian Yu, Chen Wei, Kuang Xiao, Qing Feng, Yun Yu, Chenggu Luyun, and Yu Mei all felt terrified upon seeing that blood-colored figure with 6 wings and 8 arms exuding such thick majesty, and they felt significant pressure. Everyone present possessed top-tier spirits, and the one with the highest cultivation had already reached over level 40. The fact that they could feel pressure showed just how strong Qian Renchuan's spirit was. When Tian Yu's gaze shifted from the blood-colored figure back to Qian Renchuan, her eyes went wide, because Qian Renchuan's appearance had changed significantly. His long golden hair had turned snow white. White hair, oh! Tian Yu's expression became extremely dramatic. Having just celebrated her 9th birthday not long ago, as a genius who had consumed an immortal herb and possessed the golden crocodile king spirit, she had developed no differently from a normal 14 or 15-year-old girl under the stimulation of spirit ring hormones. It was the age when romantic feelings first sprouted, and seeing Qian Renchuan's white hair, her heart was struck instantly. White hair fetishists, not just men, women as well. Otherwise, Little San, Shi Hao, and Wang Lin's later character models wouldn't have been changed to white hair, because the public prefers white hair. Even Huo, with the help of the Heaven Fire 3 mysterious changes and Bone Spirit change, specially made a model with dyed white hair. It's also twin spirits, Qian Dalu muttered, feeling the 2 distinct levels of energy fluctuations emanating from the blood-colored figure and the blue-silver grass. The 3 pairs of wings behind the blood-colored figure, if dyed white, would be indistinguishable from the wings of the seraphim. He glanced at Qian Xunji, understanding whose work Qian Renchuan's twin spirits were, and felt a bit unhappy internally because Qian Xunji had actually fused the pride of the Qian family, the 6-winged angel martial soul, as an accessory, and the main body was not even the 6-winged angel martial soul. The emergence of twin spirits mainly has 2 prerequisites. First, the types of spirits of both parents must not be the same. the further apart they are, the greater the probability of producing twin spirits. At the same time, the closer the quality of the spirits of both sides, the greater the probability of producing twin spirits. Douluo Bo told Tang San the theory of twin spirits, stating that this was knowledge learned from ancient books in Spirit Hall. As the High Priest of Spirit Hall and the previous Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, how could Qian Dalu not know this theory? Come, little Chuan, test your innate spirit power. Qian Dalu looked at Qian Renchuan with a smile and took out a crystal ball that was larger than the one in the Spirit Awakening Hall. Qian Renchuan placed his hand on the crystal ball, and it immediately shone brightly, without a single bit of leakage. Innate full spirit power, level 20. The 7 high priests were extremely amazed. Another innate full spirit power of level 20. The talent of the Qian family's descendants was truly terrifying. The talent of their own descendants simply couldn't compare. As soon as Qian Renchuan's spirit awakening ended, Tianyu immediately pounced over and hugged Qian Renchuan from behind. Little Chuan. Qian Renchuan felt the 2 soft mounds pressing against the back of his head and was immediately excited. He lowered his head sharply and said loudly, "Sister Yu, what are you doing?" Sister Yu thinks your talent will catch up to your sisters in no time. Hurry up and say it. Even if your strength surpasses mine in the future, you must still call me sister, otherwise I will rub your face flat. As Tianyu spoke, she rapidly rubbed her palms against Qian Renchuan's tender cheeks. Big brother, this gold crocodile Douluo was still thinking like a retainer. Although Qian Xunji had already accepted Tianyu as his foster daughter, he still felt that Tianyu's actions were too overstepping. Qian Daoliu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Second brother, children and grandchildren have their own fortunes. Can't you see what that girl little Yu is thinking?" Gold crocodile Douluo carefully examined Tianyu, who was tormenting Qian Renchuan, and was slightly startled, as little Yu thinking. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, second brother, it seems that in the future, we will have to address each other separately. I call you second brother, but you will have to call me father." Chapter 168. Clear Sky Hammer, Death Spider Emperor. Clear Sky Sect, Strength Clan Mansion, Blacksmith Shop. Scorching hot air enveloped this massive blacksmith shop, which covered over 1,000 square meters. In the spacious hall, various forged ironware hung on the right side, consisting of all kinds of armor and weapons. The scale of this blacksmith shop was entirely equivalent to a factory. Inside the blacksmith factory, hundreds of bare-chested Strength Clan disciples were swinging hammers, striking continuously, as the sounds of forging rang out incessantly. The Strength Clan loved forging, and the iron products they crafted were of excellent quality. It could be said that they were in high demand, selling throughout the Heaven Do Empire. A large portion of the Heaven Do Empire army's armor orders were handed over to the Strength Clan to forge. In the original work, Tai Tan stated that 30% of the Clear Sky Sect's income was tribute from the Strength Clan, which was enough to show the high production efficiency and product quality of the Strength Clan's blacksmith factory. Before a forging table, there was a little boy around 6 years old with short purplish-brown hair and delicate features. He held a 30-catty forging hammer, using his legs for power and his waist as an axis, continuously striking the red-hot iron block in front of him. Sparks flew everywhere, removing the impurities from the iron block. This little boy was naturally Tang San. After the immortal herb was taken away and only some ordinary heaven and earth treasure remained in the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang San returned to the Clear Sky Sect. His mysterious heaven skill cultivation had reached a bottleneck early on. Every day after breakfast, he would come to the Strength Clan's blacksmith shop to forge, train his hammer technique, and exercise his body, strengthening his muscles. 41, 42, 43, 44. The disorder-splitting wind hammer method is actually this skill. As expected of the sect master's son, young sect master, your forging technique can definitely be called master blacksmith level. Tai Tan praised. The disorder-splitting wind hammer method, this basic forging technique, was the legacy of the Clear Sky Sect Tang family members, and not many people had reached 81 strikes. Tang San was so skilled even before his spirit awakening. Seeing Tang San, he seemed to see his master Tang Hao, his once high-spirited figure, and the future of the Clear Sky Sect. "Senior Tai Tan, you overpraise me." Tang San was slightly embarrassed. He had already learned the Clear Sky Hammer's hammer techniques and the Clear Sky sect's unique skills in his previous life. Being this skilled was only because of his rebirth. Cousin. A 5-year-old girl, looking lively and carved from pink jade, with long light purple hair and wearing a white and purple dress, ran in. This little girl was Tang San's cousin, Bai Chenxiang. "Hello, Grandpa Tai Tan." Tai Tan nodded gently. Tang San said, "Shang, has the spirit awakening started?" "Yes, the uncles told you to hurry over." "Cousin, drink some water first." Bai Chenxiang handed Tang San water with a little sugar added, and Tang San took it and drank. A hint of playful teasing appeared in Tai Tan's eyes. Little San and Shang, the old white crane's intentions were known to everyone. This was normal. Tang San was the sect master's son, inheriting the talent of the sect master and that woman. Bai He's older sister was Tang Xiao's biological mother. Bai Chenxiang would definitely be a beauty in the future, and her appearance might even surpass Bai He's older sister. Bai He surely wanted to entrust Bai Chenxiang to Tang San. The union of the Clear Sky sect master's lineage and the Speed clan chief's direct lineage would make the Tang clan and the Speed clan more closely bound. Clear Sky Sect, Awakening Hall. The one conducting the Spirit Awakening was a Clear Sky Sect outer sect spirit saint elder, and many 6-year-old children were lining up. Tang Xiao stood quietly behind the crystal ball, watching one young child after another from the Clear Sky Sect undergo Spirit Awakening. These children would basically become Clear Sky Sect disciples in the future because children born from the union of Spirit Masters were basically all Spirit Masters. In the past, Tang Xiao would not come for such things as Spirit Awakening. After the awakening ended, the people below would report the awakening data to him. But this year was different. His son, Tang San, the future of the Clear Sky Sect, had reached 6 years old and was due for Spirit Awakening. Tang San and Bai Chenxiang quickly arrived at the awakening hall. Tang San and Tang Xiao looked at each other and went to the back of the line. Bai Chenxiang ran to Tang Xiao's side, and Tang Xiao rubbed Bai Chenxiang's head. In terms of relationship, Tang Xiao was Bai Chenxiang's uncle. Tang San's mind was a bit flustered. He didn't know what kind of spirit he would awaken. In his previous life, he could awaken the blue silver grass and clear sky hammer twin spirits for 2 reasons. The first reason was that the mysterious heaven skill allowed him to cultivate to a pseudo-innate full spirit power before the age of 6. The second reason was that the blue silver grass was the unawakened blue silver emperor, a top-tier plant-type spirit master with quality comparable to the clear sky hammer. The old poison master had said that for twin spirits, only when the spirits were further apart and their quality was closer, was there a greater chance of twin awakening. The spirit awakening quickly reached Tang San. Tang Xiao and Bai Chenxiang both showed expectant expressions regarding Tang San's subsequent spirit awakening and innate spirit power. When it was Tang San's turn, the outer sect elder said, "Young Master San." The outer sect elder also looked at Tang San with expectation. He was a clear sky sect outer sect elder, and his treatment was decent. Naturally, he hoped Tang San was gifted and would lead the clear sky sect back to being the #1 sect in the world in the future. As before, Tang San stood in the awakening magic circle. Spirit power poured into the magic circle, and golden light lit up. Tang San subconsciously closed his eyes, and many golden light spots were released around his body. Looking at these golden light spots, Tang Xiao's eyes lit up because the more golden light spots there were, the more concentrated the spirit power in the child's body. "Extend your right hand." Tang San slowly extended his right hand, and a jet black small hammer appeared on his right palm. As the small hammer appeared, the surrounding air became somewhat oppressive. This small hammer was the legacy spirit of the Tang family members, the clear sky hammer. Tang San suddenly felt a warm current surging in his left hand, and something was breaking out of its shell, emerging from his left palm. In his previous life, he chose to hide it, but in this life, his father Tang Xiao was right here, so what did he have to hide? Moreover, he also wanted to see, what exactly was this spirit? In his previous life, he awakened the blue silver grass and clear sky hammer, with the blue silver grass in his right hand and the clear sky hammer in his left hand. In this life, the clear sky hammer was in his right hand. Tang San raised his left hand. When he saw the spirit emerging on his left hand, his face was instantly stunned. Tang Xiao was also somewhat stunned. It was a small purple spider. The small spider's carapace was crystalline dark purple. The small spider had 8 red eyes, with 4 sharp spider legs growing on each side, and fluff growing on the spider legs. Tang San's pupils widened as he looked at this dark purple spider. Of course, he recognized this dark purple spider. He remembered hatred the most clearly. Wasn't this dark purple spider the Death Spider Emperor, the first spirit of Bibi Dong's twin spirits? His second spirit was actually the same as Bibi Dong's first spirit. Chapter 169 Tang Hao. Use the hammer in your right hand to protect the spider in your left. Twin spirits. The excitement in the outer sect elder's eyes was almost overflowing. With a fiery gaze, he handed the crystal ball to Tang San, wanting him to test his innate spirit power. However, seeing Tang San's expression, he swallowed the words he was about to say. At this moment, Tang San's pupils were dilated wide, and he looked at Tang Xiao with an inquiring gaze. Tang Xiao remained silent. The joy he had felt earlier upon seeing Tang San's awakening of the clear sky hammer spirit was completely gone. He truly had not expected that Bibi Dong's little spider spirit could actually be twin spirits with the clear sky hammer spirit. Tang Xiao knew very well that with Tang San's intelligence, upon discovering that his second spirit was the Death Spider Emperor, he might have felt lucky if he didn't know that Bibi Dong had once come to the clear sky sect. But 3 years ago, he had told Tang San that Bibi Dong had come to the clear sky sect, deceived Brother Hao's feelings, and angered his father to death. Little San, come to the clear sky hall to find your father later. Tang Xiao sent a voice transmission to Tang San, then his figure flashed and he left the awakening hall. Just as Tang Xiao left, the outer sect elder whispered, "Young Master San, the innate spirit power." Tang San retracted his twin spirits and placed his palm on the crystal ball. The crystal ball immediately emitted a brilliant light. There was not a single gap inside, indicating innate full spirit power. Cousin. Just as Bai Chenxiang was about to step forward to congratulate him, Tang San had no intention of paying her any mind. He ran out of the awakening hall at top speed, heading toward the clear sky hall. His heart was in turmoil. Other than when Xiao Wu sacrificed herself, he had never experienced such intense emotional fluctuations in this life. Just as Tang Xiao had thought, when Tang San saw the Death Spider Emperor spirit, he remembered that Bibi Dong had come to the Clear Sky sect and caused such huge destruction. How could the Clear Sky sect let Bibi Dong off so easily? Moreover, his hair was purplish brown, and Bibi Dong's hair was exactly purple. His face in this life was delicate and handsome, far surpassing the face he had in his previous life before the secondary awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor spirit. Upon careful observation and recollection, this face seemed to really bear a resemblance to Bibi Dong. Adding to this Tang Xiao's earlier attitude, everything indicated that his mother in this life was most likely Bibi Dong. Fearing that the Clear Sky sect hadn't finished the job, and that Bibi Dong, this rebirth divinity, might retaliate against the Clear Sky sect in the future, he had inquired about Bibi Dong's whereabouts and found that the Clear Sky sect had thrown her into the Heaven Do auction house. Heavens, what kind of place was the Heaven Do auction house? It wasn't like he and Xiao Wu hadn't been there in his previous life. It could be said to be the filthiest place in the world. When the 3-year-old Tang San had found out this information, he had only felt extremely vindicated, thinking Bibi Dong deserved it and that she could just go die there slowly. But now, he was on the verge of a breakdown. What was his mother in this life enduring? What was she enduring? He had to save his mother from this life immediately. Having lived 3 lives, in Tang San's view, parents' words were as important as the heavens. It was his father and mother who gave him life, and as a child, he had no qualification to blame his parents. Because Tang San was overly excited, he lacked his usual composure and rushed too forcefully. He hadn't really noticed the Clear Sky sect disciples on the path. Normally, if the Clear Sky sect disciples saw him in such a hurry, they would have actively made way for him. He slammed heavily into someone, almost falling backward and tumbling down the stairs. Just as Tang San was about to tumble down the stairs, a surge of spirit power caught him. Immediately after, a low, impatient voice rang out, "What are you being so reckless for? Don't you look where you're going?" Tang San looked up and saw a middle-aged man who looked to be nearly 50 years old, but his build was very tall and sturdy. However, his attire was not something one would compliment. His bronze skin was covered by a layer of waxy yellow, and his originally decent facial features looked sleepy. His hair was messy like a bird's nest, and he had a face full of stubble that hadn't been groomed for who knew how many days. His gaze was dull and unfocused, and his whole body exuded a pungent smell of alcohol. The otherwise neat clear sky sect attire looked very twisted and crumpled because it was stained with alcohol. This middle-aged man was Tang Hao, who had remained decadent to this day. This morning, Tang Hao had discovered that the alcohol in his storage spirit tool had run out, so he had gone specifically to the Clear Sky sect's wine cellar to get more. After filling his storage spirit tool, he was preparing to return to his room to continue drinking and sleeping and drinking. Second uncle, my spirit has just awakened, and I need to go to the Clear Sky Hall to find father. Tang San felt no anger and looked at Tang Hao with great respect. Regarding this father from his previous life, the same principle applied. Parents' words were as important as the heavens. It was his father and mother who gave him life, and as a child, he had no qualification to blame his parents. Tang Hao had not wanted to pay attention to Tang San and just wanted to go back to his room to drink. Hearing Tang San's words, he lowered his head to look at Tang San. The sleepiness on his face diminished slightly, and he asked, "What spirit did you awaken?" "It is the Clear Sky Hammer, our Clear Sky sect's legacy spirit. And also the Death Spider Emperor." Tang San raised his hand. In his consciousness, two streams of heat merged with his mysterious heaven skill internal energy. A small, pitch-black hammer appeared in his right hand, and a small, purple spider appeared in his left hand. Upon seeing that little spider, all of Tang Hao's sleepiness vanished. His pupils, which had been unfocused for who knew how many years, lit up. He lowered his body, grabbed Tang San's left hand, and stared with trembling pupils at the Death Spider Emperor spirit in Tang San's left hand, completely ignoring the Clear Sky Hammer. This is. Tang Hao's expression was incredibly vivid, with all sorts of complex emotions constantly appearing on his face. After a long while, he slowly said, "Remember, in your future, you must use the hammer in your right hand to protect the spider in your left. Forever." "I understand, second uncle." After saying this, the spirit and energy Tang Hao had gathered vanished instantly, and his pupils became unfocused once again. He walked toward his own residence. Tang San gazed at Tang Hao's back. Under his purple demon eye, he could see that Tang Hao's shoulders were trembling slightly. Tang Hao must have been shedding tears. His own heart also trembled, filled with sorrow. He should have thought of it sooner. If it were merely that Bibi Dong had deceived Tang Hao's feelings, how could Tang Hao be so sorrowful? In a situation where the Clear Sky sect had not been attacked by Spirit Hall and forced into hiding, and when the Clear Sky sect was precarious due to the successive deaths of Tang Chen and sect master Tang Zhen, how could he have become so decadent? It was because the Clear Sky sect had done that kind of thing to Bibi Dong. Tang Hao simply could not accept it in his heart and could not forgive the sect. But the status of the Clear Sky sect in his heart was also extraordinary, which was why he had never been able to move on and remained decadent to this day. Tang San did not go to comfort Tang Hao. He rushed toward the Clear Sky Hall again. He had to quickly rescue Bibi Dong, his mother in this life. Returning through rebirth, the heavens had given him a perfect background, a titled Douluo father, 6 Clear Sky sect elder grandfathers who doted on him, and a Clear Sky sect that respected him. How could his family relationships be so complex, even to the point of being melodramatic? Chapter 170 Tang San rescues Bibi Dong. Clear Sky Hall. Tang Xiao and several Clear Sky sect elders were all here. Tang San ran into the hall, panting slightly. With his mysterious heaven skill at the first level of perfection and a physique forged by blacksmithing since the age of 3, the fact that he was out of breath showed just how fast Tang San had rushed from the Awakening Hall to Clear Sky Hall, and how agitated he was. Father, grandfathers, Tang Xiao and the Clear Sky sect elders all nodded. The elders had long since learned from Tang Xiao that Tang San was also a person of rebirth. They doted even more on this grandnephew, who was the future of the Clear Sky sect in his past life, and a filial, sensible, and respectful junior in this one. "Father, who is my mother in this life?" Tang San asked, once again revealing the Death Spider Emperor spirit in his left hand. "Just as you suspected, little San, your mother in this life is Bibi Dong." Tang Xiao nodded and sighed, saying, Back then, Qian Xunji defeated our grandfather and snatched away senior Bo Saishi and Yin. He forced senior Bo Saishi to give birth to a child with even more terrifying talent, one who inherited the twin spirits of the seraphim and the sea god. As long as that child is nurtured properly, they will undoubtedly become a god. At Brother Hao's wedding, I observed that Yin would likely be unable to escape Qian Xunji's clutches. Qian Xunji wanted to create another genius descendant with the potential to become a god, and that is exactly what happened. If this were in the past, upon hearing these words, Tang San's eyes would have turned blood red, and he would be panting like an ox, marking that beast Qian Xunji, who was worse than an animal, with countless ways to die. But now, though he was angry and had marked Qian Xunji with a path to death, his eyes did not turn blood red, nor was he panting like an ox, because he deduced that he had been born in the same way, that Tang Xiao had forced Bibi Dong. The Clear Sky Sect and Spirit Hall are already in an irreconcilable feud. If the Clear Sky Sect has no descendants with the potential to become gods, it is equivalent to having a knife held at the throat of our sect at all times. Our lives are held in the hands of Spirit Hall, and they could slash down at any moment to destroy our Clear Sky Sect. At that time, the only genius in the Clear Sky Sect with the potential to become a god was Brother Hao. However, Brother Hao was deeply in love with Bibi Dong. Even after Bibi Dong had angered our father to death, Brother Hao still did not hate her, believing it was his own fault. He wanted to take Bibi Dong and elope from the Clear Sky Sect to move her, even going so far as to turn against the sect for her sake. Naturally, Tang Xiao had to embellish the actions taken by the sect. He could not mention that they treated Bibi Dong like a prisoner. Nor could he mention that after the wedding debacle, Tang Lai and the others had beaten Bibi Dong until she was unrecognizable, which was why Tang Hao had erupted in rage, smashed through the secret chamber with his hammer, and tried to take her away from the Clear Sky Sect. Our Clear Sky Sect could no longer afford to gamble. Bibi Dong is not Yin. That woman does not even know how to spell the word gratitude. For the sake of the Clear Sky Sect's future, your birth eventually came to be. You already know most of what happened after that. Tang San fell to his knees and pleaded, "Father, grandfathers, please hurry to the Heaven Do auction house and bring mother back." What kind of place is the Heaven Do auction house? It is the filthiest and most despicable place in the world, equivalent to hell. Past memories surfaced in his mind once again. Tang San recalled how Ning Fengji had described the Heaven Do auction house. Under the cultivation of the auction house, these attendants have become walking corpses. Whether in their own eyes or in the eyes of the guests, these attendants are merely objects, playthings for amusement. Although these attendants are beautiful, they have no souls of their own. The only thing I can offer them is the word, pathetic. Tang San knew exactly how beautiful Bibi Dong was. It would be no exaggeration to say she was the greatest beauty of the previous generation in the Spirit Master's world. Was there any need to wonder what she would encounter in the Heaven Do auction house? Little San, that neurotic, insane woman Bibi Dong, who has a rebellious nature by birth, is not worthy of being your mother. She would never treat you as her child. Stop worrying about that woman. If you really want a mother, just pick anyone from all the female disciples of the Clear Sky Sect, or even the entire Heaven Do Empire, whoever you fancy. Grandfather Lai will capture her and make her your mother. Tang Lai hurriedly said, preparing to emulate Qian Xunji, who had let Yin raise Qian Runshui. On one hand, he was genuinely thinking of Tang San. Bibi Dong was a bottomless pit, and it would be best if she died out there. Whoever touched her would have bad luck. On the other hand, he had his own selfish motives. The benefits Bibi Dong brought to the Clear Sky Sect were simply too enormous. For the first 3 years, the annual income was a stable 9 million gold coins. Although the income for the subsequent 3 years was not as lucrative as the first, it was still several million gold coins per year. The wealth Bibi Dong alone created for the Clear Sky Sect was not inferior to the entire Strength clan. A portion of this income was returned to the sect, and a portion was distributed to the elders, amounting to hundreds of thousands of gold coins each year. Tang Xiao also chimed in, "Little San, listen to your 7th uncle. Don't worry about Bibi Dong. You have already reunited with Yin. When you become a god, we will destroy Spirit Hall and bring Yin back." "No, father, grandfathers. The essence of father and blood of mother are received from one's parents. Little San's body and spirit were both inherited from mother. it was Bibi Dong who gave me new life. Father, grandfathers, I beg you, please bring mother back. Seeing that Tang Xiao and the elders remained silent and wore unwilling expressions, Tang San wiped his palm. A cold light flashed in his hand as he grasped a sharp blade and pressed it against his throat. Little San, what are you doing? Little San, don't do anything foolish. Little San, put the knife down quickly. Tang Xiao and the elders were terrified. Tang Xiao violently unleashed his spirit power to restrain Tang San. Tang San was the future of the Clear Sky sect, there could be no mishaps. Father, grandfathers, you can stop Little San for a moment, but you cannot stop me for a lifetime. Please forgive my lack of filial piety, but my body was given by my mother. I cannot watch my mother suffer and sit idly by. If you do not agree, the moment my mother passes away, I will accompany her. Tang San used the same method he had used when his blue-silver emperor spirit had just awakened to threaten Tang Hao. Looking at the determination in Tang San's eyes, Tang Xiao knew that Tang San was definitely not joking with him. From childhood to adulthood, he had never defied his wishes. Tang Xiao sighed up at the sky. Little San was truly too filial. Filial piety should be a good thing, but sometimes, excessive filial piety can also be a bad thing. Little San, father will go to the Heaven Do auction house immediately to bring Bibi Dong back. Quickly, put away the dagger. His father's compromise made Tang San feel relieved, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. Tang Xiao soared into the air, flew out of the Clear Sky sect, and flew rapidly in the direction of Heaven Do City. The 6 Clear Sky elders looked at each other and shook their heads with sighs, feeling that Tang San was truly too filial. Compared to the millions of gold coins Bibi Dong brought in each year, Tang San was still more important. Moreover, the income Bibi Dong brought to the Clear Sky sect had been decreasing year by year. Chapter 171. Bibi Dong is just the female version of Tang Hao as a father. The Clear Sky sect was less than 100 miles away from Heaven Do City. Tang Xiao, as someone who had experienced rebirth, possessed the insights and experiences of his past life, and his cultivation had already reached the level of a 96-ranked titled Douluo through step-by-step progress. In just a few hours, he had brought Bibi Dong back from the Heaven Do auction house. The Heaven Do auction house was backed by the various top noble factions of the Heaven Do Empire, and the Clear Sky sect was located in the Heaven Do Empire, near Heaven Do City, and needed the living supplies of the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Xiao could not be too reckless at the Heaven Do auction house, taking or retrieving Bibi Dong whenever he pleased. Only after sacrificing the income that Bibi Dong had brought to the Heaven Do auction house this year and giving up the majority of the Clear Sky sect's share did the Heaven Do auction house agree to let Tang Xiao take Bibi Dong away. On the way flying toward the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao used his spirit power to drag a beautiful woman who looked to be around 37 or 38 years old and still possessed charm. This beautiful woman was none other than Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes were incomparably hollow, as if she had been tortured by the unimaginable methods of the Heaven Do auction house until she had lost her soul, just like those waitresses. However, compared to those waitresses, there was still a glimmer of light in her eyes. Like an elephant in a circus, a baby elephant is tied up by an iron chain from a young age. The baby elephant does not have the strength to break free from this iron chain, but after the elephant grows up, it already has enough strength to break free, yet it will still remain tied up by the chain without moving. This is because the idea that it cannot break free from the chain has been deeply rooted in its heart since it was young. The waitresses bought from a young age in the Heaven Do auction house and subjected to endless torture were similar to that baby elephant. Bibi Dong was different from these waitresses because Bibi Dong was someone who had experienced rebirth, possessing a richer understanding, experience, and knowledge. She was not like the baby elephant or the waitresses, who were blank slates just stepping into society, not yet colored by much. The Heaven Do auction house forcibly colored these blank slates, and whatever they were colored with as young girls, they would become when they grew up. Bibi Dong had not committed suicide until now, silently enduring humiliation in the Heaven Do auction house, because she wanted revenge. She still had her soul-eating spider emperor spirit, she had not completely become a useless person. She wanted revenge, she wanted to retaliate against Yu Shaogang, who had deceived her feelings, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Clear Sky sect, the Spirit Hall, and the entire continent. She wanted to destroy the entire continent. She wanted the entire continent to feel the pain she had suffered. In order to make a name for himself, Yu Shaogang endured humiliation, bided his time, and spared no effort. After the collapse of their relationship, in order to take revenge on the continent, Bibi Dong endured humiliation, bided her time, and spared no effort. Bibi Dong, if Little San had not begged me with his life to go to the Heaven Do auction house to save you, you would have spent your whole life in the Heaven Do auction house, suffering humiliation until you died. In the clear sky sect this time, you had better behave yourself, otherwise I will throw you to the auction house in the Star Luo Empire. And I will inform the nobles of the Star Luo Empire about the events of your past life, that you were the female supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall in your past life. Tang Xiao said coldly, without a shred of pity for Bibi Dong. Having lived 2 lives, he had more experience and understood that for nobles who viewed women as resources rather than people, and who grew tired of beautiful women, if one wanted to incite the desires of these nobles, the more attributes like appearance, status, scene, identity, sets, and animal forms like cat women or tiger women were stacked, the stronger the desires of the nobles and the wealthy would be. Bibi Dong's hollow pupils began to tremble, and more light gathered in them. A killing intent that could destroy the world and everything in it was accumulating crazily in her heart. She slowly raised her lowered head, and the thoughts that had been solidified in the Heaven Do auction house began to increase. With bloodshot eyes, her face, twisted to the extreme, looked at Tang Xiao's back. If looks could kill, then Tang Xiao would probably have died hundreds or thousands of times already. Clear sky sect. Tang San sat on a stone staircase, occasionally looking toward the direction of Heaven Do City, waiting with unbearable torment for Tang Xiao to bring Bibi Dong back. Although he felt incredibly shocked in this life that his biological mother was Bibi Dong was indeed his mother, so what could he do? And regarding Bibi Dong as a mother, he considered her to be actually quite good, just like his father Tang Hao in the previous life. In his previous life, it was only at the final moment of the battle at Jialing Pass that he learned that Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui were mother and daughter. Before that, he had thought they were 2 factions of the Spirit Hall, the Supreme Pontiff's faction and the Enshrinement Hall's faction, in a competitive relationship. The battle at Jialing Pass consisted of 5 engagements in total. In the 3rd engagement, Qian Runshui was severely injured by him, and Qian Runshui retreated. It was Bibi Dong who treated Qian Runshui's injuries, released a divine force barrier, and prevented his divine thought from probing and going to kill Qian Runshui. In the 4th engagement, he used the Sea God's Twilight to severely injure Qian Runshui, almost killing her, but Bibi Dong immediately turned around to catch Qian Runshui at that time. Her expression at that time was simply one of hating him to the core, and then she ruthlessly reached out and dug out his heart, crushing it alive, looking just like someone avenging her daughter. In the final battle at Jialing Pass, he achieved the position of Asura God, and the Asura judgment he released was about to kill Qian Runshui. It was also Bibi Dong who used her life to block the sword, saving Qian Runshui. She even gently used her divine force to support Qian Runshui's exhausted body, just like Gold Crocodile Douluo who had self-destructed, preventing the exhausted Qian Runshui from falling to her death again. Before she died, she even begging him to spare Huliena and Qian Runshui. For Tang San, who knew very little about the original story of Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui, through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th battles of Jialing Pass, he witnessed Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui fighting side by side, and the comparison between what Bibi Dong did and what Tang Hao did seemed very similar. He was bullied by teacher Zhao Wuji, and that night Tang Hao went to settle the score, giving Zhao Wuji a severe beating. This corresponded to him almost killing Qian Runshui, and Bibi Dong's killing intent soaring to the sky, using ruthless methods, digging out his heart and crushing it. Tang Hao hammered 7 people in front of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, saving him and Xiao Wu. In the 2nd battle at Jialing Pass, he hammered Gold Crocodile Douluo, displaying might against the Enshrinement Hall, saving him again, which fully corresponded to the 3rd battle at Jialing Pass, where Bibi Dong achieved the Rakshasa God position, set up a divine force barrier, prevented him from pursuing Qian Runshui, and used divine force to treat Qian Runshui's injuries. Facing the Asura judgment, a situation of certain death, Bibi Dong used her own physical body to block the sword, saving Qian Runshui, and before dying, she gently used her divine force to support the broken angel god position and Qian Runshui's exhausted body, preventing the exhausted Qian Runshui from falling to her death again. Had Tang however been this gentle to him? This might just be, a father's love is as heavy as a mountain, a mother's love is as gentle as water. Tang San also recalled the motherly love he had experienced in his previous life. Yin, for the sake of him and Tang Hao, did not hesitate to sacrifice her own life, willing to offer herself as a sacrifice, which corresponded to Bibi Dong using her life to block the Asura judgment for Qian Runshui. After Yin was resurrected, the motherly tenderness he felt was actually not much, because at that time he had already grown up and was about to get married and start a family. Yin's heart was more concerned with Tang Hao, who at that time was missing an arm and a leg, was old and decrepit, had experienced the ravages of wind and snow, and was in dire poverty, and who needed tenderness even more. In the end, after experiencing his past life, the battle at Jialing Pass, what he saw, and what he understood about Bibi Dong's dedication to Qian Runshui, Tang Hao's fatherly love for him, and Yin's motherly love for him, Tang San concluded that Bibi Dong was simply the female version of Tang Hao as a father. Bibi Dong's motherly love for Qian Runshui was in no way inferior to Yin's love for him. This is what a mother is. P.S. Adding a chapter. Friends, stop arguing. The content I write is truly well thought out, not something I just came up with on a whim. After reading this chapter, do you still think Tang San's attitude is unreasonable? The degree to which Tang Hao, as a father, is heaven-defying is truly not inferior to Bibi Dong, and Tang San's filial piety is also at a heaven-defying level. Anyway, just watch what I do next. Chapter 172, Bibi Dong slaps Tang San away. Ultimately, after reflecting on his past life and the Battle of Jialing Pass, everything he had seen and understood about Bibi Dong's devotion to Qian Runshui, Tang Hao's fatherly love for him, and Yin's motherly love for him, Tang San concluded that Bibi Dong was simply the female version of Tang Hao as a father. Bibi Dong's motherly love for Qian Runshui was in no way inferior to Yin's love for him. This was what a mother was. Moreover, Bibi Dong had been forced by Qian Xunji to give birth to Qian Runshui, whereas he was the crystallization of love born from Tang Hao and Yin. By all logic, Bibi Dong should have treated Qian Runshui far worse than Tang Hao treated him, or perhaps not even acknowledged Qian Runshui at all. Yet, what he saw was that Bibi Dong treated Qian Runshui even better and was even more dutiful than Tang Hao had been to him in his past life. With such a dutiful mother, how could Tang San not acknowledge Bibi Dong? Thinking of this, Tang San began to bitterly reproach the Qian Runshui of his past life. To have such a good mother and not know how to cherish her, she was truly unworthy of being a daughter. It was rebellious and unfilial. Tang San waited until his backside was somewhat numb before Tang Lai appeared and said, "Little San, Tang Xiao has already brought that woman, Bibi Dong, back." Hearing this, Tang San jumped to his feet and asked, "Really? Seventh grandfather, where did Dad place Mother?" Tang Xiao had placed Bibi Dong in a rather remote location within the Clear Sky sect. Only 6 short years had passed, and the Tang clan members and disciples of the affiliated families still had a very deep impression of Bibi Dong. Knowing that Bibi Dong had been captured by a team of spirit masters and auctioned off at the Heaven Do auction house, he certainly could not allow her to walk around freely and corrupt the atmosphere of the Clear Sky sect. In a rather remote area of the Clear Sky sect, stood a small wooden cabin built entirely of wood, neither large nor small. Tang Xiao stood beside the cabin. In front of him stood a middle-aged man who looked to be around 50 years old, dressed in the attire of a Clear Sky sect disciple. He had grayish-white hair and was quite tall, but his build was very thin, like a straight, long spear. This middle-aged man was a spirit emperor from the Speed clan of the Clear Sky sect. Tang Xiao intended to have this spirit emperor from the Speed clan watch over Bibi Dong from now on, to prevent her from escaping the Clear Sky sect and launching a retaliation against it. Although Bibi Dong only had her soul-eating spider emperor spirit left and her cultivation was only at the spirit emperor level, without anyone to help, she could not even defeat a 10,000-year spirit beast. Without anyone to guard her while absorbing a spirit ring, there was a high probability that other spirit beasts attracted by the smell of blood would take advantage of her inability to resist during the absorption process and bite her to death to use as food. However, the naturally evil Tang clan members were always cautious. It was better to be safe than sorry. "Dad." Tang Lai walked over with Tang San. "Little San. Dad, is Mother inside?" Tang Xiao nodded. "Can I go in and see her?" Tang Xiao was silent for a moment. He knew that given Tang San's filial piety, he would not be at ease if he didn't see Bibi Dong. With himself and Tang Lai here, how could Bibi Dong dare to act recklessly? He nodded. Tang San took a deep breath. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he had never been as nervous as he was in this one. According to his memories from his past life, Bibi Dong had suffered the same fate as Spirit Hall, and what the Clear Sky sect had done was even more cruel. Bibi Dong must surely hate the Clear Sky sect intensely, just as she did in his past life, wanting to destroy the Clear Sky sect and the entire continent. However, he still wanted to awaken the motherly love within this dutiful mother, hoping that Bibi Dong could set aside some of her hatred for the sake of him, her child. As for Bibi Dong's defiled body, after he became a god, he could recreate a pure, immaculate, brand new body for her. Tang San pushed open the door. The light in the small wooden cabin was somewhat dim, but for his purple demon eye, it was nothing. He quickly spotted a beautiful woman in a purple dress inside the cabin. His pupils immediately constricted. It was Bibi Dong, without a doubt. In his memory, Bibi Dong was still as beautiful as ever, only a bit older. The years had left some traces on her face. The aura Bibi Dong exuded was no longer the calm, elegant, and noble one he remembered. Instead, it radiated a bone-chilling coldness, much like how he felt when he emerged from Slaughter City in his past life. The moment Tang San's gaze fell upon Bibi Dong, her gaze also landed on him. Her eyes were like knives, cold and piercing, showing no slackening whatsoever just because Tang San was a 6-year-old child. Tang San walked to within a meter of Bibi Dong, bent his knees, and knelt down. He kowtowed 3 times to her. Unfilial son Tang San greets mother. Bang, bang, bang. Bibi Dong was taken aback by Tang San's actions. She had not expected this child named Tang San to make such a gesture, showing her such respect, unlike her daughter in her past life who was so rebellious, constantly working against her, and always bringing those 2 beasts from the angel clan, Qian Douluo and Qian Xunji, to disgust her. She scrutinized Tang San's appearance. His hair had a purple tint, and his features were actually somewhat similar to her own. The sky-high murderous intent she held toward the entire Clear Sky sect subsided slightly, and a somewhat raspy voice sounded, "What spirit did you awaken?" Hearing this, Tang San secretly cursed the Qian Runshui of his past life even more for being rebellious and unworthy of being a daughter. How could their mother-daughter relationship have been handled so poorly that they had such a terrible relationship with such a good mother? If that mother and daughter had joined forces early on, whether he could have ultimately defeated Spirit Hall would have been a real unknown. Tang San raised his hand in front of Bibi Dong. As his spirit power surged, both the Clear Sky Hammer and the Death Spider Emperor spirit appeared in his palm. He answered honestly, "It is the Clear Sky Hammer and the Death Spider Emperor, Mother." The instant the Clear Sky Hammer spirit appeared, the murderous intent in Bibi Dong's heart, which had calmed down slightly, erupted again like a volcano. Bloodshot veins appeared in her eyes as she focused entirely on the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, completely ignoring the Death Spider Emperor spirit. Slap! An extremely loud slapping sound rang out. In her fury, Bibi Dong struck out with a palm. Tang San, having no defenses and unable to defend himself, was sent flying backward. Several teeth flew out, and he flew several meters away, slamming into the wall of the wooden cabin. With a bang, he rebounded and hit the ground, rolling for a bit. Tang San's body was pressed tightly against the ground, twitching. If not for his training since childhood and the reinforcement of the mysterious heaven skill, he would have almost been slapped to death by Bibi Dong. After venting, Bibi Dong slightly regained her composure. Recalling that Tang San's spirits were not only the Clear Sky Hammer but also her Death Spider Emperor spirit, and that it wouldn't matter if the Clear Sky Hammer was ruined, a trace of regret could not help but arise in her heart. "Little San!" 2 shouts erupted at the doorway of the wooden cabin. It was Tang Xiao and Tang Lai. Chapter 173. Tang Lai beats up Bibi Dong again. "Little San!" Tang Xiao flashed quickly to Tang San's side and scooped him up. He saw that half of Tang San's face was completely swollen, puffed up into a dark purple. Tears seemed to flow uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, secreting continuously. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, his aura was fading, and his body twitched slightly. It was clear just how heavy that slap from Bibi Dong had been. Tang Xiao immediately channeled his abundant spirit power into Tang San's body to stabilize his aura. With his body nearing its limit, Tang San's mysterious heaven skill automatically activated, carrying the internal energy Tang San had cultivated himself along with Tang Xiao's spirit power, circulating throughout his meridians. Little San. Tang Lai had been working hard to cultivate over these past few years, but his talent still hadn't allowed him to break through to spirit Douluo, and his strength was far behind Tang Xiao's. He arrived at Tang San's side a step late. Seeing Tang San, the grand-nephew he approved of and the future hope of the Clear Sky sect, nearly beaten to death by such a filthy, shameless woman as Bibi Dong, he was instantly enraged to the extreme. Tang Lai flashed in front of Bibi Dong and kicked out with his size 12 foot, aiming straight for the face of Bibi Dong, who had leaned her head out as if worried about Tang San's condition. Bang! With a dull thud, Bibi Dong was kicked flying. Blood sprayed from her mouth and nose, several teeth flew out, and her body crashed through the wooden wall of the small cabin, sliding several meters across the ground and leaving a faint gully in the earth. Tang Lai was not satisfied at all. He flashed to Bibi Dong's side again and stomped his foot down fiercely onto her body. As he stomped and kicked, he cursed angrily, "You filthy slut, you subhuman dog. How dare you hit my grandson? If Little San hadn't threatened the sect master and us old folks with his life to make us save you, you'd still be a waiter at the Heaven Do auction house right now." Tang Lai went on a rampage of stomping and kicking. How could a mere spirit emperor withstand the power of a spirit Douluo? Moreover, Tang Lai was a spirit Douluo who carried the legacy of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit. He swung giant hammers every day, so his physical strength in his normal state was far superior to that of spirit masters with tool spirits or beast spirits who didn't have their spirits manifested. Soon, Bibi Dong's ribs, leg bones, and joints were snapped and broken by Tang Lai, causing her to spray blood from her mouth and scream incessantly. "You ungrateful wolf with a white eye, you jinx, you scourge. Today, I'll hammer you to death." 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black spirit rings lit up under Tang Lai's feet. A massive, flaming clear sky hammer appeared in his hand. A domineering, scorching aura surged forth, and he prepared to hammer Bibi Dong into a pulp. 7th grandfather, no. Just then, Tang San's hoarse, desperate cry rang out. "Don't, 7th grandfather." Tang Lai turned his head and looked at the now conscious Tang San with a sense of frustration that he couldn't live up to expectations, saying, "Little San, this woman is just a black widow spider in human skin, a jinx, a broom star. Why do you still care about this slut?" Tang Lai fully unleashed his explosive temper, his mouth running like it had been smeared with honey, spewing out all the insults he knew in a continuous stream. "7th grandfather, I beg you. Little San will cultivate hard from now on, please spare my mother this time." Tang San, who had previously been cursing the Qian Runshui of his past life for being unfilial and unworthy of being a daughter, now barely understood why the relationship between Bibi Dong and the Qian Runshui of his past life had been so hostile. Based on the fact that Bibi Dong only attacked him after seeing his spirit, he guessed it was because of his Clear Sky Hammer spirit. Bibi Dong hated the people of their Clear Sky sect, just as the Bibi Dong of his past life had hated Spirit Hall and the Angel Clan. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the strength in Tang Lai's hands gradually weakened. He looked down at Bibi Dong, who had been beaten severely by him, kicked her once more, and roared, "Did you hear that, Bibi Dong? Little San has saved you twice already. If it weren't for Little San, you'd be a human meat pancake right now." Bibi Dong lay on the ground, retching blood continuously. The killing intent in her heart toward the Clear Sky sect far exceeded that which she had held toward Spirit Hall and the Angel Clan in her past life, reaching an unimaginable realm. Spirit Hall, Douluo Hall. Qian Renchuan sat cross-legged, his entire body completely covered by red mist. This red light was precisely the god-bestowed spirit ring that Qian Xunji had crafted, the first spirit ring bestowed upon Qian Renchuan to absorb after being shattered. After a moderate amount of time, the red light gradually receded, and a pitch-black 10,000-year spirit ring appeared under Qian Renchuan's feet. Qian Renchuan was drenched in sweat, his delicate face full of pain, his small body trembling from time to time. The god-bestowed spirit ring had finished condensing, and the power contained within the 10,000-year spirit ring began to pour bit by bit into Qian Renchuan's body, undergoing fusion with his blue-silver king spirit. Each infusion of spirit power caused subtle changes in Qian Renchuan's body. The pain on his face had already vanished, his calm expression stood in sharp contrast to the sweat flowing down his cheeks. Qian Runshui gazed in shock at Qian Renchuan as he absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring. She had only been able to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring as her first one by relying on whale glue, the sacrifice of two top-tier vicious beasts, the Ice Empress and the Snow Empress, which granted her two vicious beast-level spirit rings, and their immense life force. She had also absorbed the top-tier immortal herb, Yearning Heartbroken Red, to enable her god-bestowed first spirit ring to reach the 10,000-year level. Yet, Qian Renchuan required absolutely no assistance to have his first spirit ring reach the 10,000-year level. No wonder Qian Renchuan's birth had nearly drained Yin dry. Qian Renchuan's physique was simply too strong. Whale glue had no effect on him at all, and the effects of the Yearning Heartbroken Red were also quite limited. Second uncle, I'll leave it to you to guide Xiaochuan in body refining from now on. Qian Xunji walked to the side of Gold Crocodile Douluo. The body refining method inherited by the Gold Crocodile family was the most top-tier existence on the continent. If a spirit master did not actively engage in body refining, the increase in their physical fitness would come entirely from cultivation, and the transformation and influence of their spirit and absorbed spirit rings on their body. Spirit masters with a beast spirit could also add the boost to their body brought about by spirit manifestation. The cultivation plan Qian Xunji had formulated for Qian Runshui was to practice swordsmanship with Sword Lord Chen in the morning, and learn the fusion of mental force and spirit power with Bo Saishi in the afternoon. Qian Renchuan's blue-silver grass spirit, which was assisted by the hidden weapon style, did not require the fusion of mental force and spirit power. The cultivation plan he formulated for him was to do body refining with Gold Crocodile Douluo in the morning, and learn the application of the blue-silver grass spirit with Yin in the afternoon. Hearing Qian Xunji's words, Tian Yu excitedly tugged at Gold Crocodile Douluo's sleeve, wanting her father to agree. Qian Xunji letting Qian Renchuan cultivate with Gold Crocodile Douluo, wasn't this just giving her an opportunity? Gold Crocodile Douluo turned his head to look at Tian Yu, a helpless smile appearing on the corner of his mouth, while simultaneously feeling extremely excited in his heart. Qian Douluo had seen through Tian Yu's actions just now, how could Qian Xunji not have seen it too? Since that was the case, Qian Xunji asking him to take Qian Renchuan for body refining, wasn't this a tacit agreement to let the two little ones cultivate their relationship? Supreme Pontiff, leave it to me. I will do my utmost to teach Xiaochuan. Chapter 174. Cultivate the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit first. Clear Sky Sect. Tang San's swollen cheek had already recovered to its original state under the healing spirit abilities of several healing-type spirit masters from the Clear Sky Sect. His expression was somewhat dejected. Bibi Dong hated the entire Clear Sky Sect and despised the Tang family members who possessed the Clear Sky Hammer. Since he possessed the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, this meant it would be extremely difficult for him to gain Bibi Dong's approval. Tang Xiao sighed softly and said, "Little San, don't worry about that woman Bibi Dong. Dad will take you to obtain spirit rings. We will first attach spirit rings to your Death Spider Emperor spirit, and use the Clear Sky Hammer as your second spirit. Start cultivating it after your Death Spider Emperor reaches the perfection of 9 rings. You are a rebirth, and you successfully cultivated twin spirits in your previous life, solving the drawbacks of twin spirits. It will be no problem to cultivate twin spirits in this life." Tang San paused for a moment and said, "Dad, I want to cultivate the Clear Sky Hammer spirit first." Tang Xiao frowned slightly. For the second time in 6 years, he got angry at his son, Tang San, and shouted in a low voice, "Little San, do you know what you are saying? For the sake of that woman Bibi Dong, are you going to disregard your own talent?" Tang San shook his head and said, "It's not that, Dad. This world is different from that world. In that world, the Clear Sky Hammer was indeed invincible under heaven and could be called the pinnacle of 10,000 spirits. I used the Clear Sky Hammer to defeat countless strong enemies. But in this life, great-grandfather was defeated by Qian Xunji, grandfather was defeated by Yu Yuanjun, and Big Brother Tang who was also easily defeated by the Qian Runshui of this world." Tang Xiao snorted coldly. That was only because Qian Xunji and Yu Yuanjun used cheap, third-rate tactics to win against our Clear Sky Hammer. If we fought head-on, how could they possibly be the opponents of our Clear Sky Hammer? Dad, this is a world where results are all that matter. History is written by the victors. If it were a life or death battle, and Qian Xunji and Yu Yuanjun defeated our clear sky hammer using cheap tactics, future history books wouldn't record these details. They would only record that our clear sky hammer was the loser. With his knowledge as a rebirth god king, Tang San knew that the clear sky hammer spirit was constantly being phased out, whether on the Douluo continent or in the god realm. It was truly useless in high-level battles. The only technique that came in handy, the Great Sumeru Hammer, could also be executed using other spirits. This ultimate technique was not exclusive to the clear sky hammer spirit. In his previous life, he used the sea god's twilight, combined with the Great Sumeru Hammer's 10-ring detonation, to instantly wipe out Qian Runshui's solar angel, which was burning its origin power, and almost killed Qian Runshui. The clear sky hammer was completely useless in the god realm, and the blue-silver emperor spirit was actually not very useful either. In his previous life, when he dueled the god of destruction in the god realm, he only used the blue-silver emperor spirit for support, using the blue-silver emperor's vines as a meteor hammer to pull his companions. But the death spider emperor spirit might be different. The death spider emperor spirit is highly poisonous. There is a god of poison in the god realm. Although the god of poison is not good at fighting and is relatively weak among divinities of the same level, the effect it can have in team battles is far superior to his current level of god position. Similar to Dugu Bo, he couldn't defeat a single person above the titled Douluo level, but below the titled Douluo level, he could be called a team wipe engine. And the toxicity of the death spider emperor spirit was even more powerful than the poison of the jade phosphor serpent spirit. On this Douluo continent, where the clear sky hammer had already been countered by Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, or in the god realm, the Death Spider Emperor spirit looked much more useful for high-level battles than the clear sky hammer spirit. Tang Xiao looked troubled and, after a moment of silence, said, "Little San, give Dad a few days to consider. I need to discuss this with the elders." Tang San nodded. He knew that the Clear Sky sect was an extremely conservative sect, where the glory of the Clear Sky Hammer was greater than everything else. In the 20,000 years of the future, the Clear Sky sect remained conservative and unchanged. Their rejection of spirit tools was even greater than that of the Body sect. The Body sect could still accept auxiliary spirit tools like flight spirit tools, but the Clear Sky sect disdained even auxiliary spirit tools, considering them heterodox paths. Tang San said, "Dad, I want to go to Nodding Academy to find Xiao Wu." Calculating the time, the annual Spirit Awakening Day in various regions of the continent has already begun. Regardless of whether Xiao Wu has been reborn like Rongrong and me, Nuoding City is too far from Heaven Do City. Xiao Wu is a work-study student, so she must first go to Nodding Academy as a work-study student. Tang Xiao smiled and said, "Go ahead. Bring Xiao Wu back to our Clear Sky sect. We will do our best to cultivate her." Qian Xunji captured Ah Yin, and since both Ah Yin and Xiao Wu are 100,000-year transformed spirit beasts, he will have no excuse to capture Xiao Wu again. In a small, old wooden house at the Spirit Hall branch in Kaoji village, the Spirit Hall deacon performed the awakening one by one, only to be disappointed in the end. The children of Kaoji village basically awakened spirits related to chickens, and none of them had spirit power, so they could not become spirit masters. When the deacon awakened the last one, a somewhat handsome little boy, a ball of scorching flames suddenly erupted within the golden light shield, and there were some pitch-black flames within the fire. This is a turkey spirit. The Spirit Hall deacon looked at the little boy. The little boy's appearance had changed slightly, his thin body had expanded a bit, and his short, pitch-black hair had turned fiery red. "What turkey? This is a phoenix." The little boy's tone was somewhat arrogant, and his manner seemed to show no regard for this Spirit Hall branch deacon, who was only at the Spirit Grandmaster level. This little boy was Ma Hongjun, the reborn phoenix god. Ma Hongjun was a bit confused as to why the person awakening his spirit was not his teacher, Flender. He remembered that in his previous life, it was Flender who awakened his spirit. After seeing his spirit, Flender wanted to take him as a disciple and cultivate him into a little freak of Shrek Academy. He immediately took Flender as his teacher and then entered Shrek Academy. As an existence who had cultivated to level 100 and become a god, how could Ma Hongjun possibly regard this Spirit Hall, an evil force where everyone had a path to death, or a mere Spirit Grandmaster, with any respect? If he still had the peak strength of his previous life, he would give this spirit grandmaster a chance, considering that the latter had awakened his spirit. If this spirit grandmaster was willing to leave Spirit Hall, he would spare him. If the spirit grandmaster remained stubborn, he would just slap him to death. It was different from his previous life, because Yu Shaogang had not been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and by relying on Spirit Hall's Spirit Master subsidies and sponging off Notting Academy, he was quite well off. On the way to Notting Elementary Academy with Yu Tianzhao, Yu Shaogang specifically went to Shrek Academy to greet Flender, intending for Yu Tianzhao to go to Shrek Academy after his mental training at Notting Elementary Academy. Flender swindled a sum of money from Yu Shaogang, claiming it was for Yu Tianzhao's advanced tuition, so he didn't do any odd jobs for Spirit Hall this year. Chapter 175, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu. Come, let's test your innate spirit power. The Spirit Hall deacon didn't notice the change in Ma Hongjun's attitude, because he felt that Ma Hongjun's spirit was extraordinary, putting quite a bit of pressure on him, and he was looking forward to awakening a genius so he could get a promotion and a raise. Ma Hongjun placed his hand on the crystal, and in an instant, a dazzling light flashed from within the crystal. Innate level 9 spirit power, Phoenix spirit, heavens, I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich. The Spirit Hall deacon was incredibly excited. As long as he could recruit this genius with the potential of a titled Douluo back to the Spirit Hall, he would definitely be able to get a promotion and a raise. Little friend, what is your name? My name is Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun brushed his bangs, his eyes filled with pride and a deep sense of sorrow. This was the talent of a monster. In this life, he must work hard to cultivate, never having any slack, to inherit the Phoenix God position and bring his lover Bai Chenxiang up to the God realm together. Little brother Ma Hongjun, are you willing to join the Spirit Hall? Your innate spirit power is as high as level 9, you will definitely be able to receive the best training, and perhaps even break through the pinnacle of a Spirit Master, a titled Douluo. After the excitement passed, the Spirit Hall deacon hurriedly grabbed Ma Hongjun's hand and asked urgently. Disdain appeared in Ma Hongjun's eyes. TCH, the pinnacle of a Spirit Master, a titled Douluo. What a guy who hasn't seen the world. The gap between titled Douluo and titled Douluo is greater than that between humans and dogs, and the gap between a god and a titled Douluo is even greater than that between humans and ants. The pinnacle of this world is the Supreme God King, which is the realm that only third brother can reach. Neither of those two women from the Spirit Hall has the talent or qualifications for that. He still has to follow third brother in the future to destroy the evil Spirit Hall. A place like the Spirit Hall, which is evil and whose crimes are too numerous to record, wouldn't even be visited by a dog. Little child, don't you know the benefits of joining the Spirit Hall? Our Spirit Hall is the most powerful force on the continent, the holy land for all spirit masters on the continent. The deacon clearly didn't want to let go of such an excellent genius like Ma Hongjun, and hurriedly pulled Ma Hongjun aside to say a bunch of things about the benefits of joining the Spirit Hall. I said I'm not joining the Spirit Hall, so I'm not joining. Are you annoying or what? Ma Hongjun said with extreme annoyance, his face and words full of disdain and disgust for the Spirit Hall. Seeing Ma Hongjun's attitude, the Spirit Hall deacon also got angry. It was true that he wanted to recruit a genius for the Spirit Hall to get a promotion and a raise, but that didn't mean he could put down his own self-respect for a genius. All spirit masters are arrogant. For a newly awakened commoner spirit master, if they don't join the Spirit Hall, there is only one path left, which is the Junior Spirit Master Academy in a nearby city. To enter the Junior Spirit Master Academy, he still needed to issue the work-study student certificate. Little brother, I advise you to speak more politely. This young master is already being very polite. You are only a Spirit Grandmaster. This young master's talent will sooner or later allow me to cultivate to a realm that is far beyond your reach. Ma Hongjun glanced at the deacon. In his opinion, he was the dignified Phoenix God, and being willing to speak a few words to a mere deacon who was just making a living in the Spirit Hall, which was full of people with a way of seeking death, was already a huge favor to this deacon. The Spirit Hall deacon's anger also completely flared up, and he said, "Fine, very good. Without me, I want to see exactly how you will become a Spirit Master." After speaking, the Spirit Hall deacon walked out of the sub-branch, completely ignoring the village chief of Grass Chicken Village who was waiting anxiously outside, and walked towards the next small village. The Grass Chicken Village chief was very confused and didn't quite understand why the Spirit Hall deacon had such an attitude. Usually, even if Grass Chicken Village didn't have a single child capable of becoming a spirit master, the other party would just express slight regret, shake his head at him, and go to the next village. The Grass Chicken Village chief quickly focused his gaze on the children walking out of the wooden hut and asked, "Children, does any one of you have the ability to become a spirit master in the future?" Everyone gathered their gaze on Ma Hongjun, who was holding his head high with a very smug expression. The village chief stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Hongjun, can you become a spirit master in the future?" Ma Hongjun still had some respect for the Grass Chicken Village chief, so he honestly said, "Village chief grandpa, I awakened a phoenix spirit with innate spirit power as high as level 9. In the future, I have hope of becoming a titled Douluo." Titled Douluo. The Grass Chicken Village chief's face was flushed, and he was trembling with excitement. Titled Douluo, that is the peak existence of the noble profession of spirit master. This is equivalent to a small village producing a top scholar, it is the pride of the village. Hongjun, our Grass Chicken Village is proud of you. Quickly give your work-study student certificate to Grandpa, and Grandpa will keep it safe for you. When the Junior Spirit Master Academy in the city opens, Grandpa will send you there. Work-study student certificate. What work-study student certificate? Ma Hongjun was a little confused. In his previous life, he was directly accepted as a disciple by Flender and went to study at Shrek Academy. He didn't know anything about a work-study student certificate. The Grass Chicken Village chief said anxiously, "What, didn't the Spirit Hall deacon issue you a work-study student certificate?" Ma Hongjun shook his head, "No. Oh no, how could the deacon forget such an important matter?" The Grass Chicken Village chief said urgently, "Hongjun, only with the work-study student certificate issued by the Spirit Hall deacon can you go to the Junior Spirit Master Academy in the city, become a work-study student, and slowly cultivate to become a spirit master. Without a work-study student certificate, the Junior Spirit Master Academy won't want you. You won't be able to become a spirit master. Don't worry, Village Chief Grandpa. If there's no work-study student certificate, then there's no work-study student certificate. Gold will shine wherever it is, I will definitely be able to become a spirit master." Ma Hongjun was slightly stunned by the Grass Chicken Village chief's attitude, but soon waved his hand indifferently, preparing to quietly wait for Flender's arrival to become his disciple. A mere Junior Spirit Master Academy was not worthy of housing a great Buddha like him, the Phoenix God. Nuoding City, Nuoding Academy. The Clear Sky sect is near Heaven Do City, and Heaven Do City is in the center of the Heaven Do Empire, while Nuoding City is on the border of the Heaven Do Empire. Therefore, when Tang San arrived in Nuoding City from the Clear Sky sect, Nuoding Academy had already started the term. To put Xiao Wu at ease, Tang San prepared to first carefully investigate whether Xiao Wu was a rebirth person, and then consider whether to bring someone to see Xiao Wu. If Xiao Wu was not a rebirth person, seeing the spirit Douluo beside him would surely scare her to death. He, Tang San, had always cherished his wife and could not allow Xiao Wu to suffer any damage, so how could he let Xiao Wu be scared? As for distinguishing whether Xiao Wu was a rebirth person, that was also very simple. Investigate Xiao Wu's recent situation. If Xiao Wu was often unhappy, then she was definitely a rebirth person without a doubt, because Xiao Wu was his wife, and their love was earth-shattering. If Xiao Wu was unhappy, it must be that she had returned through rebirth, came to Nuoding Junior Academy, didn't see him, and was missing him. Tang San thought very narcissistically and sweetly, and the sweet life he had with Xiao Wu in the God realm kept appearing in his mind. Chapter 176. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang, you have a death wish. Young Sect Master. A disciple from the Strength Clan came to report. Young Sect Master, the 6-year-old girl you described, who is very cute, has a long scorpion braid, and is named Xiao Wu, does indeed exist at Nodding Academy. How is Xiao Wu doing? Is she often unhappy, sitting blankly in a chair, lost in thought? Tang San asked anxiously, full of anticipation. He certainly hoped Xiao Wu had returned through rebirth, as continuing their past relationship was definitely better than having to pursue her anew. The Strength Clan disciple shook his head. No, Xiao Wu is the second eldest sister of Nodding Academy. She has many younger students under her and often organizes games. Tang San raised an eyebrow. Something was off. Wasn't this exactly Xiao Wu's experience as the big sister at Notting Academy in his previous life? Xiao Wu wasn't often unhappy, sitting in a chair, lost in thought about him. This meant Xiao Wu hadn't been reborn like him and Rongrong. Tang San suddenly noticed something amiss and asked, second eldest sister. Isn't Xiao Wu the big sister of Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy? The Strength Clan disciple replied, no, the leader of Notting Academy is a young man named Yu Tianzhao. After investigation, Yu Tianzhao is the young sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and the son of Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang also serves as a teacher at Notting Academy, teaching theoretical courses to students. Tang San was a bit stunned. He hadn't investigated much. Before the age of 3, his focus was on finding out who had deceived Tang Hao's feelings. At 3, he went to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to attend the Upper 3 Sects meeting. Qian Runshui and Qian Renchuan had put immense pressure on him. After learning that Bibi Dong was the one who had deceived Tang Hao's feelings, he had spent these 3 years diligently training. He had heard that Yu Tianzhao was the young sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but he truly didn't know that Yu Tianzhao was the son of Yu Xiaogang, his teacher from his previous life. He also hadn't expected his teacher to bring his child to Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy to study. The Strength Clan disciple paused. He had secretly observed that little girl, Xiao Wu, for a while and found her to be indeed exquisite and delicate, as lovely and lively as a porcelain doll. Even Bai Chenxiang would probably be a notch below Xiao Wu. Tang San was so concerned about Xiao Wu, traveling thousands of miles to a small place like Nuoding City. Could there be some relationship between them? Young sect master, Yu Tianzhao is also a work-study student, living in dormitory 7, and he sleeps in the same bed as Xiao Wu, whom you were looking for. As soon as the words fell, Tang San's eyes turned crimson, breathing heavily like an ox. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he almost roared, Yu Xiaogang, you have a death wish. Tang San was extremely intelligent, and he quickly understood the intricacies. Yu Xiaogang must have also returned through rebirth, just like Ning Fengji and Tang Xiao. So, this Yu Tianzhao must be the child born from the union of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. He had previously wondered why Yu Xiaogang would bring Yu Tianzhao to a small place like Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy instead of cultivating him properly within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. His purpose was clearly for his Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was so perfect. Her appearance, figure, personality, loyalty, all were impeccable. Yu Xiaogang, having returned through rebirth and having a son so early, must want to snatch his Xiao Wu, making this perfect woman, perfect wife, his son's wife. Tang San couldn't sit still and listen to his subordinate's report. He immediately rushed towards Notting Academy, his eyes almost splitting with fury. He added both Yu Xiaogang and Yu Tianzhao to his list of those with a death wish. Xiao Wu was not only the love of his life, but also his forbidden possession, not allowing anyone to touch her. Yu Xiaogang was already a good-for-nothing. In his previous life, he almost ruined his blue-silver emperor spirit. Out of consideration for their teacher-student relationship in the past, he would have just lived out his days without contact, perhaps a nod if they met, and that would have been that. This scoundrel wants to give his Xiao Wu to his son, letting his son cut him off and steal his wife. The hatred of a stolen wife. In this life, Tang San will surely personally kill Yu Xiaogang. There's no need to say more about Yu Tianzhao. Daring to sleep in the same bed as his Xiao Wu, taking advantage of his precious Xiao Wu, he must die. Notting Academy, Dormitory 7. This was a spacious room, nearly 300 square meters, with 50 beds. However, there were only beds, only 12 had bedding, and most of the bedding was dirty and patched. In his previous life, Tang San remembered Dormitory 7, a large dormitory-like room, with beds spaced evenly apart by a certain distance. However, in this life, the many single beds in Dormitory 7 were placed much closer together, with only half a meter between beds. In the extra, empty space, a large bed, 2 meters long and 4 meters wide, was placed. The large bed was covered with an extremely clean pink comforter, adorned with many carrots and white rabbits as patterns. In the middle of the pink comforter, 2 small bundles were placed, seemingly as a dividing line. Tang San stood outside the window of Dormitory 7, observing the situation inside. His lungs were almost bursting with rage. He was 100% certain that Yu Xiaogang had deliberately brought his son, Yu Tianzhao, to Notting Academy to snatch his Xiao Wu, and even imitated what happened in his previous life, having Yu Tianzhao share a bed with Xiao Wu under a single comforter. Just for a better comforter, Xiao Wu would share a bed with him. A pink comforter, Xiao Wu's favorite color, with many carrot and white rabbit patterns, Xiao Wu's favorite food, and creatures similar to Xiao Wu's 10,000-year soft bones rabbit true form. How could Xiao Wu resist? Sharing a bed was inevitable. Needless to say, these ideas must have come from Yu Xiaogang, because Yu Xiaogang was a reborn person and knew most of the things about him and Xiao Wu, and also knew that Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year soft bones rabbit who had taken human form. Tang San's killing intent soared, reaching the same level as his killing intent towards Qian Xunji. At this moment, more than a dozen people walked into the empty dormitory 7. Xiao Wu. Tang San gazed staring blankly. In dormitory 7, amidst the noisy crowd of a dozen children aged 8 to 12, was a 6-year-old girl, wearing the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy uniform skirt. She was a lively and pretty girl, her delicate face fair with a rosy blush, looking as tender as a ripe peach, making one want to take a bite. Her long black hair was styled into a scorpion braid that fell past her hips. Her sparkling, watery eyes shone brightly. This young girl was his wife, Xiao Wu, whom he hadn't seen for 6 years and had even committed suicide to find. Tang San quickly spotted a man in the crowd with black hair, a face that wasn't particularly handsome, facial muscles that seemed a bit stiff, and a very distinguished, well-developed physique. Although it was their first meeting, Tang San was certain that this person was Yu Tianzhao. Chapter 177. Tang San, I'll cross-dress and go undercover at Notting Academy. Direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, influenced by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, generally have rigid facial features and are not considered handsome. Yu Xiaogang, Yu Tianong, and Yu Tianxin are all like this. Tang San, observing from outside the window, saw Xiao Wu and Yu Tianzhao seemingly on very good terms. Especially when Yu Tianzhao occasionally looked at Xiao Wu with an extremely gentle and doting gaze, Tang San's eyes nearly turned bloodshot, panting like an ox, feeling his head turn green, as if he had been given a huge hat. Tang San desperately wanted to order the Clear Sky sect disciples to kill both Yu Tianzhao and Yu Xiaogang, but he couldn't do that. Currently, the ambitious spirit hall was growing stronger day by day. Qian Xunji had forced Bo Saishi and Yin to bear 2 talented offspring. If he killed both Yu Tianzhao and Yu Xiaogang, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would surely be enraged and fight the Clear Sky sect to the death. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in this world is not the declining sect from his previous life, with only 1,800 disciples, the weakest of the upper 3 sects. In this life, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has seized the title of the number 1 sect in the world from the Clear Sky sect. By relying on the reputation of being the number 1 sect, they attracted common spirit masters to join, and the number of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect disciples has reached over 3,000, in no way inferior to the Clear Sky sect. Once a war started, even if the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's foundation was not as strong as the Clear Sky sect's, the Clear Sky sect would also suffer heavy losses. Moreover, Yu Xiaogang was the lover of his mother, Bibi Dong, in this life. If he killed Yu Xiaogang, it would be difficult for him and Bibi Dong to reconcile. But wouldn't Xiao Wu always be sleeping with Yu Tianzhao, and slowly fall in love with Yu Tianzhao as in his previous life? Tang San lowered his head slightly, caught in a dilemma, his eyes filled with struggle and anger. Suddenly, he sharply looked up, recalling something amiss. How strange. Bibi Dong was a reincarnator. Before her death, she had confessed her deep love for Yu Xiaogang. Logically, after her rebirth, she shouldn't have gone to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect first. Why would she appear in the Clear Sky sect? Could it be? A glimmer of wisdom appeared in Tang San's eyes. He was incredibly intelligent. Given the extremely hostile relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Clear Sky sect in this life, it couldn't simply be due to losing the competition for the number 1 sect. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had taken advantage of the situation to snatch the Clear Sky sect's position as the number 2 sect, pushing the Clear Sky sect down again. Before the 7 Great Sects re-election meeting, the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must have had some friction, and that friction was definitely Bibi Dong. Tang San, as if he had discovered the truth, continued to deduce. Yu Xiaogang was a reincarnator, so Yu Tianzhao was undoubtedly the child born from the union of Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong. He still somewhat recognized Yu Xiaogang's devotion. Back then, the yearning heartbroken Red recognized a master, and Yu Xiaogang was just one step away. It was only because he couldn't overcome the hurdle of his sister that the black stone beneath the yearning heartbroken Red couldn't fall. In other words, after Bibi Dong's rebirth, she didn't join Spirit Hall. She first went to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, wanting to be with Yu Xiaogang. However, because Yu Xiaogang was also a reincarnator, he chose Lu Erlong and rejected Bibi Dong, leaving Bibi Dong heartbroken and anguished. During the Upper Three Sects gathering, in the years when the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had a relatively harmonious relationship, the reincarnated Tang Hao did not encounter Bibi Dong by chance in the Clear Sky sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and fall in love at first sight. Bibi Dong most likely wanted to anger Yu Xiaogang, using self-harm to awaken Yu Xiaogang's love for her, and ran to the Clear Sky sect. Bibi Dong is a genius with twin spirits and innate full spirit power, possessing the potential to become a god. No major power would allow such a terrifyingly talented genius to leave and strengthen other forces. Tang Hao fell in love with Bibi Dong at first sight, and Tang Hao had a fierce temperament. In his previous life, for Yin, he didn't hesitate to fight Spirit Hall alone. After Bibi Dong arrived at the Clear Sky sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect demanded her return, which the Clear Sky sect certainly would not agree to. At that time, the Clear Sky sect had Tang Chen, a level 99 limit Douluo, in charge, and had no need to put the mere Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in their eyes. How could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect not be enraged by such a blatant disregard from the Clear Sky sect, leading to the deterioration of relations between the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Tang San's eyes shone brightly, feeling that his intelligent mind had deduced all the events. After understanding everything, Tang San also became somewhat disheartened. Why, after his mother's rebirth in this life, did she still not see Yu Xiaogang clearly? Yu Xiaogang was not some theoretical grandmaster, the continent's #1 wise man. He was just a charlatan, a fraud who sought fame and misled others. Tang San had proven with his own practice that Yu Xiaogang's theories were either imprecise or outright wrong. Moreover, how did Yu Xiaogang's theories come about? How could Yu Xiaogang talk about angel gods' suit spirit abilities that even Ning Fengji didn't know about? Didn't Bibi Dong have any idea? Tang San sighed. This might be a case of love being blind. In the face of love, any negative actions would be beautified. Bibi Dong truly loved Yu Xiaogang too much. And Lu Erlong, she had given birth to a son for Yu Xiaogang so early in this life. In his previous life, after the Battle of Jialing Pass, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong still had no children, and their relationship was more of a spiritual marriage. As long as I can shatter the perfect filter of Yu Xiaogang in Mother's eyes, I believe I will definitely gain Mother's approval. Before shattering that perfect filter, if I become Yu Xiaogang's disciple like in my previous life, with Yu Xiaogang's filter still intact, Mother's attitude towards me will surely be gentler. A strong determination to gain Bibi Dong's motherly love surged within Tang San's heart, and he saw hope of gaining Bibi Dong's approval. He knew Bibi Dong must love him. It was just because of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, similar to Qian Runshui's Seraphim spirit in his previous life, that Bibi Dong didn't know how to face him. Tang San quickly became troubled again. Shattering Bibi Dong's perfect filter of Yu Xiaogang as a wise man was easy. All he had to do was acknowledge Yu Xiaogang as his master, just like in his previous life, and go undercover by his side. Then, one day, in front of everyone, he would expose Yu Xiaogang's ridiculous theories. This day would be set for the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Academy Elite Tournament Finals, roughly 8 years from now, during the Spirit Hall Finals. However, Yu Xiaogang was a reincarnator. If Tang San traveled all the way from the Clear Sky sect to acknowledge Yu Xiaogang as his master, even Yu Xiaogang, no matter how foolish, would realize he was a reincarnator. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang knew about his and Xiao Wu's relationship. Yu Xiaogang would definitely figure out his little scheme if he discovered that Yu Tianzhao and Xiao Wu were sleeping together. This master-disciple relationship would certainly not work out, and the undercover plan would instantly fail. I've got it. I can cross-dress as a woman, forge a new identity, and become Yu Xiaogang's disciple, going undercover by his side. Chapter 178. Yu Tianzhao. could Tang San be a girl in this life? Tang San's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of a new method. He could disguise himself as a girl, create a new identity, and pretend to be a bloodline of the Clear Sky sect that had been living outside. Given the strained relationship between the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Clear Sky sect, Yu Xiaogang would surely be very happy to take him as a disciple, thereby disgusting the Clear Sky sect. Tang San sighed lightly in his heart. He didn't have a cross-dressing fetish, nor was he a man with a girl's heart. He had to disguise himself as a girl to go undercover, because only as a girl could he share a bed with Xiao Wu and prevent Yu Tianzhao from taking advantage of her. For Xiao Wu, his lover, and for Bibi Dong, his mother in this life, what did it matter if he suffered a little grievance? If he disguised himself as a girl, went undercover beside Yu Xiaogang, and exposed Yu Xiaogang's ridiculous theoretical knowledge, which was the image of Yu Xiaogang as the continent's #1 wise man in Bibi Dong's heart, and after making such a great sacrifice, if the undercover plan ended and he still couldn't win Bibi Dong's motherly love, then he truly had no other choice. He could only act sacrilegiously, and after becoming a god, not only create a clean, unpolluted perfect body for Bibi Dong, but also modify and delete some memories in Bibi Dong's mind. The next day, Dorm 7. Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy scheduled several Spirit Master courses in the morning, while the afternoons were for students to allocate freely. The school gate was completely open, not restricting student movement at all. As for work-study students, they had to allocate some time to clean the school's hygiene, earning a daily wage of 10 bronze coins. The morning Spirit Master courses had just ended. The work-study students of Dorm 7 returned to their dorm to put away their books, played around for a short while, and were about to go to the cafeteria for lunch around noon when a clear voice came from outside, "Is this Dorm 7? Everyone looked towards the doorway simultaneously, and their eyes immediately widened. A pretty little girl stood at the doorway. She had a small mushroom haircut and brownish-purple hair. She looked to be about the same age as Xiao Wu, just a little taller. Her pretty little face was very fair and tender, like clean porcelain, sparkling and making one want to lean in and take a bite. Although her clothes were very simple, they looked very neat. All the students in the dorm, except for Xiao Wu, were boys. The gender ratio was too imbalanced. Seeing such a beautiful and cute little girl, no less than Xiao Wu, appear, they all looked dumbfounded. Xiao Wu was quite displeased with the attitude of the younger brothers around her. Seeing that Yu Tianzhao's expression was calm, unlike those younger brothers who were dumbfounded like perverts who had never seen a girl, her mood improved considerably. Yu Tianzhao, as the boss of Dorm 7 and even the entire Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy, saw the little girl holding 2 new Notting Academy girls' exclusive school dresses. Although he had a guess, he still asked, "Little girl, who are you?" "This is Dorm 7. What are you doing here?" "My name is Tang Dong, and I'm a new work-study student. Because my home is too far from here, and I had some family matters, I arrived a bit late." This little girl was, of course, Tang San in disguise. With Tang San's identity and status in the Clear Sky sect, becoming a work-study student at Notting Academy was an easy matter. Because there were no direct elders from the Clear Sky sect by his side, the person protecting him was a powerful elder from the Strength clan, who was extremely respectful to him. After his earnest persuasion and unwavering determination, the elder of the Strength clan finally compromised. They sent someone back to the Clear Sky sect to inform the sect master of Tang San's actions. Their subordinates could not stop the young sect master's actions, only the sect master could come in person. Wang Sheng poked Yu Tianzhao repeatedly in the back, signaling him not to break the dorm rules. Yu Tianzhao, with no other choice, walked towards the girl. "Hello, my name is Yu Tianzhao. I am the boss here. You can just call me Big Brother Yu. May I ask, what is your spirit?" Tang San felt a wave of disgust in his heart, but still honestly said, "Boss Yu, my spirit is a hammer." "May I ask why you're asking about my spirit?" Yu Tianzhao smiled and said, "It's like this, we have a rule in Dorm 7. New work-study students have to show off the strength of their spirit. Only the strongest can be the boss of Dorm 7, and I'm not only the boss of Dorm 7, but also the boss of the entire Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy, you know." "Alright, then let's go." Tang San put his school uniform aside, a hint of excitement on his face and wild joy in his eyes. He also wanted to see Yu Tianzhao's talent and strength. Yu Tianzhao was only 3 years older than him, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit cultivated relatively slowly in the early stages. Yu Tianeng was 19 years old and had only reached level 38 in cultivation. If Yu Tianzhao hadn't made a breakthrough to Spirit Grandmaster, he was confident that with his God King reincarnation combat experience, he wouldn't need to use the Clear Sky 9 absolutes. He could just use the Disorder Splitting Wind Hammer method to smash him. Tang San raised his right hand, and as black light surged, the space in Dorm 7 suddenly became somewhat oppressive. A completely black hammer, with a handle about 2 feet long and a cylindrical hammerhead the size of a small bucket, appeared. On the hammer's black surface, there was a special glow, and a faint pattern was coiled around the cylindrical hammerhead. The moderately sized black hammer landed on the ground with a dull thud, indicating its considerable weight. Clear Sky Hammer, Yu Tianzhao exclaimed in a low voice, his pupils contracting. Of course, he recognized the Clear Sky Hammer. He had seen Tang Hu's Clear Sky Hammer at a 7-treasure glazed tile school gathering once. What are you saying? Do you recognize the name of my spirit? Tang San continued to feign ignorance, acting as a bloodline of the Clear Sky sect who had been living outside and didn't know the name of his spirit. Tang San didn't use the Death Pearl Emperor but instead used the Clear Sky Hammer because he was cultivating the Death Pearl Emperor as his second spirit. The second spirit, of course, had to be well hidden. The die was cast. He revealed the Clear Sky Hammer spirit and cultivated it as his first spirit. No matter how angry the Clear Sky sect's grandfathers were, there was probably nothing they could do. Tang San sighed inwardly. Everything he did was for the future of the Clear Sky sect. He hoped these old-fashioned grandfathers could understand and progress in their thinking. Yu Tianzhao stared at Tang San with wide eyes and then tentatively asked, Tang Dong, what is your innate spirit power? Tang San hesitated slightly, feeling there was nothing to hide, and replied, it's innate full spirit power. Innate full spirit power. A gasp of surprise erupted from Dorm 7, while Yu Tianzhao's eyes sparkled. How could it be such a coincidence? Not knowing the name of his spirit. Innate full spirit power. Could this Tang Dong be the reincarnated Tang San? Chapter 179. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Yu Tianzhao share a bed. Yu Tianzhao gazed at Tang Dong's clean, fair, and delicate face, which was almost as cute as Xiao Wu's. His heart stirred. Truly unexpected, truly unexpected. Tang San had indeed reincarnated, and in this life, he had actually become such a cute little girl. Yu Tianzhao was 90% sure that the girl named Tang Dong was the reincarnated Tang San. Although the Clear Sky sect had been crippled by his fellow transmigration traveler, Qian Xunji, the sect had not gone into hiding. The clan would never allow descendants who awakened the Clear Sky Hammer spirit to remain wandering outside. Once discovered, they would be brought back. The grandparents of this girl named Tang Dong were likely similar to his late biological mother, Lu Erlong. A direct descendant of the Clear Sky sect had had relations with someone outside, and the resulting offspring's Clear Sky Hammer spirit had suffered a malignant mutation, turning into a bamboo shoot or an ordinary forging hammer, and thus was not recognized by the Tang clan of the Clear Sky sect. Tang Dong's innate full spirit power Clear Sky Hammer spirit must be a benign mutation and atavism. What kind of spirit mutation and atavism could be so thorough? To also awaken with innate full spirit power was simply inconceivable. There was only one possibility. This Tang Dong was the reincarnated Tang San, possessing the mysterious heaven skill, purple demon eye, and various other Tang sect ultimate techniques, with the innate full spirit power cultivated through the mysterious heaven skill. Yu Tianzhao believed he had figured everything out. Facing the Clear Sky Hammer, and with the possibility that the little girl before him was the reincarnated Tang San, he dared not be careless. 2 brilliant yellow spirit rings lit up at his feet, a blue inverted triangle appeared on his forehead, his body expanded slightly, and small blue lightning snakes coiled around him, sparking with crackling sounds. Yu Tianzhao, Spirit, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, Level 24 Attack System 2 Ring Spirit Grandmaster. Seeing that Yu Tianzhao had already reached the level of a Spirit Grandmaster at such a young age, Tang San realized his talent was exceptionally outstanding, far surpassing the twin stars of his previous life, Yu Tianeng and Yu Tianxin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. His murderous intent deepened. Seeing Yu Tianzhao's cultivation as a Spirit Grandmaster, although he knew he had no chance of winning, he still fought him. Aside from the clear sky 9 absolutes, he used the controlling crane catching dragon, ghost shadow perplexing track, and disorder splitting wind hammer method. During the battle, Yu Tianzhao's 90% guess was confirmed to be 100%. This Tang Dong was indeed the reincarnated Tang San. The battle ended, leaving Dorm 7 in a mess. Tang San panted heavily, while Yu Tianzhao shook his arms to shake off the numbness. Everyone in Dorm 7 looked at Tang Dong in extreme shock. They had not expected this fair, delicate, and plainly dressed little girl to be so terrifying, even more frightening than Xiao Wu. They truly did not understand what was happening to this world. First, there was Yu Tianzhao, who had cultivated to become a spirit grand master at such a young age. His father was someone the Notting Academy dean had to treat with courtesy. He should have been the young master of some great family. Instead of being a genius young master of a great family, he had suddenly dropped into Dorm 7 to become a work-study student. Then there was Xiao Wu, with innate full spirit power and a centennial spirit ring as her first ring. Now, this 6-year-old, fair, tender, and cute little girl named Tang Dong appeared, also terrifyingly strong, wielding a heavy-looking large iron hammer with great vigor. Xiao Wu also felt a significant threat to her position as the second big sister of the Notting Elementary Academy. Although she had self-condensed her first spirit ring and reached the level of a level 12 spirit master, she had no confidence at all in being able to defeat Tang Dong. Especially that pitch-black, large hammer of Tang Dong's. If it came crashing down on her, her body would likely fall apart. Wang Sheng, looking like he enjoyed watching the chaos, didn't care at all that the clear sky hammer had wrecked Dorm 7 and destroyed several beds, including his own, during the fight between Tang San and Yu Tianzhao. He exclaimed, "Sister Tang Dong, you are truly amazing. We have a rule at Notting Academy. Among all the students, the strongest is the boss of Notting Academy, and the second strongest is the second brother or second sister. The second strongest, the second sister of Notting Academy, is Sister Xiao Wu. I think you have the potential to defeat Sister Xiao Wu and become the new second big sister of Notting Academy." Hearing this, Xiao Wu glared at Wang Sheng with some annoyance, feeling that he was simply biting the hand that fed him. She felt vexed in her heart. In the Stardow Great Forest, before the white-haired demon who killed Erming and captured her mother appeared, she had been the big sister of the entire Stardow Great Forest. She was still the big sister of the Stardow Great Forest now, but she had one less little brother. Could it be that after arriving at Notting Academy, not only would she fail to be the big sister, but she wouldn't even be the second big sister? Tang San shook his head. "No need, I have no interest in these things. Really, you aren't going to fight me for the position of second big sister?" A hint of surprise appeared in Xiao Wu's eyes, not much shock, but great joy. "Then call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it." "Sister Xiao Wu." Tang San called out to win Xiao Wu's favor and stop Yu Tianzhao from taking advantage of her. He felt no shame in his heart. After all, Xiao Wu was his wife from his previous life, the love of his life. Xiao Wu was already tens of thousands of years older than him. What was there to be ashamed of in calling his own wife, sister? Hearing this, Xiao Wu was even happier. She grabbed Tang San's arm and said, "Tang Dong, I see you didn't bring any bedding. Why don't we sleep together? My bed is very big, you can lie in it too, and the quilt is big and warm enough for both of us." Tang San was secretly delighted, but 2 blushes appeared on his face as he pretended to be embarrassed. "Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? What's there to be embarrassed about? We are both girls, it's perfectly normal for us to sleep together." Xiao Wu leaned into Tang San's ear and said in a low voice, "Boys these days are very bad. Since you are so cute, those boys will definitely want to take advantage of you. We girls have to protect ourselves well. Boss Yu, is that okay?" Yu Tianzhao was laughing wildly in his heart and nodded. Xiao Wu was truly his good little sister. Although she wasn't his little sister yet, she would be in a few months. At night, on the big bed where Yu Tianzhao was lying, the dividing line of the bedding shifted from half and half to a bit more to the left. On the right side, Xiao Wu and Tang San lay on the bed. Tang San lay between the bedding and Xiao Wu, with his back to Yu Tianzhao. Hearing Xiao Wu's steady breathing and confirming she was asleep, Tang San reached out his arms and hugged the fast asleep Xiao Wu. His heart stirred with happiness. Xiao Wu's body was still so soft, and this scent, it was the scent of his wife. He had finally hugged Xiao Wu again. Afterward, Just as in the original story, Tang San took Yu Shaogang as his master without kneeling or kowtowing, and began his path of undercover work disguised as a girl. Chapter 180. Qian Renchuan's Training. 3 years later, Spirit City. In a soul-hunting forest within Spirit City, 2 white-haired males, one large and one small, stood in the forest. These 2 white-haired males were Qian Xunji and Qian Renchuan. Qian Xunji raised his hand, his divine thought spreading out. It quickly enveloped this modest-sized soul-hunting forest, discovering numerous low-level herbivorous spirit beasts. With a flick of his hand, he captured soft bones rabbits, lightning rabbits, and various rodents, which were then suspended all around him. At a glance, there were hundreds of them, their panicked, chirping screams ringing out incessantly. These hundreds of low-level herbivorous animals were not evenly distributed in the surrounding space. Some were clustered together at close range, and these closely clustered animals were positioned closer to the ground, while the scattered, smaller herbivorous animals were positioned at a greater height from the ground. Qian Xunji said, "Shaochuan, the training is about to begin. This time, you must kill all these animals. For every one that falls, you will go under the waterfall and endure its pounding for 1 minute per animal." "I understand, Father." Qian Renchuan seemed accustomed to this kind of training. His eyes quietly turned purple as he activated his purple demon eye at the peak of the micro-realm. 3 black spirit rings appeared beneath his feet, blue light surged in his right palm, and his blue-silver grass spirit manifested in his hand. After 3 years of cultivate, if the blue-silver grass that had awakened at the beginning was just a simple, small blade of grass emitting a clear blue light with a silver-gold vein running through its stem. After absorbing 3 10,000-year spirit rings, the grass had transformed into a small blue-silver grass bush. Every leaf on the bush was incredibly hard and sharp, like a small plant-based sharp weapon, emitting a lustrous blue light full of life force, while also being shrouded in a faint blood-red glow. Aside from his first god-bestowed spirit ring, the next 2 spirit rings Qian Renchuan absorbed were from arrow bamboo types, plants that guided the blue-silver grass towards hardening. To make the blue-silver grass follow the path of hidden weapons, it did not need to be like chrysanthemum Douluo's ethereal chrysanthemum, absorbing metal-type spirit beasts to metallicize the spirit. This was because the hardness of many plants in this world was not inferior to steel, and these plants not only had high hardness but also extremely vigorous life force, which could minimize the impact on the life attribute blue-silver grass spirit. Just like the original work where Tang San's blue-silver grass underwent a second awakening and evolved into the blue-silver emperor, the blue-silver forest granted Tang San a blue-silver emperor origin spirit ring. The spirit ability granted by this origin spirit ring, the blue-silver overlord spear, had a spear body whose hardness and impact force could clash with the soul-breaking spear of Yang Wudi, whose attack power could rival a titled Douluo. When the spear tips clashed, Yang Wudi felt excitement. It is evident that as long as one finds the right path, fits the spirit's origin to the maximum extent, and unleashes the true power of the spirit, the hardness of a top-tier plant-type spirit, a sharp weapon formed from plants, is also very considerable. Qian Renchuan's palms turned the color of mysterious jade. His hands silently reached toward the blue-silver grass in his hand. Without a sound, several blue-silver grass leaves were plucked. While plucking the leaves, his purple eyes also memorized the distribution of the hundreds of low-level herbivorous animals scattered around him, and he began to calculate. Begin. As soon as Qian Xunji's voice fell, the hundreds of low-level herbivorous animals fell simultaneously, and a rapid series of chirping sounds rang out. Qian Renchuan did not lock his gaze on one direction to rapidly throw the blue-silver grass leaves for an attack. Instead, he closed his eyes, listened to identify their positions, and with a flick of his fingers, the blue-silver grass leaves between his fingers flew out in all directions. PFFT, 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 PFFT. A series of blood flowers burst open all around, numbering in the dozens. The blue-silver grass leaves in Qian Renchuan's hands flew in straight lines through the air, piercing through the bodies of several low-level herbivorous animals at once. These low-level spirit beasts that were pierced were exactly the ones Qian Xunji had captured and specially arranged around him earlier, positioned very close to each other and not high off the ground. Qian Renchuan knew that if he were to simply use the blue-silver grass leaves for target practice, given his current strength, even if he waved his hands and feet until they broke and perfectly utilized all the skills he had mastered, there would always be some low-level herbivorous animals that he wouldn't be able to get in time and would miss. He had just used his purple demon eye to observe the surroundings and discovered that some low-level herbivorous animals were spaced very closely together. Once they fell, they would momentarily be at the same height, on a horizontal line, which would allow a single blue-silver grass leaf to kill several low-level spirit beasts in a row. In this way, he would be able to achieve a 100% kill rate. Qian Renchuan knew that this was a test intentionally arranged by his father, Qian Xunji, to test his ability to identify positions through sound. After killing those falling low-level herbivorous animals that were in a straight line, Qian Renchuan opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. His hands moved like flying shadows, brushing over the blue-silver grass leaves, his 10 fingers turning into afterimages. Stepping with ghost shadow perplexing track, all the blue-silver grass leaves were thrown out, each one imbued with mysterious heaven skill internal energy. He himself was like a machine gun. Screams and wails rang out continuously, and blood-red light burst forth. The last 3. Qian Renchuan looked in one direction and was about to throw the blue-silver grass leaves in that direction. He was confident that he could kill all 3 of those low-level herbivorous animals with the blue-silver grass leaves before they hit the ground. Just as Qian Renchuan was about to throw them, he suddenly discovered that his father, Qian Xunji, was standing in the path the blue-silver grass leaves would inevitably take. He immediately stepped with ghost shadow perplexing track and ran some distance to the right. After confirming that the thrown blue-silver grass leaves would not hit Qian Xunji, he flicked his fingers, and 3 blood flowers burst open. It was a pity that before the blood flowers burst open, those 3 low-level herbivorous animals had already landed. Qian Renchuan had just spent a small amount of time moving to the right using ghost shadow perplexing track, which caused him to fail to complete the test within the stipulated range. Qian Xunji said with a playful tone, 3 left. Challenge failed. Qian Renchuan said, feeling somewhat unconvinced, Father, that's unfair. I only failed the challenge because of you. If you hadn't been standing there, I definitely would have succeeded. Qian Xunji asked with interest, if this were on a real battlefield, and someone held someone close to you hostage as a threat, and that person was in imminent danger, and their positioning was the same as Father's just now, what would you do? Qian Renchuan was silent for a moment and said, when I cultivate to level 40 and master the Batwing reincarnation, I will be able to handle it. Qian Xunji asked again, executing Batwing reincarnation requires a great deal of energy to think about controlling the force and to make the hidden weapons fly along the path you calculated. If you were at the end of your tether at that time and didn't have that much energy, what then? Qian Renchuan shook his head. He had no solution. Relying on the stimulation of 3 10,000-year spirit rings for growth, he had already faintly entered his rebellious teenage years. He countered, Father, do you have any way to handle this situation? Qian Xunji laughed, of course I do. Shaochuan, picking flowers or leaves can both injure people. Since there is a focus in your field of vision, there will also be blind spots. Over these 3 years of practice, you have relied too much on the blue-silver grass leaves and forgotten that before you awakened your spirit and started cultivating blue-silver grass, the leaves and petals you picked up at random could also exert the power of hidden weapons after being infused with mysterious heaven skill internal energy.